I think the secretary's position.
You can do that. If that makes you happy, please do it. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to bring to order this meeting of the Public Education Commission. It is Friday, April 18th, 2024, and it is 9:03 a.m. Commissioner Beck, will you please do roll?
Commissioner Burt. Not here. Commissioner Taylor. Here. Commissioner Armijo. Not here. Commissioner Manus. Not here. Commissioner Brower. Here. Commissioner Costa-Stillage.
Here.
Commissioner Ingham. Here. Chair Gibson.
Here.
Vice Chair Carrillo. Here. Secretary Beck here. We have a quorum of 7.
We don't have any commissioners on Zoom, but we do have people on Zoom listening. So I'm going to remind commissioners to please use your mic so that people can hear us. Thank you. We're now going to stand for the pledge and the salute to the New Mexico flag and the PEC's mission and vision statement. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and is the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. We don't have to stand for that.
Microphone, please.
PEC mission: all students and families residing in New Mexico, regardless of background or circumstance, will experience equitable access to a diverse array of innovative, high-quality public schools where students will learn, thrive, and realize their full potential. Our mission is to authorize and support public charter schools for innovative, equitable, choice-driven education where all New Mexico students learn and thrive. You want me to go through the rest of it? Sure. All right, I feel.
We done? Okay. Thanks. We are on to item number 2, which is the discussion of the PEC mission and vision statements as it informs PEC processes and protocol. Oh, sorry. Shoot. That's my fault. Sorry. We're on to item number 2, which is approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
It's my fault.
Seconded.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Ingham. We can
Can't we just go?
do a voice vote. Yes, we can. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are on to item number 3, which is open forum. Before we begin, I'm going to remind people that we ask that you keep your comments to 2 minutes as best you can. And I'm also going to ask that you refrain from using individuals' names. You can use positions if you're talking about someone in particular, but that you refrain from referring to someone specifically by name. We do not deal with personnel matters here, and it starts to encroach on that. So we're going to ask you to be respectful and please honor our wishes. So we're going to start with people on Zoom first. For everyone that wishes to speak, we do have a court reporter that's taking minutes. So I do ask you that before you start, you state your name and you spell your last name for the record. Missy?
Our first speaker is Shelley Richard. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Shelley Richard. I am an alumni of Alma de Arte. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Today I'm going to read a statement written by a mother of a former Alma student who wasn't able to come to this meeting today. Her daughter has medical issues and they had some conflicting an appointment. So this is from Deanna Pugh. My daughter Zoe was an artist. She had a talent and she had a drive to practice every day. She just needed teachers to guide her. Unfortunately, the school that once excited her and the people that once made her feel she was not alone in the world changed. She was pushed out of art classes and told she needed to find another school that would honor her IEP and medical issues that caused her to miss classes. She said she was willing to make up the work, just like she had been doing in the previous year before this administration. She just wanted to be in art classes. The administration at Alma de Arte said they wanted only students that attended all classes every day, and that Alma was no longer a place for Zoe. Since then, I have tried to find a way for her to take the GED so she can go on to college. I tutor her in most areas, but had to hire a math tutor. I tried to sign her up for opportunities that allow her in her artistic skills and self-esteem to flourish, but she has completely given up on art. My daughter was an artist, but she's not anymore, thanks to Alma de Arte. Deanna Pugh. And then for myself, I would just like to say, I am a graduate of Alma de Arte. When I went to school there, they had a flourishing and robust SPED program. I went into high school pretty behind on my reading and writing skills. And thanks to the help of Dr. Rodriguez and many other amazing staff, they were able to get me a diagnosis and teach me skills that helped me succeed in the rest of my life. When I went to college, they handed me a nice thick vanilla envelope and told me to give it to the university I was attending, and I did, and it had everything I needed for all of my accommodations already ready. And that's something that the students at Alma de Arte right now do not have. There's going to be no beautiful packet because there is no SPED coordinator there. They have maybe a EA that's supposed to be in charge of it, but I didn't know when I went to college that you needed a recent, within a year's reevaluation and all the paperwork to be written up. I didn't know I needed any of the things, but Dr. Rodriguez and the people who were there knew what I needed, and I was able to go to college and get a degree. And I don't think I would have been able to do that without the accommodations that I got. And now I own my own business. I'm an artist, and I don't think I would have had any of those things. And so I'm really worried that the students at Alma, any SPED students, are just not getting what they need. And is it time?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I didn't realize the alarm went off.
Okay. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Cindy Delanoy.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Delanoy. Last name is Delanoy. I am with the Save Alma group. I don't know if you remember, last month I spoke. I am the mother of the sophomore from Alma who hanged himself after 2 weeks of being exposed to the administration, the new administration at Alma. I have an extreme, uh, problem right now because I have got no action whatsoever from either the guidance, the council at Alma, nor the PED that I have complained to starting in October regarding the principal at Alma who has a proven track record of bullying students. And now he has caused the suicide of a student, and he's still being allowed to keep his credentials and lead at a school of sensitive students. And it makes me very unhappy and very angry that absolutely no action is being taken. And I don't know what has to happen for something to be done about an administration that bullies children and continues to do so. My other son was an artist as well, and he has given up. He had to take an entire year off because every time he tried to walk through the halls after my son Malachi killed himself, the administration would puff out his chest and glare at him and give him other bullying tactics to try to make Michael quit. And so Michael did, because he could not be at that school because he too was being bullied, simply because he was an honor student and he was a very talented, gifted artist, and he had some mental health issues, and they didn't want to accommodate any of that. They have no desire to have a decent school. They just want to squash people and have everyone under their thumb. And I don't know what to do besides what I've done. I need something. I need some kind of action. I need to know what I have to do to have some kind of action done to remove a dangerous individual from the grips of children. It's not okay. He has a history. Why is he being allowed to continue to be around students? Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ayla Brown. And I need to find you. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Kyla Brown, B-R-O-W-N. I want to start by validating the previous two statements. I'm a student at Alma de Arte Charter High School. I'm a senior. I have been there all 4 years, and I'm here today to ask for your help. Alma de Arte was a community-focused, art-centric high school that specialized in being a safe space for students that did not fit into societal norms. That school will never exist again because of the drastic negative effects left by this administration. In fact, currently, Alma is not a safe space by any metrics. It is an actively dangerous environment that is in need of immediate attention and action. The dismissal of all things relating to mental health and student struggles has put the wellness and emotional safety of students at this school at risk. The constant illegal and immoral behavior from the principal and dean of students is actively risking the education of Alma students and even past Alma grads. Students are given monetary favors and special privileges when they support administration, while any contradictory voices are either withdrawn illegally from the school or treated adversely, including constant surveillance and inequitable discipline. The heart and soul of education are our teachers, and any person who belittles, publicly shames, scrutinizes, and bullies them daily does not deserve to be in education. I'm asking for an investigation into the principal and dean of students because they should be stripped of any educational licensing they have for actively creating a harmful educational environment. They are a danger to others, and students are the ones ultimately being penalized for it. I'm sure you have heard many different versions of the story. I want to caution you when it comes to the constant twisting and lying performed by the administration about struggles the school is having and about their involvement with it. I understand that you have to follow procedure and time is not on your side, but if it is not clear by now, the principal and dean of students are actively causing harm, and the Alma school community is begging you for your immediate support. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Next, we have Jean Brown.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Oh, sorry.
My name is Jean Brown,
Thank you.
BROWN. Thank you for allowing me to give you my comments. So I would like to focus on the governing board at Alma de Arte. I too am part of the Save Alma group, and I too affirm every speaker that has spoken so far. I would like to talk about the governing board role in this failed year. So I just want to say I'm a parent of a student at Alma, and I have felt so abandoned this year, both by the administration, but especially for the board when things went wrong. So my daughter is actually the previous speaker. And so I was there for the last failed administration where the last administrator was fired. So I was very concerned and very on top of it when they were hiring a new administrator. And when I saw the candidates, I went online right away and did my research. And I started contacting the board before a contract was even signed. I said, you have not done your due diligence when you look at the history of the candidate you're considering. This is not even not only not a strong candidate, this is a candidate with a huge flawed past. And so, but the thing with the governing board is I never get any response. No one ever even contacts me back. No one ever even listens. When we go to the governing board, this last governing board on Monday, they actually canceled public comment because they're not listening. The governing board has just completely, I don't know even what to say. They have abdicated their responsibility to be a board that is for the people of Las Cruces, for the students, for the teachers, for the parents. I talked to a board member that's no longer a board member that said his votes were actually falsified in the meetings. So there is just a huge problem with the board. One of the problems is that the board screening procedure, and I've been at these meetings where candidates that are artists themselves, they're knowledgeable, they're student-centered, they're community-centered, and they won't even get a vote to get on the board. So what happens is this self-renewing cycle where people who are not concerned with Alma's best interests are on the board and are not supporting our community. Please help. It's just layers and layers of parents and community members and students not having anyone to help us in this tragic year. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Katie Rarick.
Hello, Commissioner Chair Gibson and PEC Commissioners. My name is Katie Rarick, R-A-R-I-C-K. I am the current business manager for Explore Albuquerque, Explore Las Cruces, and I also work with Monte del Sol, and we're transitioning them right now for me to become their business manager. I wanted to add public comment to address the CAP recommendation from the CSD director. The communication during this process has not been clear, and the reasons for CSD's request remain unclear. We had already provided a management response to auditors, which the school's auditor and state auditor approved. In addition to the management response provided to the auditor, I discussed all findings and action steps taken to address those findings during my CSD site visit. Why did we have to submit a CAP in response to a request from CSD when the PEC hasn't placed any of these schools on a CAP? To my knowledge, the CSD director does not have the authority to issue a CAP without the PEC's approval. Also, it remains unclear to me why Explore Albuquerque, Explore Las Cruces, and Monte del Sol were singled out as needing to provide additional information beyond the standard audit process. The CSD director asked for the CAP information the day before I left the country. I let her know I would do it the week I returned. It was requested by April 11th, and I submitted it on April 12th. So the information was provided, and a notice was given that it would be late because of my travels. We are in April, and if steps have not been taken at this point, I'm not sure what a formal CAP is going to do to correct any of the findings. All the schools I work with have taken the necessary steps to correct any and all findings. The audit process starts again in 2 months. So if the corrections we have made have not been adequate, that will be apparent in the FY24 audit. And if there are recurring findings, that seems like a more appropriate time to initiate this process. Thank you.
Thank you. that the end of folks on Zoom?
It is not. We have Karen Warner, but there she is. Go ahead, Karen Warner.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is Karen Warner, last name Woerner. Good to see you today. Have two comments. One is about what Ms. Rarick was just speaking about, the proposed cap for Explore Academy and Explore Academy Las Cruces. I want you to know that the schools were well aware of the issues that eventually led to those findings and responded prior to the audit by changing the business managers. In fact, Explore Academy took a hit on its renewal analysis for making 2 school business officer changes in 1 school year as a result, but it was necessary for the financial stability of the school. I think that was the ultimate corrective action, and it is unclear to me what more is expected by the Charter Schools Division. The second comment is about school supplies, including Chromebooks, and I have to apologize. I missed the work session or this section of the work session yesterday due to my work obligations. But first, I can attest to the cost of school supplies required by traditional schools, as I spent $200 a year when my children were students, and that was a while ago. Explore does require a Chromebook, which generally costs around $200. 1 Chromebook generally lasts for the student's entire time at Explore. It's not an annual purchase. And if this is going to be and I want to also attest that Explore does offer Chromebooks for students who can't afford one. It's in all of our literature, and we process that primarily through free and reduced lunch students, but also other students who have hardship, that even if they don't qualify for free and reduced lunch. If this is going to be regulated by the PEC regarding supplies, which I don't know what your intent is here today, but I think that every school, traditional and charter, needs to stop requiring kids to buy pencils and Kleenex and colored pencils and markers and paper and dry erase markers, etc., and not charge any additional fees. I know that this Chromebook issue is been a very targeted issue at our site visits from the Charter Schools Division, but I have not heard of complaints from any of our families. So thank you for your time and for listening.
That is everybody we have on Zoom. Now we have Michelle Trujillo. If you could come up to the desk here, please.
There's a button on the mic, so the little green light has to be on. And you feel free to sit if you're more comfortable sitting.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michelle Trujillo, Trujillo. This is my advocate, Yvette Jimenez. My son, Justin Trujillo, currently attends Alma Arte Charter School. Justin's been diagnosed with holes in his retina, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. As well as severe anxiety and severe depression. These chronic health conditions and mental health diagnosis could potentially qualify him for a special education or 504 plan. Upon starting school at Alma Arte in January of 2022, I informed the school of my son's health conditions and asked for an evaluation of special education so that support could be put in place for him. My initial request was made to former administration and the current dean of students. When I made this request, I was not given a copy of my parental rights procedures or safeguards, so I was not sure of how the process would proceed. I was told that they would reach out to me to get a 504 plan meeting scheduled. Over the next 2 years, I would contact the school and ask to speak to an administrator over and over, and again, request the 504 plan to be started. I was always told they were in meetings and I was never called back. In fact, even with the knowledge that of my son's many diagnoses, the dean of students has instead bullied my son on numerous occasions. I, as well as my son's therapist, provided documentation to the school of my son's diagnosis, but it seems that they no longer have copies of the documentation provided to them. I finally became so frustrated that I called the PED and was given a link to write a state complaint. The PED also contacted the school, at which time a meeting was finally set up by the principal. Can I continue?
If you can finish up, yes.
Okay, I was led to understand it would be a 504 meeting, but on March 22nd, it was not a 504 meeting, but instead a meeting to discuss having a 504 meeting. During this meeting, my son was placed on a modified schedule. There still is no 504 in place. I still had not had a meeting for a 504. I was only reached out when I finally filed a state complaint. Because of my son's, because he hasn't been placed on a 504, he's in jeopardy of losing credits. Right now, he goes for 3 hours a day. Please help. I don't know what else to do. I filed a complaint. I've reached out to the governing board, everybody on the governing board, only for their response to tell me, we'll take it under advisement and include our administrator. I don't know what else to do at this point. My son needs his education. Thank you.
Very much.
And finally, today we have Jana Holguin.
Janet? She signed up before me.
Yes, I had Michelle Trujillo, and then I had, oh, Janet Van. Sorry, I didn't see Janet Van. I can't pronounce your last name.
I'm sorry. That's okay.
So my name is Janet Van Coblane, and it's spelled V-A-N space C-O-B-L-I-J-N. And if that counts towards my 2 minutes, I'm reclaiming that time. So good day, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to address you today. And I have called in before. So I decided to take a different tack, partly because we've gone over quite a few items. There are many, many more. There are too many to list in 2 minutes. So why I and many of us continue to persist in this endeavor. One, it's for justice for our children. Two, I am a product and a strong supporter of a liberal arts education. I have been involved in exchanges my entire life. I'm a retired foreign service public servant, and I was also in the federal civil service. I administered the Fulbright program and worked for the Fulbright board. I have done international exchanges for professionals and academics from the world over. I have represented the United States overseas, where we promote the principles of democracy, the democratic process. We advocate for human rights, civil rights, free speech, education, justice, and integrity. So I find that this microcosm of, at one point I said, martial law in a police state is unfathomable, and it is also teaching our children who are being suppressed, oppressed, denied their basic rights, that this is okay, and that no one cares enough about them to intervene. And it's not only the students, it's the teachers, it's parents, it's the community. I've served in the most populated country, communist country in the world and the most populated democracy in the world, and every size, shape, and flavor in between of process. We're professionals, we're parents, we're not necessarily crazed tiger mothers or whatever. We have people, my high school classmate from Atlanta from almost 5 decades ago was there. She doesn't even have any children. The community is concerned of the ineffectiveness, and this process, at least for Alma de Arte, is broken. There's no reliable set of checks and balances or accountability or self-monitoring, and it's got to stop. Sorry, I know my time's up. Thank you for letting me squeeze all that in.
Thank you. We have one more?
That was everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Oh,
thought,
we did have one more. I'm sorry.
that's what I
Yes.
thought, and then it's like, okay.
Jana Holguin. Probably am not pronouncing that correctly.
Good morning. My name is Jana Holguin, Jana, last name Holguin, Holguin. Good morning, esteemed members of the Public Education Commission. We want to see the 20-year legacy of Alma de Arte restored and carried on. We want the school to once again be a safe, inclusive place that supports and uplifts the art community of Las Cruces. We want to see Alma de Arte be the amazing place that it can be and once was. This school fulfills a special place in the community of Las Cruces, underscoring the vibrant and dynamic art scene that is so special and unique to Southern New Mexico. We do not want our city and our amazingly talented and artistic students to lose this pillar of the community. I am here as a concerned mental health provider in the community. The situation at Alma has reached a critical point, and immediate intervention from the PEC is necessary to address the severe issues affecting the well-being and safety of the students and staff. I have witnessed and received numerous reports of bullying, harassment, intimidation, and fear inflicted upon current and former students and staff by the administration and board. At a recent governing council meeting, the principal's wife falsely accused a former student and mother of disorderly conduct, leading to unnecessary law enforcement involvement. This misuse of authority to suppress dissenting voices is reprehensible and reflective of a broader pattern of problematic leadership within the school. The principal has a troubling history of utilizing law enforcement as an intimidation tactic to silence those who exercise their constitutional rights. This approach was evident in the March meeting, where a culture of fear and repression was further perpetuated. In addition, the recent removal of public comment at the governing council meeting is a way to further quell dissenting voices. These actions violate the rights of students and staff and create a hostile and unsafe environment that inhibits open discourse and free expression. Despite prior requests for intervention, the situation at Alma has only worsened. Current students continue to face harassment and intimidation, resulting in a troubling increase in incidents of self-harm and suicidal ideation. The administration has discouraged supportive teachers from providing help, leaving students with few safe activities. I'm almost done, if you'll let me finish. Let me go back. The administration has discouraged supportive teachers from providing help, leaving students with few safe avenues for assistance. They have Catholic charities for mental health services in a public school, and the students do not feel safe using these services. Swift action is needed to address the violations, ethical concerns, and toxic culture of fear and repression that have been allowed to continue unchecked. The mental health and well-being of Alma students and teachers are at severe risk. It is imperative that the Public Education Commission take action and replace the current board and administration. The PEC bears a moral obligation to prioritize the health and safety of the students and staff above all else. Failure to act promptly could lead to further tragedies such as the suicide of a student that has already occurred. I urge the commission to feel its duty by intervening to ensure Alma provides a safe, nurturing environment for all of its students and staff. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter.
Thank you very much. That's it now, correct?
Now that's everybody.
Thank you very much. We are on to item number 4, which is school highlights and spotlights. Well, I have, and I apologize, I didn't write down the names of the schools, but I did see an article where there are 3 charter schools whose students are recipients of Daniel Funds grants, and that's a huge lift for students that the requirement is that you have to go to a public university, and I think it's also set regionally. But that funding is really can change the life of a student. So kudos to those students. And I hope more schools advise students to look into that. You know, there's a limited number of students in the state that get it, but it's certainly, all they can do is say no. So kudos to those students. And I apologize. I thought I wrote the names of the students down and I didn't. Commissioner Carrillo?
I don't have an announcement with regards to that. I just want to let people know, because I don't know that you said it in your remarks on public comment, that we're prohibited by the Open Meetings Act from engaging and discussing anything that was said in public comment. So I don't want you to feel like you're being ignored or anything like that. We're prohibited from doing that.
Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, I just wanted to put it on the record that from the Vista reports that came back that we analyzed, Spotlight and above for all the public schools in New Mexico is the top 25%. And in the state authorized charter schools, we were 42%. So I just wanted to put that on the public record.
We are now on to item number 5 with, oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Commissioners, I just want to recognize a school in Las Cruces, a staff member received the New Mexico Association for Bilingual Education Teofila Trujillo Award. That is Lucia Carmona, who is one of the co-founders of Raíces del Saber and currently a staff member there running the community schools program.
We are now on to the consent agenda. So if there are no items to be removed, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Beck and a second by Commissioner Ingham. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are on to item number 6. Well, we don't have an item number 6. Item number 7, introduction of new head administrators.
Commissioners, Commissioners, I'd like to call forward Ms. Elena Troren, who is the new head administrator at Albuquerque Bilingual Academy. As you know, the school has had an interim. And so, Elena, welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Chair Gibson, esteemed members of the Public Education Commission, thank you for having me here today. My name is Elena Trotten, and I am representing Albuquerque Bilingual Academy. I have spent 27 years, almost 27 years in Los Lunas schools, and 20 of those were as an administrator. I took the adventure and came to Albuquerque Bilingual Academy, and I'm so happy to be there. We have a lot of work, but it's very exciting work.
Thank you very much. And always thank you for, entering the charter world it is a whole different world. And,
Yes.
talking about being in a bilingual academy, it's a different language.
Yes,
So I appreciate you coming aboard.
thank you.
Commissioner Ingham?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for coming and introducing yourself. And I appreciate what you're doing here and really wish you well in this venture you're taking on.
Thank you so much.
And echoing what said, thank you very much for coming up here. It means a great deal to us when people just come before the commission, and as well as those at public forum. When people come here, it means a great deal to us. So thank you. I don't think I have your last name correct.
Sure, it's Trotten, Troddden.
had it so wrong. Okay. Thank you very much. And when Chair Gibson said, welcome to the charter world, you know, what I think you'll find is that, and I was on the other side. I was in the district world because I served on SFPS for 9 years, their board. I think you're going to find the autonomy, the creativity that you're allowed within your building and your school refreshing and engaging. And so just welcome. And we're glad that you're joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today.
Thanks so much. We are on to item number 8, which is discussion and possible action on Southwest Secondary Learning Center's name and mission statement amendment request. And for those that participated in contract negotiations, this was discussed during contract negotiations. But Deputy Director?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioners. So I didn't get into the meeting in time to share screen. So Missy, maybe you could share screen for me. But the Southwest Secondary Learning Center is requesting to change its name to North Point Charter School and to amend its mission statement. The wording of the mission statement is slightly different and uses the school's new name, but the content of the mission statement is in alignment with its current mission. The proposed mission statement is the mission of North Point Charter School is to empower all students to perform at their optimal level in a blended learning environment that is individualized, self-directed, and flexible to produce future-ready graduates. The Charter Schools Division has no objection to this amendment and recommends adoption.
I still think it sounds like a housing development, but that's on them if they want to, I'm not. And for commissioners that are from the Albuquerque area, I think you understand the desire to move away from the Southwest, the attachment because of the unfortunate occurrences a number of years ago, but people still remember that. So I think it's important for the school to move away from and not still always be that, oh, you're that, so I think it's a positive move for that school.
And the other Southwest school it has a similar amendment that'll be on next month.
Yeah.
With a name change for them too, because they're really not feeder schools of one another. And I think it's a good move for them to differentiate.
Yeah. Commissioner Taylor. Oh, okay, please. Oh,
I met with them last week and the entire school is excited, as is the preparatory school that we're going to deal with next month. So they're excited for the name change.
Yeah, I'd like to move that the PEC accept the amendment request of Southwest Secondary Learning Center, identified as document 8.A of the meeting materials, to change its name and mission statement, and that the amendment will become part of the charter contract for the school.
Second.
so a motion by Commissioner Taylor and a second by Commissioner Brower. Is there any discussion? If not, we don't do that. All in favor?
Aye.
Second, opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are now on to item number 9, discussion of possible action on the acceptance of annual reports for 22-23. And if commissioners remember, because of timing, we have just these 2 schools for this meeting to accept the annual reports. So item A is Alma de Arte Charter School. Right. And item B. Sorry, I had to breathe. Item B is Vista Grande High School. And once again, commissioners, we're accepting the report. In the next item agenda, we'll address what we feel needs to be in the letter to go to the schools.
Just wanted to flag one thing that I think the Charter Schools Division is going to correct. There is in the chart, there's a reference on Vista Grande that identifies their Vista score, but you'll recall that that school has done a separate indicator. So the motion actually indicates that they will just be correcting that small typo.
Vista Grande was the first school, to my knowledge, to ever take their statutory right to make replacements on the state accountability system. So they used option 3 in our performance framework, but it wasn't an option in the old performance framework. They did a lot of work and came forward. They were transitioning over as a district school and did a tremendous amount of work and came forward and said, this is what we want to do. And it was, you know, for me, when I did the contract negotiations with them last year, it was really exciting to, you know, to see a school that was so engaged in that. And they're still deeply working on it. So it is a work in progress.
I have a question.
Sure.
Just to reiterate, so on this, all we're doing here is just accepting the report from CSD, nothing further.
Correct.
So if there are no further questions, I'm happy to make a motion. Okay. I move that the PEC accept the annual reports for school year 22-23 provided by the Charter Schools Division for Alma de Arte Charter High School, and Vista Grande High School after correcting the chart on page 3, referencing Vista's scoring and replacing it with the negotiated indicator scores.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Gibson. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are now on to item number 10, which is the discussion of possible action on the annual report notice that will go to Vista Grande High School. So, Commissioners, that is tab 9B. And I will point out that I appreciate the touch point of knowing what their Vista score was. Their Vista score is actually higher than the alternative indicator that they negotiated with us. So it's kind of unexpected. So it's, like I said, it's a work in progress. I don't think they anticipated this one, but it's, you know, it's interesting that that's the way it came out this time. Commissioner Beck?
Am I missing something for the proficiency and growth? Am I missing something on this? There's no chart or data? Is that right?
I'm looking.
I don't see it either.
Bridget,
No.
is that?
Yeah,
I don't see any, this is kind of strange. I don't see,
there's a chart in there. Sorry, there's a chart in here on enrollment by subgroup, but
Right.
there isn't. Is it because? I don't know why.
Cheryl, can you speak to this?
I mean, if it's not there because of the vistas, it should be, there should be a chart for their alternative assessments in there.
Okay, yeah, there is a chart and we can add that when we make that revision on the Vistas overall score on page 3. We can add to the end of this the data that they sent us that was used for this. And I just want to point out that the Vistas score and their score actually turn out to be about the same because their score is not out of 100, it's out of 85. And if you do the math, 38.65 divided by 85 is around 45 points. So it ends up being about the same as the Vista score.
But on the Vista's website, the reading and math proficiency are masked. They're not provided. on
Right,
the
there was
Vista's website.
no data for us from Vistas on their
And
proficiencies.
graduation as well. We've been back and forth with accountability about graduation data, and they have not provided it, and it's not on Vistas, and it's not.
They didn't get a CSI designation.
They did.
They did. So how do you get, and I know you're sitting here in the middle,
Their
because my
designation is
question is,
traditional.
how do you get a CSI designation and the state not provide the graduation information? It's like, oh, we're not going to tell you why, but we're designating you.
No,
I don't get that.
So they're not
traditional.
CSI.
Oh, they're not.
They're traditional, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think.
I guess my question is, why are they masked? Usually things are masked if there's such a small group that it could be identifying if there were any numbers at all. But it seems like all the information is masked because we don't have it, or?
Well, the science proficiency is not masked, but reading and math are masked.
Well,
And, I mean,
curiously,
they're
since
two
science
different
isn't masked,
assessments.
what's science? I
Sorry?
don't have it here.
Science proficiency is 23%.
Okay.
So they had it does not meet on the state assessments on their performance framework. So could it be masked because not enough kids took the test?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 73%.
So if sufficient numbers of students were present to take the NMASR,
50
they
kids
would
took the test.
they would
Not
have a science
70.
proficiency.
Please don't talk over each other. Thank you.
So yes, if a sufficient number of students were present to take the NMASR, that would result in science proficiency. And if an insufficient number of students were present for the SAT, then the reading and math scores could be masked for N size.
If I may add, though, that one of the reasons this is so late is we've been waiting and contacting Accountability and Assessment Bureau, and I don't know why, but it's been problematic getting data for this school.
And we had to move it from last month also because the alternative assessment that what they had negotiated hadn't been put into the annual report. It was just Vistas, and that's not what we contracted with them for. So that had to be reworked so that's a reason why they were moved to this month's agenda as well.
That is correct. And for example, goal number 1.3 mathematics looks at growth based on the RIT score as the alternative assessment that they chose. And because this contract was approved with the school prior to us really implementing the new performance framework, which gives that option as option 1A3, this is a little off, right? It's unique in what it is. And the school is currently contemplating renegotiating the contract to fit in so that I think it would make it easier for everyone. But this aligns completely with what's in their contract for the academic indicators that they proposed and you approved.
Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, so Cheryl, so the data that's in here, what you were pointing to is at the end, they had 38.65 out of 85 points, right?
Right.
Which you said aligns with the 45 out of 100. And so that's how they got the designation of traditional?
No, so this is, the points on here is from their own assessment
right. No, I know that.
system. Yeah, and they did not go into Vistas. Vistas did their own calculations and we actually don't know.
Which is the 45.
Yeah, but incidentally, they turn out to be about the same.
Right. That's okay. Okay. I got you. Okay.
We don't know how they got the 40.
Right. No, yeah. Well, if 73% of the students took the SAT and there's 70 students, 70 times 70 is 49 with the 3 is 50. So 50 of the 70 students took the SAT. No, less than that because 70 is the whole school. So that would only be 11th grade. So you divide that by 4. So 12 kids basically took the SAT, 12 or 13. Yeah, so they wouldn't get, yeah, so everything's masked.
So my recollection and approve of the action that we take, there used to, on the other schools that we did over the last several months, there was a sheet,
Are you talking about the sheet that shows sorry?
what options we have in terms of what parameters we might want to place a school on in some
We
way.
have the sheet that shows us what we've done with other schools. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Yeah,
Where?
it's,
I mean, I'm on 9B.
It's a 00 at the top of the page, PEC charter vistas and
Okay.
notices.
No, and I see that. Thank you. And maybe it's on the motion sheet where it gives us all the options on,
there is a
that's why
motion.
it's on the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
There is a motion sheet as well, but if commissioners do look
Here it is.
at the Vistas and annual notice 22-23, the 00 PEC doc, you see all of the schools that we have already voted on, what their scores were, and what actions we did take to try to keep consistency.
I'll also just point out on the motions sheet, we discussed the wording of your motions yesterday, so I took that into consideration and wordsmith it a little bit. You're welcome to wordsmith it further.
Well, one of the things is I'm looking forward to, I was fortunate last year to attend their graduation. You can imagine it's a pretty small class. And, but it was just really nice to be with all the kids and parents up there. They need this school. And based on our renewing them, we're taking them into the fold, if you will, last year. And Ms. St. Ange, the director, I mean, I have high hopes for their ability with option 3 to be able to make the progress that they need to. And it's, you know, I use athletic references all the time. You know, it generally takes about 4 years to redo a football or a sports program at a school. You can't expect results overnight. It does. It takes like, what? No, it does. You know, you can't, no, I'm not contradicting myself, and we can have this conversation another time. No, with this school, you've got to give them a little more time here. But there's a reason I push for 3 years on so many things. This isn't 3 years, this is 1 year. Okay? If after 3 years, we're still here discussing the very, very same things, that's a problem. All right? But, so if there's no other, comments, I'm happy to make a motion here. All right. All righty. I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice of unsatisfactory performance to Vista Grande High School related to the low academic proficiency and growth in the negotiated academic indicators, the working to meet score on the mission-specific indicator, and the unsatisfactory performance related to 1B, the state assessment requirement. The unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Commissioner Beck seconds.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Beck. Is there any discussion?
Just one thing, I would say that the last line, the unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report. That in and of itself is the accountability piece, where if we don't see anything change a year from now, then there's a whole nother discussion to be had.
Commissioner Ingham? Commissioner
Alan
Taylor?
was first. Alan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. Yeah, I'd like to, can I ask Vice Chair a question? Why, when you look at that list of other schools that we've already done, why would you choose unsatisfactory versus satisfactory, given that this school is traditional in terms of their Vista scores? I would love to see that their scores and their school mission-specific indicators higher than 25%. I think all of our schools ought to aspire to 100% on that for sure. But I just wanted to see, just hear a little bit more about why unsatisfactory versus satisfactory.
I would say it's for the same reason that on some of those that we voted on earlier this year, I didn't vote for. I wasn't supporting satisfactory all the time on some of those schools. I just think holding schools to a higher bar and more accountability, that would be my reasoning, is that I didn't support all those schools having satisfactory in the last, in some of these rounds of annual reports.
Thank you. And in the spirit of of me being consistent with my vote, I would likely vote no on this because I do think it is inconsistent with how I voted on the other schools. And just looking at the overall scores, I would move us to consider changing this to satisfactory. If it doesn't change, it's okay. I will vote no on this.
I understand, and I'm looking at this and I'm remembering a long conversation that we all had regarding the use of the word exemplary. Because, I mean, what that really should mean or does mean, and where in some cases, I'll say many cases, but I mean, those were the choices that we had, right? Exemplary, satisfactory, unsatisfactory. And there should be something in the middle. Exemplary means best of the best. We want everyone to do just what you're doing. You are setting an example for. That's exemplary. And that's a discussion for another time. But I completely respect your opinion, Commissioner Brower.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I likely, I feel like in reviewing that list, unsatisfactory is not consistent with the way that we've voted in the past, I think. I feel like there are a few issues that affect this. Obviously, there weren't very many, there's not much data. You know, there's not much data, and it's based on a small, very small population. So I would likely vote no on satisfactory as well. I would move them to satisfactory with with those conditions to improve.
Commissioner Ingham, did you want to say something?
I'm very conflicted now because I was expecting a satisfactory.
You know, don't be conflicted. I withdraw my motion. Can I do that? Done, withdrawn.
Absolutely.
Make another motion.
You want to make a motion?
Not right now. I want to hear what everyone has to
Taylor
say.
is-
So I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Vista Grande High School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to the low academic proficiency and growth in the negotiated academic indicators, the working to meet score on the mission-specific indicator, the unsatisfactory performance related to 1.B state assessment requirement. The unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
And I'll second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Taylor and a second by Commissioner Carrillo.
I learn from you, Commissioner Brower, all of the time in every meeting. And thank you.
Never says that about me.
And,
I'm just like,
well, I just, that I was going back over all of the other schools and I was recalling discussions and rereading the satisfactory performance one as opposed to the unsatisfactory. And you're right. And then you probably don't know if this out there, but consistency is one of the foundational values. We've been working on this, like the mission, the vision, and our values as a commission for the last last 6 months. And it's been a real process for us to work through all of that, but consistency was one of them. And if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Brower, it was you that brought that up when we were doing that. And you are right. And thank you for pointing that out relative to all of the other schools. And I started to take a really hard look at the ones that were unsatisfactory. And you're right. And Vista Grande is not in that category. It's just simply not. I was looking more at the word unsatisfactory based on where I think schools should be. I do think it's something that we do need to explore relative to the word exemplary. And there can be different gradations in the future of that. But that's why I've completely changed my mind, seconded this motion. And I love that little school. I love their vision. And I love what they're trying to do. So I want to help them any way we can.
Commissioner Beck.
I'm going to agree totally with the vice chair. Thank you, Commissioner Brower, for your thoughtful ideas. And the more I looked at it, I said, they only have 70 kids and the Vista scores are only for 12 kids. So, I don't think it's valid to give them an unsatisfactory for the small population they are. So I have changed my mind.
Commissioner Brower.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much for your kind words. I learned from you all too. I think that we all have a gravitational pull to specific values that we all share. Consistency might be the one I'm gravitating towards today. But that's the great thing about our group. We come from very different worlds, from different worldviews, from different things we care about. And then we have to make some decisions at the end of the day based on what our skill sets and our experiences require us to do. And so I think that we can hold schools accountable. We can hold schools to continuously improve. And the language here of satisfactory plus the items that we need to see continue to shift, I think is a good balance on how we can make that happen. So I think it does strike the right chord with what we want to see with all of our values. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion. Yeah, I think I'm more comfortable with a roll call. Oh, no, it's okay. Commissioner Beck, you take roll, please.
Absolutely. Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Clauser-Schillich,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
and Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And we are now on to item number 11, which is the discussion of possible action on the annual report notice to Alma de Arte High School for 22-23. Richard, can I just ask, when you look at the annual report in the box that says academic performance framework indicators, and there's, item number 2 says it's unavailable.
Yes,
There are, but there, oh,
that's unavailable for all schools. That's the Q1, Q2 that they used to do.
thanks. Yeah, thanks.
If you were thinking of mission-specific goals, they have a 0 because they did not, yeah.
Got that.
So just an observation on the annual report. I mean, there's way too much red, and not even for like minor infractions that can be easily corrected. I mean, it's just the initial observation, and then also some of those jiving with what we heard this morning. And I want to say as well, what we heard this morning, even though there's like 6 or 7 people that speak, you know, there's 50 or 60 or 70 that don't. I mean, you always have to take into account people that aren't here and that aren't online, and you know, as we're evaluating things. Ask, I don't-
Chair, are we ready to make a, you want me to make it or? Sure.
Commissioner Beck?
Yes, I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Alma de Arte Charter High School indicating a notice of unsatisfactory performance, that the school is not on track for renewal, and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to the Vista's designation of CSI graduation issue, low academic proficiency rates in math and science, lack of growth in reading overall, and for the subgroups identified on page 6 of the annual report, a lack of growth in math overall, and for the subgroups identified on page 7 of the annual report, low graduation rates, the inability to provide data for the mission-specific indicators resulting in no score, the overall designation on the organizational and financial frames of does not meet, the unsatisfactory performance related to 1C, rights of students with disabilities, 3A, rights of all students, 3C, staff credentialing, 3D, employee rights, 5A through 5F, indicators related to fiscal management. The unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report. I further move that the school be placed on the intervention ladder to immediately remedy the issues of concern.
We need, so we're going to clarify the intervention ladder
Okay.
piece at this moment in time.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out that the rule allows you to put them on the intervention ladder as one of the options on the annual notice. That's why it's available to you right there.
Do we want to?
And the conditions are separate.
Yes.
And from remaining consistent in discussions at prior meetings, the commission has spoken about the intervention ladder for schools that did not meet their condition of renewal, that the unsatisfactory performance would go into the letter and noted, but that the intervention ladder in this piece would be used because of the lack of success on the condition of renewal.
Well, actually, Chair, you could do it for both. You can do it under the rule for
I
the
know.
notice. You can do it for the condition. So it's up to you. It's
Well,
not-
I'm trying to stay consistent with
Go
the discussions that we've had, that schools that we were going to put on the intervention ladder for this piece would be for not meeting their condition of renewal, and that the unsatisfactory performance would be noted, identified in the letter, and outlined, what they need to work on. Well, I know, so I thought that's.
If there wasn't a second, then I'll go ahead and second. Chair, I just seconded just as a matter of procedure.
I'm sorry.
I just seconded as a matter of procedure, because no one seconded.
Okay. There is a motion by Commissioner Beck and a second by Commissioner Carrillo. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Klostasilic,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. We need to take a break. Cindy needs a break. Okay. At this point in time, so 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So commissioners, we are still on item number 11, that our procedure is to vote separately on the condition. So Commissioner Beck?
I move that the PEC accept the condition report from Alma de Arte Charter School and indicate that to the school that the progress towards improvement in proficiency and growth of students is insufficient. The compliance with the reporting on the condition is insufficient. The timing and information required to submit the condition in a timely and complete manner needs to be corrected, and the improvements needed to be shown to comply with the condition will be added to the action required under the intervention ladder.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Beck, a second by Commissioner Carrillo. Is there any further discussion? If not, Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Klostasilic,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
and Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
We're on to item number 12, review and acceptance of notification of governing board changes for Alma de Arte Charter High School. And this didn't appear in item number 9, items taken off of the consent agenda, because we just were putting everything for the school in the same area. But I had asked for this to be taken off the consent agenda because after reviewing the documents, it appears that a number there's some inconsistencies in the reporting of the votes. In one area, I don't see an actual vote taken. I saw a motion and a second, but no recording of a vote. And there's a governance board members coming off the board notification, but we never received the notification of that person being on the board. So it's hard to accept a resignation when we haven't accepted the appointment. Thank you. So this motion is consistent with back a couple months ago, 6 directions. There were some concerns about the consent agenda item. So I will want to make sure I'm at the right place. I will make the motion. I move that the PEC reject the notification from Alma de Arte Charter High School and that the school resubmit paperwork for consideration to the PEC.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson and a second by Commissioner Carrillo. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Ingham?
Well, I was just, I was reading about the votes that they were taking in their board meeting, and there was quite a few instances where board members didn't vote. I mean, some did, but others didn't vote at all on many, many items. In fact, the chair didn't vote at all in that session, which is, I don't understand that. I don't understand what the protocol is when that's happening, and it is indicative to me of a pretty, I don't know, interesting board approvals when half the people don't vote. So I just wondered, what is anybody enlighten me on? Is there rules of order that when a significant portion of a board won't vote on motions? Is there a problem with that?
Well, yeah, in terms of good governance, you're correct, there's no abstention that is noted. It appears that the individual who records the votes does not vote. So it would be like Commissioner Beck never voting.
So the chair would be that person?
It's not always the chair. If you look at the minutes, it's not always the chair. It's the individual that's not voting.
I guess I just saw that the chair never voted on one matter in that
Right.
whole deal.
Yeah, but if you look through the entirety, you'll see it is a pattern. It is, and it is, it's a concern. It's a concern. It's not a reason for taking off the consent agenda. But the other areas, there's one vote that it's noted that there's a yes vote and an abstention
The same person?
on the same person. So, and mistakes can happen when you're, marking an X or something like that. I get that. But when the materials are being sent, if the inconsistency should be identified, that can be easily fixed and then the materials sent up. I'm also going to say that this is an extraordinary number of governing board changes being identified at one single time. That the lateness of these notices goes back to last year. And that's just, it's unacceptable that a governing body just is blatantly not doing their responsibility of notifying us that it's unacceptable.
So I guess in building on that, and then Commissioner Ingham, I would say this is all highly irregular. And I've never seen this, certainly, in my period here. And I imagine, even going further back, I mean, the people that have been here a long, long time, Commissioner Brower and Director Chavez hasn't seen that either. My own personal feeling is you don't not vote or abstain unless there's a conflict of interest. Otherwise, you're elected to a board. You're on a board for a reason. And if you can't make up your mind, then get off the darn board, and get replaced with someone who can make decisions. Just in general, that's my feeling about boards and commissions. But no, this is highly irregular.
When the documents came through and there was 52 pages, I don't think I've ever seen a notification that was 52 pages long. Because it's just, it becomes almost difficult to go through and keep track of who am I paying attention to here. And, but like I said, it's as a result of a complete disregard of the process and not reporting. And it's not without, I know Missy does a yeoman's job of informing schools of their obligations of what they have to do and training boards in that. So it's not without, it can't be we didn't know. So, okay. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner Beck.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasasilich, Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion has passed.
We are on to item number 13, discussion of possible action regarding Alma de Arte High School, Charter High School, including action taken under the intervention ladder. So the school can come forward. So good morning, and thank you
Good
for
morning.
traveling up. So our process is that the Charter School Division will present their information. The school will have an opportunity to present their information, and then commissioners will ask any questions that they wish. I thought that's what.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, Commissioners, and Alma de Arte. We are addressing an issue that I think really started at renewal when the school was placed on a condition of renewal. The school had been had a contract for 3 years, and at renewal, which happened during COVID, we kind of gave them a break in not having data. So that's why the school was on a condition. And during the 22-23 school year, there were issues that you just voted on with their annual report that played out. This school year, we have expressed some concerns about the school due to a combination of items that are codified in Chair Gibson's letter, which is item number 13A. I should just mention that prior to this and not CCing the PEC, I had sent a letter that had much overlap directly to the head administrator just to let him know, and that was after a phone call to let him know about some of the concerns. And mind you, commissioners,
This is a new head administrator to a school that had a lot of issues in 22-23. So Dr. Amador is playing catch up and really trying to assess what's going on at the school as this is going to him. But you'll see in the letter from the chair, the concerns.
Could you just identify the time of the letter that you sent? Just, month or whatever.
So great question. If somebody remembers the exact date, feel free to message me. I want to say that it was at least a month prior to this, if not 2 months prior. Do you remember?
Madam Chair, if I may, January 5th.
January 5th, thank you. Okay, so that was January 5th, and this is February 26th. Of course, January 5th. I remember that now. And and I think that Dr. Amador and I had a conversation prior to the January 5th. So if you look at Chair Gibson's letter, again, it has a lot of overlap with my letter. And it addresses both academic concerns, organizational, and financial concerns, and just clarifies specifically where some of the things might be located. And that was item 13A, the intervention ladder. The school has responded to us. We met, let me just back up a little bit. After Chair Gibson's letter went to the school, there was a meeting with the school, their attorney, the executive committee of the commission, and Ms. Barnes. And as a result of that letter, we determined that the school would submit a response. And so item 13B in your materials is a link to where Dr. Amador and Alma de Arte uploaded the items in response to Chair Gibson's letter. Now, in between all this is 2 site visits to the school. An initial site visit and one that occurred the day before the uploaded items were due. But we're really focusing on what's in the letter and not on what happened during the site visit. However, when I drafted item 13C, which is the Charter Schools Division's recommendation to the PEC, some of what we learned was taken into consideration. For example, in my January 5th letter, I was concerned about the school spending grant funds that it received. And that was for the year 22-23 that the school left some funds, 100% of those funds on the table. I think for 23-24, we were able to determine that that was no longer the case. The school was aware of the grants, they were spending the grants. So that is left out of the recommendations. Otherwise, our recommendations are pretty similar in terms of content. There's a few small changes. Would you like me to walk through those, or?
Microphone, please.
Sorry, yes, I want to take each item and have the discussion on that item so that we're not just, going back. My mind doesn't work that way. So if we can focus first on item number 1, and we can go through that, and then we can do item number 2, and I think we can all process it better.
Okay, in that case, I am sharing screen. And I'm going to try to increase the font size. That might not work. How do you do it when you're sharing screen? Oh, right there. Okay. All right. So the CSD recommendations in terms of the Alma de Arte ladder of intervention and progress that the school is needing to make for academics is the first 2 are already on the condition of renewal. And so we believe that the school needs to show adequate academic proficiency and growth for students. And as we know, the condition of renewal is that the school participate in the state assessments to the 95% participation level and show evidence of growth in math, reading, and science. And so that timeline is kind of far away from now, right? The school has participated in the assessments, but we're not going to get the results for a while. Item number 2, we are able to get sooner. In fact, June 30th is when we would have a summary of the beginning, middle, and end of year short cycle assessments that the school is implementing. And so we would want to be able to see the results. Last year, when we got the forms that were completed by the school did not do an analysis. They provided some of the data, but in the end, they didn't say, and this is how we did. So I am assuming that Dr. Amador would do a much more thorough job, is the expectation of the CSD in analyzing the data so that we know if they met the condition for growth and improvements in proficiency for their students. Item number 3 is show special ed compliance. Yes. You want to stop? Sure.
Microphone, please. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sitting by Commissioner Ingham too long. I'd like to take each item.
Yes.
And have the discussion on that item, and then we can move on so that we're not looking at this chart and jumping around, and then people might forget a question, forget a response because we've moved on to this now, and now we want to go back to that. So I just, for me, for consistency, I'd like to keep on the topic, and then we can move on. Okay?
Sure.
So, if you would introduce yourself for the first time, and then you don't have to do it anymore, and spell your last name, please. And then we're focusing on the academic response.
Fantastic. Dr. Adam Amador, Chief Academic Officer at Alma de Arte Charter High School.
I'm Rochelle Pugh Swafford, and I'm the Chair of the Governance Council.
Thank you.
Oh, and Amador is AMADOR.
And Pugh Swafford is PEUGH -SWAFFORD.
Thank you.
What questions do you have?
Well, this is your opportunity first to offer any responses you wish to that item number 1, the academic, and then.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So on item number 1, if we saw, when I got hired, I started July 1st and probably I would say a month after I was presented with a lot of the academic information. What I found was, as noted inside the box of data that I provided for all of you, was the scores are, I would say EOI, BOI, MOI scores from the previous year were all the circles are red. Everything's red. Not a huge growth of participation in terms of testing. And so that's item number 1. So our goal was to make sure that we put systems in place for attendance, for students to be there collectively to test, to make sure that we're providing the state PEC accurate data anytime that we have mandatory state testing, right? So that it just took me a while to see where the bridges were not connecting to where we needed to address exactly to meet the criteria on item number 1.
So if I look at the Illuminate scores for 23-24, I'm still seeing grade 9. It's still 98% red. And if I look at grade 10, and this is beginning of the year, so this, I'm looking at the beginning of the year, it's still, you know, grade 10 mostly red, because I think these are all beginning of the year. Grade 11, there's barely any white, barely. And in grade 12, it's similar to 9 and 10, I guess. So my question is twofold. So, as Ms. Brown always tells us, that she recommends to boards through all the training that you have a yearly calendar, and that yearly calendar marks, you know, specific times, especially beginning of the year, at the end of the year, when the governance council is going to be looking at these scores, VISTA scores, you know, I forget what you use for your students with disabilities.
Brigance.
Thank you. So, so that the governance council looks at those and has a discussion with the academic officer as to what's our plan. So I'm going to ask the governance council, you know, because I've looked through minutes and I haven't seen any item on an agenda where it says Dr. Amador is on there for his report that he is, but there's no item that I can see that says discussion of beginning of the year data, middle of the year data, condition, you know, performance framework, you know, whatever, that there doesn't appear to be any public discussion noted about this.
Madam Chair, if I may, very quickly before I turn the microphone over to Chair Swafford. If you look at the middle of the year data that I provided in terms of English language arts, you will see a lot of growth. So I provided 2 folders.
Oh,
and you will see growth in the second
I
folder.
see the middle of the year. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair Gibson, some of us no longer have access to that folder. I can't get in, Deputy Director Commissioner Brower.
So I'm going to say I had difficulty until I realized that you have to make sure that you're logging in with your, you probably are, but you might not, with your PED ID for getting into that folder. My Google Drive, I have multiple accounts and I couldn't get in when I was just on my Google Drive account. But as soon as I logged in on my PED one, I had immediate access. So have you tried?
Madam Chair, I did yesterday. I requested access. I didn't get access.
So is that,
I just redid it.
okay.
Do
I
you
didn't have to
the
request
ability
access.
to
As
make
soon as I
that
logged in
access
on my-
possible?
Using my PED ID. I didn't have to.
So I'm looking at the email that you sent, and when I clicked on it from the email before, I had access, but today I don't. If you can get on your computer and.
You know what I'll do is I'm downloading it right now and I will upload it to the PEC folder. I'm doing that right now.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm a little confused, so let me just make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the data for 23-24 or 22-23?
We're kind of talking about data for any time.
So-
Because my question was
Right.
not, I do have a question about the growth. I did say that, but my question is a broader question for the governance council because I don't see.
So that's part of the reason we chose to put the previous administrator on a corrective action plan, or I don't remember the exact words, but that was one of the flags for us. Every time we would ask her for data, test score results, academic performance, there was always excuses, and it was usually the COVID excuse. And, oh, well, that we didn't have enough kids to, there was always some reason we weren't getting data from the administrator. And that was one of our first flags, that there was a problem. And then when we put her on administrative leave, and then we were asking some of the teachers to provide us with some of that, they also refused.
So can I just ask, what kind of data were you asking individual teachers to provide?
If there were no test scores, I asked one teacher, I said, can you show us like some grade book, like some grades? And she refused to, and can't remember what the word is. It's like FERPA, HIPAA, whatever the law
Correct.
is. But she can redact the names. I don't need to see the names, just the grades and the attendance. And they
Okay.
refused.
So I'm going to say that the last thing a governance council member should be looking at is someone's grade book.
Okay, that's out of ignorance on my part.
Because that data just shows you what that individual student is doing at a particular time in that class. It's not showing you
Right.
it doesn't show you any growth. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't give you any value. And they're absolutely right. The only person that someone should be showing their grade book to is their head administrator. And if a parent asks for grades, certainly, and most schools have that digitally anyway, so
But
you
if
don't
there
have
is
to.
no test results, then how does the governance council get data?
You should be asking your test coordinator, who's
I don't
administering.
know who that is, but
Well,
other than
I'm going to
admin-
tell you, first off, that's an alarming response. That a governance council chair or a governance council member doesn't know who the testing coordinator is in their school, because this is someone who should have been reporting to you all along. And because that's the person who administers the Illuminate,
Mhm.
the Brigance, all
I
of
don't know who
those.
that was in 22, 23. I don't.
Well, it was the same person. That is the test coordinator, I do believe, as it is today. But the fact that you didn't know it in 22, 23, and you still don't know it, it's alarming. It is. That is the job of the governance council, is to have this discussion and have that information. How do you make a well-informed decision? And I'm going to say, first off, I applaud you for the decision that the governance council made last year. You saw the concern and you addressed that concern. So I absolutely want to acknowledge that. And I want to say, it appears, because we don't engage in that discussion, but it appears you made the absolute right decision, or the best decision you could for the school at that time. So I want to absolutely acknowledge that. But during, yes, you're asking the head administrator, but you also have a test coordinator, which you should be well versed in. So that's, it's alarming that a governance council, that's why I'm asking, where's the plan set out to have these discussions? You're going to make a decision on who you're going to hire as the successor for this person.
For the test.
I would hope that the growth or lack of growth of the students in the school that you're helping to run drives the decision, helps to drive the decision on who we hire.
Now, I know that Cecilia Romero was doing some testing in 22, 23, but I know she's taken on some different roles since
But as
Dr.
a-
Amador, but I don't know if she's still doing that. She may still be doing that. I'm not 100% sure, but we're not there day in and day out. We're not part of the day-to-day running of the school.
I understand that. But that's your part of the role of the governance council is to be having to making sure that this school is progressing. And one of the only ways you can,
I have reviewed the test score or the test data from the middle of the year, the same stuff that you all are looking at or trying to look at today. I've seen that, and I've seen the progress from beginning of the year to middle year.
my broader question is, and I appreciate the fact that you saw it, but then, what's the outcome of the seeing it? That's what the governance council is supposed to see it, process it, ask questions, and then there's supposed to be an outcome. So let's have a plan with the chief academic officer. And I understand you're not in there day in and day out, but through the discussions that you should have been having about how this school is situated in terms of the progress of its students, you should be aware of the individuals who are charged with executing the plan. You should. It's not all up to Dr. Amador. It takes a village to do this. And you're the biggest part of that village to move the school forward, because you always hope that governance councils survive.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's one of the other concerns, that there's been so much transition that people are always being brought up to speed. And as a result of that, there's a lot of things that fall between the cracks because of that. But you do have a number, at least two of you, that have been there for 2 or more years. So, and I want to give, sure, okay.
Because, thank you for coming up, by the way, it means a great deal. What I heard Chair Gibson ask initially on the board, what is being done regularly, like that you have on the agendas, in which case, there's some, I'll start by saying boards are critical to the success of any school. Where we find schools failing, usually they have a board that's failing, that's not taking their role in oversight seriously enough. And even if there's some oversight, they're not then translating that to their head administrator, then to take action, then to have accountability, and just constantly go back, reassess, and redo. So what are you all doing on a regular basis in your board meetings? What agenda items do you have that are those accountability items where you're saying, we're going to look at these, we're going to have this on the agenda every month, and then we're asking for this information. And so they see the agenda well enough in advance to be able to get you the information. You as a board interpret the information, and then that information goes to the, in this case, chief academic officer. So what do you do regularly?
That information comes through his report or the administrative report that's on the agenda every month.
I would say beyond that, because then you're just leaving too much, not use, then any board is leaving too much just to the head administrator. He's just giving you his report, you're accepting his report, we call it a day, and we move on to the next agenda item of the next month. It's where you are asking for specific things relative to your oversight. He has to report on that, and then you're asking critical questions to follow up. That's when we see successful boards, we see that kind of an interaction. Not just not like when Director Chavez, she doesn't give us a report. We ask questions about it. We drill down. If I'm sure there are commissions all over the state that just, well, okay, thank you, next, and then what?
So I want to bring us back a little bit, and I appreciate, I did see, and I'd seen the MOIs, and then that wasn't what I had open. And I will say there is growth that is noted. So there's still big pieces of red.
Right.
There's still big pieces of red there. So My question now is, what did you do during this year in terms of PLCs,
Okay.
PD, in terms of trying to execute a plan for academic success?
Absolutely. Vice Chair Carrillo, can I kind of answer your question before I go on into this one? That way it'll help. So as I said, when I got there, there was a lot of dysfunction in the school, period. Academically, no attendance records, there's nothing. So to your point on record keeping, even for the cap for the special education, there were no data on the students that were under indicators 4A and 4B. There was none to be had, no documentation whatsoever. So I was starting at 0. So I informed the board of that. I said, I cannot really give you accurate academic data because attendance is not good. We had a parent come to a parent meeting and say, how can my kid have straight A's and miss 65 days of school? You know, so just on that, I said, we have to start at the bottom. So in terms of PD, I started off professional development. I brought in Dr. Fernando Valla from Texas Tech. Dr. Vanessa de Leon from Texas Tech was also a SPED attorney. Dr. PJ Cedillo from New Mexico Highlands. And Thomas Valles, if you've seen the movie McFarland USA, he's one of the students that they made the movie after. So in that professional development, we started off with high quality professional development. I will tell you that's the best you can get in the state. Texas Tech, the program that we're in is a top 5 principal prep program in the country. So my staff during the day got to meet with Fernando, Vanessa, and then at night we brought the parents in to really see how that communication goes. So this is at August. And then the next day, PJ Cedillo covers advanced day. So he's a gifted professor. And he also goes into how to work with LGBTQ students in these spaces. So we covered in those 2 days, they got that. Weekly PLCs are done with the academic staff. We have an art integration specialist who works with the artists, but at the onset with PLCs, we have to have data. So the teachers to me said, we don't usually collect data. I said, well, what's an exit ticket for you? We don't do that. And I said, okay, well, we're going to have to start, but we have to make a connection with students first in order to be able to get good data. So I'm coming in. So the first questions I asked him, and I think, I don't know if I provided that documentation to Director Chavez, but how do you collect data? And so on one of my agendas for PLCs is, how are we collecting data? Is it exit tickets? Is it a KWL chart? Is it, how do we do it? And then as we progressed on in PLCs, what are we using the data for? So I'm not a punitive. When I was a teacher, I didn't like to be, your kids are unproficient, you need to leave. We don't do that. We help teachers grow. So another step I took for the teachers is I said, each of the academic staff, pick a professional development nationally that you'd like to attend that will speak to your professional growth. So they've all done that. And then we have PLCs. So then we come back and we're starting to look at data. So according to the teachers, they had never been presented data the way that I had presented it to them. So whether 20-year veteran or first-year teacher, this is what I was presented with. So we have to start off at, unfortunately, it's going to ding the school, but the academic plan starts in bringing high quality professional development. Then it starts with having teachers grow on their own, and then PLCs, right? So we meet every Wednesday, and we go over, they show me work. So part of our job is art integration. So they show me data. So the social studies teacher brings in qualitative data. The science teacher brings in some qualitative data and some quantitative data. And then every teacher brings in the art integration pieces that they're doing. So we actually collect 3 pieces of data. So I would say that from August to now, we've grown a lot in terms of those PLC structures and what they look at. And then it's giving me the opportunity to say, okay, this is what PD needs to look like next year for the calendar. This is how we're going to structure our calendar. So like today and yesterday, they had art integration professional development yesterday. And then they had safe zone training yesterday. This morning, they have training from Kimberly York with the Black Education Act. So we're making sure that they're not only getting those academic pieces, but the culturally responsive pieces. How are we responding to the students that we have on campus? So that takes it's a heavy lift because there has been no academic framework at the school, at least in recent history. So now we're starting from the bottom. Does that make sense? Did I get? And we can provide agendas for those PLCs and the agendas and sign-in sheets for the PLC from our professors are from Dr. PJ Cedillo, Fernando Valle, and Vanessa De Leon.
No, it makes sense in terms of what you're doing now, absolutely.
And if I can add, so to answer Vice Chair Carrillo, the rest of your question, what are you doing? We just had strategic planning. I would say 80% of the student population was interviewed. So we started off with the art forms, music, dance, theater, and culinary, SPED students in a focus group, ELL students, and our LGBTQ students. And then we brought in parents and all faculty and staff. In addition to that, we brought in Irene Oliver Ruiz and other artists from Las Cruces into the fold. So Mr. Stephen Linkus and Edgar Palacios were brought in. Stephen Linkus was a former chief of staff for Arlington, Virginia Public Schools, and Edgar Palacios runs a national nonprofit. Yvette Barnwell she was my colleague at Albuquerque High like 15 years ago. She came in as what she's going to do out of the strategic planning is start building that community, right? And then the strategic plan will tell us the academics, the communication. It's really going to give us an idea. The strategic planning is part of our governing board policy, and there's no documentation as to when it was last done or if it has ever been done at the school before. So we're taking all these things serious at the same time. And then the plan is really good to move forward, but it's really it tells us this is what we should focus on, right? We had over 100 people participate for our little community. So we have a really good idea of where we're going with that. So I forgot to include that, but I want to make sure you guys know that we're taking it serious, but we're also getting stakeholder input. It's not that it's just I developed a plan on my own based on the data I had. But some people don't understand the charter conditions, right? Alma de Arte is not just a visual arts school, it's a art school. It's an art integration for music, dance, culinary, and visual. So we have to, it's helping the community understand that. And then the PD, so Dr. Pancho Romero, Professor Emeritus from NMSU Jazz, he's working with our music teacher now. We got Robin Prisbiz, who just moved from San Diego. She's shown nationally and internationally. Her and I put together, we are forming a student art gallery on campus. So we have provided students many avenues in terms of art, performance, and dance to go out. Our dance team won first place at New Mexico State competition early this spring. But now we're tying the academics to that, right? You have to have a certain GPA to perform. So it's ground level all the way to me to the top, right? But I know that I don't know everything, so I'm bringing the experts in to help us address that.
I just wanted to let commissioners know that in your in your PEC folder, I've moved all of their documents into a folder there, so you don't need to try to click on their response tab. I've copied it all up into there.
Do you want me to show 13.C or D? Okay, that's where I was.
All right, commissioners, the next item is 3. Correct? You don't want to talk about the,
Microphone, please.
Special ed was item number 2, and it's not. So I just opened it. It's the implementing the academic condition is item number 2
correct,
in that chart. So I apologize. So if we could do quickly item number 2, which is the condition.
correct. And so for the 23-24 school year, in the folder, which you all should have access to now, there is the renewal conditions document that has been submitted. It is dated February 8th, but this is new to me. And so information about the school's short cycle assessment program, which was implemented in the fall and then again in December, is provided along with an analysis. So they used Illuminate in the beginning and middle year for all students. Special ed students were tested using Illuminate and Brigance. And then it says that the teachers used Illuminate test scores, curriculum interventions to align instruction and curriculum standards. And they do provide some results. I'll let Dr. Russell summarize the results on the test.
Chair Gibson and commissioners, in from beginning of year to middle of year, the Illuminate ELA results show growth, some growth in grades 9, 10, and 11, but not 12. The math data that we have, all of the grades are combined into one report, and it's not showing growth. And Dr. Amador, I'm not sure why the math grades are combined and they're broken out for ELA.
I think it's a matter of just filtering out, and that's something that we can just make the adjustment on, but that's as quick as it was presented to me, I downloaded and uploaded it back to you all. So I wanted to meet that deadline ASAP.
Thank you.
So I guess my question is, when I looked at the documents that are in the drive that you provided us, there's a form here for charter renewal documentation, and it's completely blank. Is
Well,
that just the template that's
Yes,
in
the
there?
template is there, but the actual populated document is also in there, and you will probably need to rotate. I can share screen to walk you through it if you would like.
Because I don't know why the template's in there. The template doesn't-
I sent the template to Dr. Amador so that he knew exactly what he needed to populate.
But that
So-
doesn't give us information.
Correct, but he did populate it, and we do have a copy of that. And
So where is it in Dr. Amador's drive?
okay,
I see the condition, I see the blank. I see the renewal contract documentation, February, is that it?
give me a sec.
And I see preliminary performance ratings. And I see the one that Kayla.
So it is the PDF under the blank one, and it's called Alma de Arte Charter School Renewal Contract Documentation February.pdf. So you download it and then you rotate it.
Oh, crap. No, just put it up. I mean, that's why I couldn't find it. I mean, that's just, I mean, this is kind of like a scavenger hunt.
Okay.
Because I don't see how I can do that.
All right, so I will screen share so you can see it.
I got it, but I don't read sideways well.
Okay, so if you download it, then there's like a little rotation tool that you can hit, but anyway. So here's where it talks about the implementation of the short cycle assessments within the first few weeks of school. The testing coordinator was responsible for it. I think that the check box to the left, Dr. Amador, means that you feel like it has been completed. Is that correct? Okay. So the testing was done for GANT's testing given to special ed students by the special ed program specialist, data results given to teachers. As we talked about before, step 4, the school established math and reading curriculum, utilize the curriculum throughout the year. So there's just check boxes, and here's the narrative provided by the school.
It's not, I can't read that.
I can
Oh,
go.
I'm
help
not on the,
Jonathan.
I'm not on the, yeah, I have to switch. I'm not on the Zoom meeting. I'll switch. Maybe. That's why I don't switch to the Zoom meeting. Yeah, it does. Okay.
Any questions or comments on steps 1 through 4? No. Okay, moving on to winter and spring short cycle assessment results. So again, the school should be utilizing math and reading curriculum throughout the year that targets growth. And so that's completed too. The school provided high quality reading and math intervention and in an after school program. Step 4, mid-year, the students are tested again. I'm just going to go to the
Can
end.
you just
where
slow down a
there's-
little bit and scroll back up? And the reason I say that is I'm seeing this for the first time, so I've got to read it. I
Okay.
don't read that fast.
All right.
I don't know if any of us does.
Do you want to see step 1 or we're good?
No, I'm fine starting from step 2, actually. Just taking, am I the only one that was going too fast for? All right.
And commissioners, I'll just say that there's a check, but I didn't see a narrative. If you don't mind, I will quickly move over to where there was the possibility for comments. So we see a check, but I don't know if you would like for Dr. Amador to give a voiceover on what was actually accomplished.
So I do have to say, I actually did read this last night. I don't, I
Okay.
haven't read it straightforward. So I guess on my iPad, it came up fine. So, and I did have that question because in the template, the condition is not just the inputs administering the tests. The condition of renewal is the outputs, the showing of the growth. And here, all I see is, yes, we conducted the tests. The condition is to provide the information that the growth is shown. And that's where that narrative opportunity is there. And I'm just going to ask, is this also is this your dash plan? Is this where this is coming from?
That's correct.
Yeah,
So-
that's
so-
what I figured
yeah.
that, and that's fine, as showing this is, we're not looking to reinvent the wheel. So if you're using that dash plan and that's going to help satisfy the condition, fine. But the dash plan, I think at the end of the year does a self-assessment. And we're kind of asking for that self-assessment at the middle of the year and the end of the year through that template. So that's what I don't see.
Are there any other questions or?
Well, so my understanding is that, yes, you administered all those tests. We saw you did the middle of the year, but that what was not provided was a, I don't want to say an evaluation, a analysis. Thank you very much. It takes a village to get my words out. So, so there wasn't an analysis, and that's really what the template is asking you to do, because we're asking to show us that, you know, it's, and I don't think I could do an analysis from the information that was given to us. So I can't say you've satisfied the condition. We have the charts with the middle of the year assessment, but there's no analysis of that.
So these are action steps to actually implement classroom support. And there is some narrative, and the end of the year testing and assessments are incomplete because that's not yet happened. But in the comments on completion, steps 1 through 6, would you like to provide, would you like for Dr. Amador to provide a narrative relative to that? Yes.
But I'm, yeah.
So these are for the middle of the year. I think the scores, the uptick in ELA is reflective of that PLC and really bringing the teachers together and having them explain to us how they incorporate the data in their classroom. And not only that, but the art integration. So if you walk through the top hallway in the school, you see that art integration piece, but now we're looking at the data and you see that. So the supports from PLCs, having those academic discussions, what do we use data for? How is it operationalized in the classroom? Not only that, I think really documenting the special education, working with that student data and really targeting those students and providing supports for those students and the ELL students, we're going to start seeing an uptick in data. We usually do. So that's, again, speaking directly to us providing PLCs, getting teacher input, and then finding what supports the students need. So looking at the student surveys that are given to them, and then just kind of breaking down data. What the school has not been good at is doing, like I said, classroom analysis on the data that's provided. So that's another thing that we have to work on. But with that being said, that's kind of my analysis for the middle of the year.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask, do you get from the Illuminate folks an analysis?
It's numerical. There's no qualitative. It just breaks it down numerically.
See, this is, and thank you for this, because this isn't necessarily helping at this moment, but when we're looking at contract negotiations, Illuminate is one of those assessments that schools may use. We haven't had a school use it yet, but I know a number of schools do, and moving forward, I think there's going to be challenges. So, but that's kind of an aside. So thank you.
And when we conducted the site visit, more specific Illuminate data was provided to us at that time. That's not included in this information. We could upload it. I don't know if there's going to need to be any redacting, but I know that Cheryl stepped out for the moment, but she did collect that information when we were there just last week or earlier this week.
Hesitate to be looking at that because we didn't have it in our the information that commissioners had to look at to prepare for this. So I guess my overarching question is then how can you successfully respond to the condition if you're not getting that analysis? Anybody?
So I think, and Ms. Rowe is not in here at the moment, but as we were debriefing the visit, and as Dr. Russell said, we believe the school has made progress in the ELA components for all the grades except for seniors.
So I appreciate that as anecdotal,
Okay,
truly, because I need to see it. I need to be able to touch it. I can't make a decision on, no offense meant to anyone, on anyone saying, I believe they've made growth. I can't make a decision on that. I need to see it and it be documented before I can make a decision. That's just, silly me. Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. When I referred to the 9th, 10th, and 11th ELA, I was referring to Illuminate reports, not what we saw at the site visits.
Okay.
It's the actual PDFs that show
Right. And I do
POY
see
to
that.
MOY.
I do see that, but my question was, because of the specificity of our condition of renewal, can this school respond to it if Illuminate does not do the analysis? I don't want just charts and we all make our own, because I can't make an analysis out of that chart, but the condition specifies showing the percentage of growth or, so
Right, and
how do
no,
we do that?
so the condition has not been met. I mean, there is
I know.
some growth, but no, the condition is not met.
But so maybe I'm going down a rabbit hole that I don't need to, but I'm still confused. So how does Dr. Amador respond? It hasn't been met, but my understanding was it hadn't been met because it really hadn't been reported out well. So that's the question. Going forward, I don't want the school to be sitting here year after year after year, and we're saying, oh, you haven't met that condition. How does he successfully respond to this piece?
So Chair Gibson, I believe what's needed is more, and I give this feedback to school after school after school. Schools tend to give us these big PDFs with a bunch of charts and and it takes me an hour and a half digging into it to figure out what does it mean. So because it says 90% of students, FAY students, will increase from this percent to this percent, the school needs to dig into those charts and graphs and tell us, provide to the commission and CSD, how many students are there in that denominator from grades 9 through 12? How many of them made 5 percentage points worth of progress, and do, as you say, do the analysis for us? That's what we need. We need that for reading and we need that for math.
Because Illuminate does not do that.
The other part I would add to that is, and the school partially did this last year by providing, I would say, we don't want to have the student names, but maybe the student, Nova ID or whatever that's called now, as one of the columns so that we can see, whenever we're talking about that denominator, individual student results, that would help us if we had to verify any of the data, that would help us to be able to verify.
Madam Chair, I believe in 2 site school visits and the emails back and forth with you and Julia and everybody, that could have been clarified and that data could have been presented to you today. I would have disaggregated it and had it to you today. That was not made clear to us in either site visit, that data would have been necessary. All that asks for is, are the students growing 5 percentage points? It doesn't specifically say, we want it broken down by X, Y, and Z. If that had been made clear to me, I would have provided that data to you Monday or Tuesday and to the CSD as well.
Okay. Thanks.
And Chair Gibson, fair enough. I did not specifically say that to Dr. Amador at the visit. There were a lot of moving parts at the visit. And it would have been helpful if I had given him that direct feedback.
Okay, but I'm gonna say also that this was due in December. So that for the site visit that was completed a week ago, it's woefully late. So that this was due in December. So that conversation could have been had. But, you know, and I know I was asked for the template and I provided links, but it didn't need to be cleared up at the site visit. That should have been, this was something that was required to be submitted in December. Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, no big deal. I just, in reading the goals, by the end of each school year, 90% of, the end of the year, students will, like, it's gone now, but they will increase their proficiency by 5%. That is, pretty clear. The school's responsible for giving that information, right?
Yes, so I believe the time frame is, we're looking at the end of the year, did they meet it? But the submission for December allows us to see that they're on target by administering, which we're in a better place today than we were a year ago. And by showing dash plan steps that the school needed to take to make sure that that data is not just being collected and not being used, but translates to direct support in the classroom. I think that the critical, did they meet the condition or not, is happens in June, once we have all of the data and we're able to assess whether that 5% increase was made.
All right.
Correct. And it didn't happen last year, but and that's what we're ultimately voting on is last year's. But going forward for this year, the school was still late in submitting.
The December submission.
So that we're clear on what the expectation is for June.
Right.
Okay.
I just want to, Madam Chair, I just want to share to Commissioner Taylor's point. Although I understand the logic behind, they actually just have to do the test to show that they're on track. But if they have a beginning and a midpoint result, as a teacher, as an educator, you can look at that and see, are we 2.5% increasing the students who started at the beginning of the year and not? So that's not an extraordinary thing to request of a teacher or a school leader to see that we gave the test, you get a check mark for that, but you also ought to be having a culture at the school to look at the results and see, like, have students, 90% of my students, are they on track by the actual data itself, not just showing up and taking a test?
Absolutely. And Chair Gibson, I think Missy Brown would tell a board, that's the sort of data. We don't need to see the kids' names, but that's the sort of data that should be brought to the board so that they have a check on progress being made. Okay, so we're moving towards showing special education compliance. And the school currently has a corrective action plan, year one, for some indicators, and the letter that is created by the special ed division was sent to the school mid-year. We're not going to get a new letter for a while, so the timeline around the annual determination letter will happen in the fall or spring when special ed has created it. Nonetheless, the school has that in their hands. They know that they're on a corrective action plan for a couple of indicators. One is the indicator related to conducting the manifestation determinations before putting special ed students through a correct behavior correction. So that could be expelling or suspending students that have IEPs. There's the requirement for public schools to have a hearing that says, is this behavior a part of the student's diagnosis or not? And so the school did not have a record of demonstrating that that occurred in 22-23, which is why that is a correction for the school. Commissioner Carrillo looks like he might have a question. No? Okay. All right. So this one I feel like is in the special education department's hands to monitor and to let us know if the school has corrected the indicators. I also, while we were at the school, is it okay to talk about what we saw at the school as well? Okay, we asked for logs of special ed services that the students were getting, and we saw some logs. Now, if you asked me to give a thorough analysis on everything SPED at that school, I would say I cannot give that to you, right? I, A, don't have the expertise, B, nor did we dig as deep into all aspects of special ed compliance. I can tell you that we've heard some concerns about, are there enough special ed certified staff providing services? I can tell you that the, is it the director of student services, Ms. Romero, is very much tuned into what's going on with special ed and working towards that. But I would say that this is a work in progress. And again, the answer to whether they've corrected the special ed concerns that we're aware of will be evident next school year.
Special education complaint.
Okay. I am going to ask for Missy to promote Cheryl to the panel because Cheryl has the collection of all detail and documents and would be able to answer that. I promoted her to the panel.
Okay, hi, this is Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl. Did you hear Chair Gibson's question?
No, what was the
Shall we-
question?
Yes. Do we have any documentation of current special ed complaints for the school? Do we have any, so do you have a record of that, if there are any?
I do not have a record of that. The complaints have not actually been coming to me.
Cheryl, do you have the annual determination letter that you can speak from? And
Not going to answer.
right, and I'm going to look at the most recent email that I received around special ed complaints that are open, okay?
Okay, well, my understanding of the special education annual determination letters, there were two areas, indicators 4 and 13, that they were not compliant with. And sorry, I didn't know I was going to speak, so give me just a second here to look up my notes.
So while Cheryl is looking up the letter, I will just let commissioners know that there are two ways that a school can be on a special ed corrective action plan. One is through the annual determination letters, looking at a set of federally defined indicators, and that we know that the school is on a corrective action plan for the first year relative to a couple of indicators. Cheryl's going to give the details on that in a second. The second way that a school could be on a corrective action plan is if there is a state complaint that has been investigated and determined to result in a corrective action plan. I just looked at the list that we receive. We get an email weekly from special ed to let us know who's on a state complaint corrective action plan. And so at this point, Alma is not on that list. So they could be in the midst of investigating, but currently they're not on a corrective action plan for a state complaint.
My question was simple. Are there any complaints filed at this moment in time that we know of? Not that if there's no corrective action plan, that doesn't mean there hadn't been complaints. I get that. But that's something that would have been finished. I'm just asking simply.
Has somebody submitted a complaint?
I asked.
Okay, at this point, special ed would have that information. They would be doing an investigation on it, but I can't say.
So I just spoke to,
I don't need to know the names in the complaint, but can't special ed identify?
and
There's, just the receipt of. I'm not asking for names, numbers, anything. I'm just asking for a simple.
Chair Gibson, there are two people from PED's Office of Special Education here, and they have just confirmed to me that there are no open complaints currently being investigated for this school.
Okay, thank you.
Not complaints that have been received by the Office of Special Education.
Madam Chair, apologies if I missed this, if this is in our information. But when was the last time that special education either joined you all for a visit or did their own visit to the school?
So special education has not been on one of our site visits to Alma.
Actually, I just got a text message from Miguel Lozano, who is a special ed attorney in the audience and could be promoted to the panel should you wish to ask him questions, because I think he has additional information that would be helpful.
Microphone,
He
please.
said, do you need me to chime in?
Microphone. Madam Chair, could you use your microphone, please? Thank you.
Well, he's being promoted. So what I'm hearing you say, based on what our folks in special ed said, there are no complaints active right now that were filed with special ed on this school. So as we heard, does that mean that special complaints about special ed could have been, it would seem to me they could have been brought to the school's attention, but whatever further steps may or should have been taken were not. Is that reasonable to deduce?
So there have been complaints to the Charter Schools Division and to PED, but not, and if Missy could promote Mr. Lozano, he has just
He has
communicated.
been promoted.
Okay.
Okay, then before he goes, then procedurally, if a complaint is made to CSD relative to special ed, is that automatically forwarded? Or does a separate complaint need to be made?
Yes, a separate complaint needs to be made. It's a much more formal process.
Okay.
We will listen and we will let them know, should they wish to file a formal complaint, who to be in contact with.
But it's not automatically forwarded.
No, it's up to the person, the complainant, whether they want to file a formal complaint or not.
Yeah, the complaint has to be filed by
The complainant.
someone, you know, who's a parent, guardian, or whatever.
Yeah.
It can't just be, they couldn't do that. Is
Miguel is on and ready
Miguel
to
on?
speak if you're ready to listen to him.
you,
Go ahead, Miguel.
Thank you, Director Chavez, Madam Chair, members. I just wanted to make sure you all had current information from the Office of Special Education. So we do have one state complaint that will be investigated if the parties are unable to come to a resolution. That was filed this week. We have another state complaint that's under review right now, but is not likely to be subject to investigation because it doesn't appear to have allegations related to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And so we would issue a declination letter and likely direct the complainant to charter schools and other potential areas for complaint. Notably, based on what you just said, Madam Chair, I want to be clear that state complaints can actually be filed from anybody, by anybody. Doesn't have to be a parent or guardian. Due process complaints, which are the more court-like proceedings, could be usually have to be filed by a parent or guardian. But we don't currently have any of those with respect to Alma de Arte.
and thank you for that information, because I did not realize that just anyone could file the complaint. So I appreciate that, because that will be helpful when others contact us to have that knowledge. So I appreciate that, and thank you for joining and giving us that additional information.
No problem, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? So I'm going to ask, if a parent of a student, especially if the parent is wishing to have a concern addressed regarding, in this case, we're focusing on special education. So it could be asking for servicing, asking for a diagnosis, having questions about IEPs, 504s. We're going to make it all encompassing. If a parent has a concern about that, what process does the Governance Council have to process that concern?
Microphone, please.
We've put a grievance process policy on the website for them to follow, and those steps are on there.
And that grievance policy went on when?
The first time I saw it was about 2 weeks ago, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. So that's a really big concern, because for months, for the better part of this entire school year, parents have been unaware of how do I have my concern addressed? Because let's look at the fact that the website itself was down for so long. So you couldn't even find any information about a governance council member to even send an email saying, what do I do about this? And so I'm going to say that the grievance process that you have on there, to me, is more of a, and I did this in my previous life. I was the grievance chairperson. To me, that grievance process that you have there is more of a staff grievance process than it is a parental grievance process. Because the initial stage, to me, to go to in your grievance process, it says the first thing you need to do is go to the person that you've got the problem with. And to me, for a parental concern, my first step should be, I've already done that. I went to the special ed director, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't think that process, I think for a parent, it's way too cumbersome for a parent to navigate that. Because generally those types of grievances, when you're looking at staff, you've got someone like me that did that for the staff person. And parents don't have that bandwidth to do that. You know, they're supposed to be, these are the children that we're serving. And for me to make a cumbersome process for a parent, I'm almost like saying, I'm going to make this as hard as I can for you to be heard. And it should be simple. For a parent, it should be, I should be able to send the chair of the governance council a letter explaining my concern, and that should be responded to. The governance council, you have a subcommittee maybe that, so you don't have a quorum, doesn't have to be public because we don't want children's rights violated. And there's a discussion about the concern and that the parent is adequately then responded to. We talk to individuals, you can even ask that parent to come in to the meeting, but we've looked at the concern and this is the finding that we have, and it's either not going to go any further or we've asked the head administrator to do this about it, or we've asked the special ed coordinator to contact you within 10 days to have this done. To me, that's the quickest, easiest process to have parents heard. And the fact that, it just went up 2 weeks ago and my kid's exiting the school at this point in time because it's May, for all intents and purposes. It's just really, it's sad that students' voices and parents' voices haven't been heard. And that's what we're all here for. So, Commissioner Creed, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think so. So, I hope I'm not being redundant in what you're talking about. First, I want to ask Director Chavez a question. So when someone calls CSD relative to a complaint or concern about, it could be their child, because we've just determined it doesn't have to be their child if they witness something happening. What is the CSD procedure for guiding this person and telling them what to do next to have this concern heard?
Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo, Chair Gibson. We have a designated person within the Charter Schools Division who has time to listen and to track all the complaints that come our way.
Very quickly, is that Kelly Renkin?
That is Kelly
Got it.
Rankin. And so what she does is she's recently been in more direct contact with Julia Rosa Emsley, who's at the PED responsible for constituent services as an agency overall. And so what I have determined in the past few months is that we may be giving false hope to parents that we have the ability to make huge changes at the school. For example, we get complaints about somebody that was terminated, or we get complaints about a particular policy, whereas what we really need to be is listening, being compassionate, of course, and then letting the parents know what their.
I'm talking
rights.
specific to special ed.
Oh, you're talking specific to special ed?
Yeah, that's because that's where we're going. I mean, yeah. I mean,
I thought we had moved past that onto the.
I think we're still on, I think we're still on number 3. Am I?
Okay, well,
totally off line here?
relative to special ed, again, we listen and then we provide them contact information in the Office of Special Ed should they wish to file a formal complaint.
Okay.
So then
is
it
there-
would move over to Miguel Lozano's team, right,
Okay.
to do the intake on that. And we just track it.
And do we inform the school at all that, hey, we just got this concern written in an email, however, do you give them the heads up that that concern's been raised?
We give schools the heads up. Now, can I say there's a one-to-one correspondence every time we get something we directly call? I would need to double check with Kelly, but I do know that there was a call that Ms. Rankin and I did with Dr. Amador again earlier in the fall to let him know of the volume of calls that we were receiving. And it was hard to hear because there were a lot. You know, I think the school had a crisis, an incident at the beginning of the school year that was very upsetting. At the same time, the school had a lot of transition going on with a reduction in force and a new head administrator and some different ways of doing business. And I think that parents had a lot of concerns that they were bringing to us. And so we did take that to the school.
Right. And again, my concern right now is really number 3 in special ed, and I hear what you're saying, and I know that that's our new procedure. I've had a couple of schools where I've had parents and everything, I say, look, I can't get involved, this is your contact. And I send them right to Kelly. And then they keep me in the loop, which is great, but I don't get involved at all. So on that, so regarding special ed, I heard what you were saying about a grievance procedure. I would agree with Ms. Gibson that seemed to have more to do with almost the kind of grievance procedure you may or may not have. You have a CBA, right, at your schools? That would parallel the CBA, I would imagine. My big, relative to number 3 here, the biggest concern is special ed. So if someone were to come to you, Dr. Amador, or if they felt like they weren't being heard, if they came to a meeting, what's done with that concern? Are they also then told you need to, I imagine.
If I may.
Of course.
Vice Chair Carrillo, absolutely not. What I requested from the charter school division was who, what, where, when, and how, so we can address the issue. When we get an email of blanket complaints, I don't know who to go talk to, right? So that doesn't help us in the process.
No, I'm not talking about,
So what I'm getting at
Yeah.
is if I don't know who has an issue, I can't address it with them.
I agree with you. I
Second,
mean, when I get,
that's-
hold on one second, I'm sorry, actually, I'm not sorry to interrupt. I need to be focused on what I was asking. I agree. When we get sent things anonymously, they just go right in the circular file. You can't put your name on something, then I can't address it. That's that. And I totally understand. But I would want to make sure that the school, and we heard this actually in public comment today, there was somebody who felt like their special education situation was not being addressed, nor were they being counseled on what to do next to have it addressed at a higher level. Could you address, and whether it's this one person or it could, where there's one, there's usually a couple.
So one of the things that we do is you have the process. My kid's having attendance issues. I'm gonna go get them tested. Okay. Well, we wait for the data, right? No matter what. Whatever data is presented. But if they request, we have to get data from the teachers, no matter what as well, right? That's a 60-day window, right? From the time to request testing to the time that testing has to be completed. We have that amount of time. Some of the students already have IEPs, right? My ask always is do you have evidence of not being serviced? What are you bringing to us? Well, what we're getting is, well, my kid's not being serviced. How? So we can identify in the ways how, so we can correct it. If they can't identify how, then I need to know how to help them, right? How and in what ways can I help you if you don't know what the child's not being serviced on or what aspect, right? So I also need to know like how I'm not servicing, because then we have to address then how to service, if that makes sense. So I had a parent come in recently. I would like to have my child looked at for X, Y, and Z. And I said, well, let's pull all the data. Your child hasn't come to school for 15 days out of the last 30. Okay, so they have to be here in school, right? Got to be here in school. And then what concerns do you have? Then I email the teachers and ask the teachers, hey, student so-and-so hasn't been coming to school. Have you noticed anything going on in class that we should be concerned about? Have you contacted the parents? And then teachers will start saying, well, I noticed this, but I didn't notice this. That's how we start our documentation process to be able to determine 504, IEP, compressing a schedule to look at adjusting in medication. So we look at everything on the students, right? We want to make sure that we have this whole picture so we can make the right determination for the student. So to your point though, we don't get parents coming in and doing that. Maybe I've got 2 or 3 that have actually come in. What they've done is they've gone straight to the charter school division or straight to special ed. That doesn't allow me the opportunity to address their concerns, right? So herein lies, that's kind of where I find myself.
Commissioner Brown?
Dr. Amador, so that, what you just shared, that scenario, it begs the question, why do you think that's happening? Why are parents just going right above your head and not talking to your staff, going to the state, and not actually having a conversation?
I think that's been historical at Alma. So the indicators, one of the things that I want to share there, those came before me, right? So when you have a lack of documentation and due process for a student, that problem's already huge. You know what I'm saying? It's huge. So my thing is, so I will share with you. We did have parent meetings every Wednesday, and in particular in October, we had a special education parent meeting. Dr. De Leon also gave a special education parent meeting in August for PD. So she opened up and she said, even the parents were asking me actually, like, are you crazy having a lawyer come in and advocate for us? And I said, no, that's why they're here, right? So one of the moms shared that this has never been done before and X, Y, and Z. And I said, well, that's why we're here, because we have to get these conversations out. My thing is, we have to be able to service students, right? But if you're gonna, it takes longer going around than it does just coming to the school, right? What I will tell you is parents do not want to be told no. You have to bring your kid to school. And we've gotten the rebuttals, I'll bring my kid when I want to bring my kid. And most of that I record or document in my office because that's important. So we have, Alma did have, if you've seen on the attendance, a 30% chronic absenteeism rate, right? You can't service students if they're not in school. You just can't. So my thing is, does it look like when we send an attendance letter out or something, does it look antagonistic? Yeah, but you got to have your kid in school, right? So we're through the strategic planning, we're going to develop these communication systems and those systems to get parents to come in, right? Do we need an outside, you're not a prophet in your own land. Do we need an outside expert to come in with the families? We're working on all that, but to be able to do that in 6 months and address everything, we're moving that way, right? I don't know why the parents aren't coming in, but at the end of the day, we're still here to provide a service for them, right? And my goal is to handle the issues at the lowest level possible. But if I'm getting emails with anonymous complaints, I can't, I don't know how in the manner to effectively address those. That makes sense.
Thank you for sharing that. I do, I'll wait for how you all are working on the overall grievances policy, because I do have a lot of trepidation. I have a lot of trepidation of what I've heard over the last couple of months. But I do think, and maybe I'm just old school, Dr. Amador, the day that you took your job as the principal or the administrator or the CAO, that's the day that's the day that the buck stops with you, and it doesn't matter what happened historically. I mean, that's just how I view the world. That's how I view my world here. I don't blame Glenna Voigt for anything that happened before I came here, even though she wrangled me into being this. And I didn't say when I was in Karina's seat, well, the other person that was here before messed it all up, even though maybe in my heart I thought she did or he did. I had to own it. And I feel like that's what I want to see from this school. Overall on this cap, I hear a lot of the right things of we're data driven, that makes me happy in one part of my heart chamber. And it also makes me think about, okay, it's not about you being right, because sometimes data is like, I'm showing that I'm right, I'm proving something.
Right.
When we actually are missing the actual big issues
Right.
sometimes. And in a state of New Mexico where relational ways of working with people, especially young people, especially families of students who are oftentimes further away from opportunities like special education students, the idea of approaching with a sense of relational power that is shared to figure out how can we sit down and do this and not, your kid hasn't come to school, so what the heck are we supposed to do? If I was a parent at your school, I'd be like, dude, I'm going to another school.
Right.
And so I think that
And
that's where my mind is, like, we can have all this cap, but I'm not convinced yet that I'm seeing like a sense of duty or a sense of responsibility that from the governing council and from the administration, not just you, but your whole team, that we're gonna take this on. And I mean, I keep on thinking, if I'm on boards, I'm on a charter school board. When we get a complaint from a parent, you better believe we take that seriously, even though it's not really our role oftentimes. We work with our administrator to kind of figure that out. Uh, Governing council chair, that's something that your responsibility is. And it's something that we do because our children and our families are our biggest constituents. And if they're unhappy, and if they're coming to us, I'm gonna butcher MLK's quote about like riots are the voice of the unheard. I feel like when parents start coming to us or the charter school division, and I know we can complain all day long about the charter school division as like beating us up, and we've heard that time and again. I've used that also when I worked with schools, when I felt like I wasn't being heard. But like when we have parents come here and talk to us in a public meeting, the way that they did this week and last month, it's the voice of the unheard, and they're not being heard in some way. That's where my heart is right now. And so I want us to like figure out how to make this work. But at the end of the day, we can't make the level of responsibility true for you and your team to really see it through. And it
Right.
starts with like relationships. And boy, oh boy, if my hair would be on fire from some of the stuff I heard today. And I just I don't know, it hurts my heart. And I'm not saying I don't know your affect or your governing council chair's affect. I don't know what you're doing when you're not in this room. So I'm not naming that as an issue. But I just know for me, if I heard that stuff, I'd be talking to every single one of these people to figure out how can we figure this thing out before you go to the state to talk about this.
Right, and if I can respond, Commissioner Brower, Madam Chair, I am here because the buck does stop here. I have taken responsibility for everything at the school, and it is being addressed. And so talking about relationships, we did strategic planning. That's the beginning of that process, right? That's the beginning of the process. To come into and I'm not looking for sympathy, to come into a situation like Alma that has year after year after year, the accountability is coming now, and I appreciate accountability at any time. But a lot of accountability for the past 10 years, 5 years is coming today, which is concerning, right? And my thing is, I said, you know what, I'll take it on one piece at a time, right? The sped's been an issue. We're addressing that. I am going to address the sped because we are under the cap. We are meeting with Lori Pacheco every other week, right? Vanessa De Leon is handling some of that cap for us, and then we're looking at our practices moving down. So if we want to address the grievance policy, in 2018, they passed the student handbook, and it says in 2018 and beyond. So that should have been a concern in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, right? I got in and the handbook was, I mean, it says 2018 and beyond, right? So we can point fingers, and I said, no, we're going to address it this year, right? So we can't move the goalposts in the year, but a lot of this policy over time, while other districts may have done it, ours didn't. And so we're addressing that as we're coming on our problems, right? So we're addressing it 1 month at a time. And I am telling you, we are addressing it. And I totally agree with you. Relationships are key. But right now, so is finance, so special ed, so is compliance, right? So showing up here, that's all priority for us. And so we're doing 21 priorities at one instance, right? So I do, I understand my responsibility, and I've taken it on wholeheartedly, right? I have taken it on. This is an interesting organization and machine to come into, and working with the charter school division, giving them couple hundred pages of documentation in the visit, and providing everything that they asked for. That's what we're about, is first of all, transparency, right? People don't like transparency either. And I'm here to, I'm just, if you want to know what's true, here you go. Here's our books. Here's the access to this. Here's our notifications. So is that grievance thing acceptable? No one gave us guidance. They just said, put a policy up before the meeting. It's up, okay? Put this up before you show up on Friday. It's up. Now, is it perfect? Absolutely. I'll be the first to tell you, absolutely not. But my priorities are getting the ship righted right now. And it's a lot of work that we don't have staff for. So we're doing it one piece at a time as quickly as we can and as responsive as we can, right? But like I said, my thing is, and I don't want to go into the weeds, but I'm addressing every problem as it comes up as best I can.
So we're going to call on Karina. I just had a quick question for you before your comment. Again, this is my last thing on the special ed thing here. When there's a complaint relative to special ed to Ms. Rankin, does she tell them exactly what course of action to follow in terms of filing with the special ed department?
Yeah.
Because part of it sounds like sometimes people, they're lost. They don't know what to do next.
So thank you, Commissioner Carrillo. One of the things that I didn't mention before is that I said we were starting to partner more with constituent services. So that means that Ms. Rankin has started to forward concerns to the help desk at PED. So whether it's a district or a charter, they're all handled the same. And absolutely, the person on that end knows exactly who to let the complainant know, who to contact if they want to file a formal special ed complaint.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but what I wanted to say is I think we're talking about item 6 now under organizational and financial concerns. That's about establishing policies at the school to address parent and student complaints.
No, at this point in time, we're really just focusing on what are you doing about special education concerns
Okay.
that are addressed to the school. I know there's a broader topic.
All right.
Right now, we're just specifically focusing on, there's a concern that's been brought forward about special ed servicing.
Okay, and so in a way, there's an overlap, and I wanted to thank Commissioner Brower for his words, and what I just wanted to give as feedback to the commission is that in my mind, and what I saw Monday when we were at the school, is that Dr. Amador has been working on cleaning up a lot of things, but this issue of addressing complaints and grievances is an area of growth at the school, both at the school level with administration, but also at the governance level. I think that there's room for improvement, lots of room for improvement in regards to this issue.
I'll just make my final comments on this because I agree with Commissioner Brower 100%. I'm going to say historically, we have not received a lot of state submitted complaints, special ed servicing. As many issues historically that there have been, they have not headed to the state first. I get a little heartburn when there are parents that are making a comment that I'm just not going to send my kid to school. There's a root cause for that. But I think we're going to look at that later. And I'm not blaming Dr. Amador for this. I'm saying that because it's not his job to create that complaint policy. The board existed before Dr. Amador came on. And it was the board's responsibility to have that complaint/concern policy up there to hear from the parents. That's the job of the governance council. So I'll save the rest of my, because I think it goes into the next, but that's, he's catching up also on a lot of work that he shouldn't have to be catching up on. And when we're looking at this complaint policy in particular. So I think we can move on to, what are we on?
Well, I'm sorry, but based on what you just said, I have just one quick question. It's like a yes or no question. We had heard earlier that there's no public comment anymore in your board meetings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's not on the agenda?
Not on the agenda.
Okay, just as a matter of course, that's horrible policy. Regardless of whether it's what you want to hear or not, you just got to let people speak out, even if it's not on an item on the agenda. And typically, people put public comment at the beginning of an agenda. They don't comment on it because it's public comment, but people would feel there's a lot more transparency and openness if you allowed them. And that's just my own suggestion. It's your own school. That's something you could actually change tomorrow.
I think that goes to actually the next.
Okie dokie.
Okay, we are on number 4. Yes, is it 4?
Correct. So number 4 is about compliance with the Attendance for Success Act, and the school's enrollment and disenrollment process, including lottery procedures. There's also room for growth here. So the school needed to adopt a policy that updates how they were dealing with student absences and to provide the procedures, forms, templates, letters to parents used to demonstrate compliance with this act. And so we did see example letters that had gone out to families. And in some of the examples that we saw, there was evidence that the school was not following that act as it should have been. For example, one of the things that was concerning was that a letter would go home to parents that conflated tardy with absence. Later on, the letter became a little bit more nuanced and closer to the alignment, but really I think there needs to be a more thorough audit of that whole process. And what we didn't dig as deeply into is the disenrollment process, right? So I think that beginning of the school year, we're counting absences and tardies. There's 10, boom, you're out of here, is what is suggested, but I do not have verification student by student who have disenrolled from the school or been disenrolled from the school to tell you exactly how it's played out. I can just tell you there's been accusations around it. We have some anecdotal, we have some levels of evidence. We know that the school is aware that those early letters and how that has been handled has been off. Whether it's completely been fixed, I think it's probably also still a work in progress. I would like for this year to include more of an oversight on this issue, especially as it relates to kids that were disenrolled and sort of confounded into this topic is the transfer of student transcripts. So Dr. Amador did explain to us while we were on site that they're dealing with an archaic system of transcripts that was then updated through the Power School system at the school. But I don't feel like all the issues are resolved. I don't think all the data was transferred into a usable format. This is a big issue because any school that is closed that was a high school, their records come to us. And so on a weekly, monthly basis, we get calls from students and families saying, my kid attended, I don't know, name a closed school. That was
Charter School.
Anthony Charter School. Can we get the transcripts? And we have to look in our records and send that so that that student can then potentially attend an institution of higher ed. That is what an LEA has to do as well. They have to keep all student records and transfer to, if it's a transfer school that they're attending or to a college, they have to have the historical record of any student that ever attended and be able to send those transcripts over pretty immediately. They have to be official transcripts. I don't think that's happening as it should. We did see copies of some attendance compacts, that might not be the word you're using, but some more recent efforts towards working more closely with the families to support students in their attendance. We also heard about a program that the school instituted that I think is very innovative, and that is to provide bikes to students so that there's an incentive for them to attend. They did submit an attendance improvement plan to Safe and Healthy Schools Bureau. And they did put on their website a policy that speaks to enrollment, but I feel like that is incomplete and needs improvement as well. If you want more details about that, Cheryl is also available to provide any responses to any questions that you have about that.
Sorry, we're talking about our court reporter that we haven't given her a break because she used to sit here and we could see her eyes. So we'll continue with this, with the attendance for success, and then we're going to have to take a break.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Sorry. Are you? You're done? Okay.
So
Sure.
I just whispered to Secretary Beck. And so I've been on the commission now 3.5 years, and I was on the board in Santa Fe for 9. I've never seen such a chronic absenteeism problem ever. I don't know, I was trying to think of a word that was much more just descriptive of what the situation is than chronic. And it's gone on for a while. So, I mean, for you, Dr. Amador, no, that doesn't all fall on you. Honestly, it falls on the board, as so many things do when there's not the necessary board oversight. This is going to be one of the biggest game changers in changing. That's redundant, game changers in changing. This is going to be one of the biggest game changers in addressing all of the other issues, having kids present and parents owning that their kids have to be present. So I'm looking, there's a lot there's a lot that you have to do here. This alone is a huge lift relative to even all the others. And that's, I think for all of us, that's something that we'll be taking a hard look at.
Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, I was a high school teacher for 13 years. And I was on the instructional council, and I was the department chair for 9 of them. And our focus in all our professional development meetings, all our department meetings, what's going to make kids want to come? What's going to make kids want to come to school? Because, it's kids are kids, and they want to have just like any of us, they want to have a positive experience. So this points to the situation, it appears, especially with, to Vice Chair's point, as chronic as it is, it appears that kids don't want to come to school. So I think, that's a root cause, to Vice Chair's point, of a lot of other problems that are going on. And so there's got to be a reason why they don't want to come.
So when we had our meeting, when we had the Zoom meeting, that you folks were there, the executive committee was there, and the respective lawyers were there. The ask for this item in particular was that we would be able to see a chart either by student ID or student A, B, C, D, E, just so that we didn't see names. There was, for students that had been disenrolled, that there was student A, and then there could have been an Excel spreadsheet that these are the steps that we took prior to the disenrollment, up to and including a box saying 504 plan. Did the student have a 504 plan? Did the student have an IEP? And if that box is checked, was there a manifest determination hearing held before the student was disenrolled? We specifically asked for that for us to be able to do that. And Dr. Amador said, I can do that for you. And what we get is a couple of letters that don't help us at all. For some reason, a copy of the Student for Success Act, which I'm woefully familiar with. So I don't know why that was in there, because it doesn't help for us to make a decision, because that's what we asked for, so that we could do that. And we didn't get that at all, not even or attempt at it. So, I don't think I think we've said everything else in terms of concerns about why kids aren't coming to school. It's just all encompassing, but this is really it. But I am concerned because I truly believe the school is not following so you have in the Innovation Zone grant, the request that gets generated out of the Equity Council was for a counselor. That's in the request. I read the Innovation Zone grant.
Madam
wording.
Chair, they asked us to revise the grant that the original submitted. They asked us to revise it and it was revised in August.
I didn't get a copy of, because I asked for the grant as it existed, and I did not get a revised copy of that. So there is no counselor funding in that Innovation Zone grant?
No, the Innovation Zone grant, the way it was restructured was exactly to speak to CTE, the gallery, anything to support the 4 art forms at the school, to provide special ed, basically to bring Vanessa DeLone to come and work with parents. All those things were revised in the grant. The original grant, Rebecca Galvez came down to meet with us and said it has to be reworked. We understand where you want to go, but it needs to be reworked to do this. So
I'm gonna ask the Charter School Division to please try your best to find that for me, because what I was provided was the original grant, and there was no indication. So I would, if you could talk to Ms. Valdez and get confirmation as to what that is, I'd appreciate that.
and the use of the grant, you cannot hire, you cannot have full-time jobs provided at the school through the grant.
Well, it doesn't have to be a full-time counselor.
I know we have we have 2 part-time counselors coming in.
Well, let me ask one thing, because it is with the Students with Success Act. So the Students for Success Act contemplates an attendance team, so that there's a team of, because it takes a village to get this done. So who encompasses your attendance team?
The teachers, at that point, it was the attendance clerk and the dean of students. And then they set up a meeting with the parents. They meet with the parents and then they say, okay, this is what we're going to provide. This is what you guys have to be at school every day. We have to do this. Here's the kind of attendance agreement that we're going to move forward with. Looking at supports for the students. Is anything going on at home? Something going on here? X, Y, and Z. So they review all that in those attendance meetings.
That the school is providing?
On some of them, some parents can't get their kids to school on time. So Alma does not provide busing to the school. So they come from all over Las Cruces. Some parents tell us, we cannot get here at 9 o'clock. What can we do? They're telling us that we can't get here at 9. So, okay, we'll start your scheduling at 10, right? You come in at 10 or we'll give you an online class so there's the modality. The reason why is, Alma at one point had over 50% of the students in online learning. And it didn't recover from COVID. So we're addressing that thing. Another issue that we have is students only wanting to come to school to do art, and previously they had worked out agreements with teachers where teachers would give them packets where they didn't have to come to school. And then they did art projects on the side. So these are behaviors that we have to come out of. You have to, right? That's documented in emails. I provided that to the charter school division, right? So we provided students with, if you can't get here on time, we'll look at giving you a late start to the day. Trying everything we can to get students to the campus. So that's way outside of what I presented, what I typed in for our attendance plan. Now, our attendance plan mimics our board policy, right? So I wanted to make sure that there is some system alignment in there, but at the end of the day, tier 1 instruction will get students into the classrooms. Tier 1 instruction is the key to a lot of our issues.
I just need a quick response to how come the chart that we had requested to satisfy this wasn't provided to us.
That is my fault. It does exist. It is on my computer. I was emailing and going back and forth. Is there anything you need? I knew I was going to miss something. That's my fault. That chart does exist. I did send those emails just to make sure that I missed something. Because I was adding in everything at the same time, but it is there on the folder in my computer. So that can be produced at any time, but it does exist. Like I said, it's there.
I don't have it. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah. Just really quickly.
Oh, sure.
Just quickly, Chair Gibson said the attendance team, and you had said the dean, and there was another person. Two people does not a team make. You're going to have like 4 or 5 minds sit around a table and really come up with a plan to address things. Because the team is going to address the overall situation. And then when it comes time, family by family, yeah, the person can't get there at 9. And then I just don't even get that these days. There's school, it starts here. I just can't even understand that as an overall issue. To what Secretary Beck said, he said, why don't kids want to come to school? And that's, so that question has to be, again, like with a group of people sitting around a conference table talked about, what are we doing wrong that kids don't want to come here? Or they just want to come when it's time to do art, but they don't want to do anything else, because that's certainly not okay. So there's schools that do art embedded education. One of them is a new school for us that's doing enormously well. It's the Rio Grande Academy of Fine Arts, Arts Embedded Education. There's Guilford County, which I use as my own personal kind of true north to this, in North Carolina, where they became an arts embedded district. And they found that their truancy went to the floor, their attendance was way up, and their happiness index was way up, and all of their scores were way up because they were embedding art. And then the last thing I'll say on this is, and I wrote this down, 3 words that if you have a yellow pad there, that I'd write down. 3 words: as evidenced by. Because that's what we're going to be looking for on all of this. Somebody can say they're doing lots of stuff. As evidenced by what? Anyway, there you go.
We're going to take a break. Do we have a time preference? He wants an hour. I don't know. 1:30? 1:30. 45 minutes is, because it's getting late. We have a lot to do still. We do. And some of us kind of want to get home tonight, including the school. We are back, and we are now on item number 5. don't know why. And item number 5 is establishment of a finance and audit committee.
Chair Gibson, when we talk to the school, they say that they have an audit and finance committee. They may have provided names. What we don't have is documentation of their meetings. I was told that they have been meeting, but they don't have minutes. And so for whatever reason, I think there needs to be some level of documentation for those meetings. They could be documented either as standalone committee meetings or reflected in the school's governing board monthly meetings as report outs to the larger governing board. And because there's been some and lots of transition on the governing council, I would say we still want an updated list of who's on each of those committees.
And I'm going to say that I also, when I looked at prior minutes, I didn't see anything on the agenda. I see the business manager, but I don't see any report out from the finance committee. Yeah, it doesn't have to be an agenda or a separate, you should be meeting separately. But what I believe many schools do is the finance committee meets before the board meeting, and then there's just a quick report out. Sometimes it's more detailed depending on when it is, but it's a quick, here's an update on this. Yeah. So,
Madam Chair, if I may, in the establishment of finance committees in your folder, there is the agendas, and I think they're signed from the meetings in April and March of the finance committee. In addition, our board policy says that they meet quarterly. So the finance committee meets quarterly, and then the audit committee meets during the time for the audits. So that's in the policy, but they have met, and I think I uploaded the signature pages as well.
So I'm looking at the March 18th, and indeed, it is the regular meeting notice, and it's not signed, but it does show monthly finance report. I'm looking for an item that says finance committee.
okay. So, and maybe I'm just looking at the wrong tab, because I do see there's minutes for March there. And when I look at the monthly financial report, I don't see the finance committee on there.
So Chair Gibson, I do see in the March minutes, item 11 says election of finance committee chairs.
Right.
And they're electing Ms. Skaggs as the chair, and then I guess there was the vote.
You need the mic on. That's okay.
We did elect an audit chair, and that's Cesar Alvarez, and Kim Skaggs is chair of the finance committee, and that was just done in March.
And I do see the April minutes of the finance committee. I would recommend that if that finance committee is meeting, and maybe I'm speaking for Missy, that there be a report out to the full board of that finance committee meeting. Maybe, am I misspeaking?
You are not. I think that the finance committee should meet monthly. They should be checking internal controls. so that the school can be the first to know when they have financial errors or difficulties. It's a very simple report out from the finance committee board members saying that they have reviewed internal controls and whether or not they've found any errors or things to be, if everything's okay.
And I see that in the April agenda, there is the finance committee report listed as an item. So that's good. And then we would look in the minutes to see what the finance committee.
Hold on. Oh, I see it in item number wait a minute. So I'm missing it.
Okay, let me screen share.
No, just tell me what the item number is. I don't need,
So it's item number
I see
10.
it, 10A. I do see it. So,
If you're meeting quarterly, but you're updating your agenda monthly, how does that work?
I just quoted the policy, but when when they elected the finance chair and audit chair committee, we are meeting monthly. I would just said that our policy states quarterly, so 4 times a year, but we are meeting monthly to make sure that we do have the internal controls in place.
Do you intend to change your policy?
Yeah, and like I said, that's just another piece of where we're moving. I'm not sure when that policy was last updated. I did upload it in there and you can see there's a box that says updated in such and such time. So those things need to be updated to reflect the current practices.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It says it was adopted in 2014, updated in 2016. One of the pieces of feedback that we gave the school when we were there, and I think that Dr. Amador is uncovering policies that have been on a shelf somewhere. And so we're finding that there is a need for the board to be systematically approving policy. I don't think they've been doing that in the past several years.
so let me just ask, does Mr. Masters give that finance committee report when he's doing his business report? It's not from someone from the governance council that's doing that. So I just think it would be a good practice if it was the governance council, because there's just kind of, it looks like there's a little more checks and balances that are there, you know?
I have been meeting with Chris Masters fairly regularly. And he's been going through with me like the documents that go with a PO and whatever they order comes in and they check off what was received and then the check that goes with it and, his system. So I've been reviewing those with him before I approve the checks each month or week or however often it is that he presents a package to me. It's usually monthly, but I will go by and meet with him sometimes every 2 weeks, just him and I, and then I'll go through that with.
And I really appreciate that, but I think it has to be the whole body of the finance committee, because I have to say, to the credit of prior governance council at Alma, it was the Alma Governance Council through their finance committee that they detected the problem that was, about 4 years ago. So that, and they were the ones that ordered the forensic audit for that. So that's where, that's what that system is for, so that it's, you need multiple eyes on it, and for me, when it comes to finances, I need everyone else's eyes on it, because, I just trust that my bank account balances. So I'm not that person. I listen, and I've certainly gained a lot more knowledge, but I have to rely on, someone else is going to see something. So it's that balance.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may, esteemed commissioners, we are setting up procedures for very tight controls. So those are in there. So for instance, I don't have a key to the business office. I don't have a key to none of that. Ms. Romero, if it's a reimbursement for me, she signs off on it. Tiffany Bristol sees it, Rochelle sees it before Chris even puts it into process, right? And then even with that, so the finance committee was going through all the reimbursements. And so they want to know, well, why are you guys getting, what's going on? And so we contacted the bank, we're getting a P card put in place. Then there's other controls with that. Anytime there's a certain amount of check that gets deposited or cashed from Alma, the president and myself get notified, and then we have to clear that through the bank. So we're actually adding more, just so you know, we just don't have it down on paper yet. And then those systems and procedures will be documented by July 1.
Mr. Beck, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to say, the annual report, that last piece with the amount of red on there, we really haven't seen that. I don't think from any other school to that degree. So this is a critical piece as well as the other pieces. But yeah, that stands out.
So thank you for that, because what we'd like to do is to roll the audit and our discussion of the audit response at this moment in time, and to be able to clear that up, seeing as that we're talking about finance.
New board members has worked as an auditor and has agreed to be on that audit committee, and he has some extensive experience with audits, and he enjoys doing them, which that helps,
God
right?
bless him.
Right? Somebody's got to enjoy that kind of work.
I have a student, I had a student who aspired to be an actuary, and my first response always was, why? Because to me, it's like you're going to be in a little cubicle somewhere and just drilling down on numbers. And I know people enjoy that, and God bless them. But, it's like, oh, would you, and as a high school student, it's like, don't you even know you could be an actuary? It's like, who does it? But, and that's good, I guess, good counseling that they knew that was available. But, okay, so if we can focus right now on the audit and the audit response that the school made to our letter, so that we can clear the financial issues up at this moment in time.
So, commissioners, if you go to your drive and look in the PEC working folder. Everybody has access to the working folder? There is another, if not, I can move this folder. It's called Audit Corrections Reports.
So it's 15,
From schools?
It's 15A in our meeting document.
Okay, so it's in two places,
Not?
probably.
That's what 15A says.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's probably in two places. So
Richard just said, that's not it.
I didn't hear what.
I didn't say anything yet, but
Oh.
the folder is in folder 1C EC. There's a subfolder of that has the actual documents. There's a summary document. There's a summary document in the meeting minutes, but there are multiple documents in the EC folder that Director Chavez referred to.
What's in the uploads from the school is looks like it might have, did you send the same thing twice? This is for Dr. Amador. It looks like it is. And then there's also additional information on grants, family grant expenditure summary reports, so that
That's, but that's a separate tab,
okay.
all
right, so there is an
grants. But
audit.
let's talk about the letter that went out from us asking the school, and I guess I thought it was clear, but I don't think it was as clear as it should have been. The ask from the PEC was that the school simply give us an update as to what actions you've been able to start. So Okay, so the audit findings, and I know you have the audit response, and we all read the audit
Right.
response. And for some of them, they weren't necessarily as complete as we thought they might be. But so instead of waiting until the next audit, the simple ask was, just give us an update as to what actions you've taken to execute the response.
Okay,
So,
I can share that with you right now. Would you like me to share that or?
Or
do
I
we
can
have,
share-
let me just ask you, do we have it?
Yes, or she's moving it,
So-
okay.
Ms. Barnes is moving it over.
Are you,
It's just easier if people can get their eyes on it as well.
so Julia, are you taking it from the folder with all the audit responses? Or are you taking?
Yes, well, I made a copy of it and I'm moving it over, so it's going to be in both places. I'm just going to rename it right this second.
Because I think that it was in the two places already.
For Alma, okay,
Yes.
well, now that would be 3 then.
If you'd like me to share it, please let me know what you're naming it.
Yeah, I'm just going to take out copy of, sorry. Let me just rename it really fast.
Dr. Amador, did you put it in the Google Drive? Because I thought I saw it.
I did.
Yeah.
It's in there.
I'll just get it.
It's this document, correct?
Yeah, here it is. See, audit re- Uh, So I do see that in at least one area, corrective action doesn't need to begin until next year, so there shouldn't be an anticipated start of that. And I did hear you in terms of your internal controls with the P card and the signatures, and so I think you've, from my financial expertise.
So there was a total of 6 audit findings, 3 were repeat. And one of the audit findings was a material weakness, which all of the charter schools that had 5 or 6 audit findings and that had significant deficiencies were asked to submit an update to the CSD on the implementation of the management response, right? Because the audits themselves include a management response that says, yes, we got this finding, this is what we're doing to correct it. And you can see that looks like a cut and paste of what was in the audit, and some additional narrative was included in this particular document to provide an update. We felt CSD reviewed the responses that we received so the school sent this document as well as some things specific to the grants. But we felt like we wanted to have a closer watch on the school, if you will. So this was one of the schools that we are recommending a financial corrective action plan, just so we can have more frequent check-ins. And so although there is some narrative to show that the school has begun to address the issues, and they have a new financial software, so I think, that's going to help. I know that they're looking at the controls and they need to be looking at the controls. And you've seen some evidence in last month's meeting or this month's meeting where they're moving forward with some of those actions. But we wanted to keep watch on the school.
So when the financial analysis is done and the response was done, and I honestly don't remember. Do you have like a financial team that
Yes.
reviews
Yes.
these and makes the recommendations?
Correct, Chair Gibson. That financial team consists of Kimberly Gonzalez from our office, who is out today, and Miss Betty Seeley, who is retired business manager from charter schools, and she's just been tremendous support for us. She's here to speak to anything. Would you like her to?
Betty from,
Amy Beal?
yeah. So, yeah, I would appreciate that, just to hear from the individual who made the analysis. I think that's fairest to the school as well.
Okay. So, would you all mind if Betty took the seat and, okay, that would be good. And you can ask, Betty is the technical expert on finances, and you can ask her any questions based on the review. She and Kimberly actually sat down and did the more thorough review after we had sent the letter to the schools.
My name is Betty Seeley, Seeley, and I'm a retired business manager. I worked from 2005 to 2019 for Amy Beal High School, excuse me, in downtown Albuquerque. And since then, I have opened up my own consulting business where I consult and train and mentor new school business managers, new school leaders, and consult with boards if they so desire. And the PED.
Michigan train.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you could just give us a short synopsis, highlights and lowlights, of where you still see the concerns, to be able to move forward, and why a corrective action plan may be more appropriate.
Okay. So one of the items is that having a material weakness in their audit findings, that is, the second degree of seriousness, just under a significant deficiency. And for this school, they had one material weakness, which was their financial close, which means that when they closed the books for the prior year, they weren't done correctly. And so there were errors and omissions when they closed the books. And then when you open your books, those errors and omissions are still there. And so that affects all the reporting that they send to school budget. So the cash report, the OBMS upload, and things like that. And so if that continues, then year after year after year, there's going to be issues with reporting accurate cash balances and accurate revenues and expenditures for the school. So that's one of the big concerning ones. So one of the other ones that I felt was concerning was when they didn't adjust their budget for the year. And that is their last audit finding on the list. And the audit firm did just say that's compliance and other matters. But the fact that there were so many object codes and functions that they did not go through and make their final bars for the year. That also affects how things are, thank you. That also reports how things are reported out to the PED. And it just doesn't give, the PED or the general public an accurate picture of how they have spent their funds.
The document that we were looking at a minute ago from Alma, do you feel like that is a cap that is appropriate, or do you think that they need to work on what's in that letter?
I feel personally that there should, with all of the issues, that there should be a cap.
But could this be the cap, or do you,
This is what they would base their cap on, which is the audit and their response. And then just making sure that they follow through with the response, which is the cap or the corrective action plan.
So I guess I just need a little, oh, Bridget, sorry.
Chair Gibson, yes, this document is sufficient. We do not need the school to submit anything else. This can be their plan for corrective action.
Right.
But the reason we recommended a cap is just that we want to check in with the school throughout the next fiscal year until the next audit is released to see that these things are being done.
Right.
So here's my question. So the material weakness was that the financial close wasn't correct.
Right.
So if CSD is making check-ins to see that they're working on it, what's the expectation to see? Because I don't know.
Okay.
So so when there's reports back to us, it says, yeah, the school's doing, and I think for the school, for clarity, to say, well, we know that we have to be able to show ABC.
Okay. So the corrective action plan would be to look at their cash report at the end of every quarter to make sure that their beginning balances are in line with the audit and that their ending balances don't have a lot of random adjustments. And that if there is an adjustment, it's like for the quarter that, maybe in my experience, maybe the bank made an error and you're working with the bank to correct that error. So you have an adjustment there, but that by the end of the next quarter, you're going to have that worked out with the bank. Things like that. But if you have adjustments, report after report after report, and they're all like the same amount, they're just not being reconciled. That's something that you would look at for knowing that they haven't closed their books properly.
Okay, thank you. And I think did not adjust the budget. I think they simply have to be able to show that
they're doing their bars.
They're doing their bars,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that one I got.
Chair Gibson,
Director.
what I would want to add, I think Deputy Director Russell is absolutely right that this is the content
Right.
of the cap. I do think, though, we should create a template that shows like the tracking date so that the school's clear about when we're doing the check-ins and that there's some way of progress monitoring and then reporting back out.
Yes, I think
Normally
that's a good
when we
idea.
do a cap, we do put, here's the concern, here's the action that's going to take place, here's the individual who's responsible for it, and here are the dates that there'll be check-ins.
Yeah.
Plain as.
So
Yeah.
I do think, though, the only question that we would ask Ms. Sealy is with relative to the management response, because we're saying those are the actions the school is taking. Are there any that you would change or add, or did the management response sufficiently cover what you would want to see? And that might be incorporated into a cap.
Yeah, because that way you have a third party looking at saying, this is how we're going to do it. And I could look at it and say, yeah, that's a good plan, or maybe suggest, altering the plan or make suggestions to help them with resolving their issues. Because you don't want to see these audit findings again next year.
No, but I think I need a little more. You're good?
I'm just looking at the draft motion that, what I'm hearing is that it's largely adequate. You're going to put it into a corrective action plan and that there may be some suggested improvements by CSD. So I think we have it. So I think I understand what you're saying. I think we can move on.
Okay, I'm good.
Madam Chair, if I can add to the finance, our office manager just passed her chief procurement officer test today. So that's another thing, so we're investing in the employees to make sure that they're properly credentialed as well. Absolutely.
Okay. So we're good with the audit response. So now and thank you very much. I appreciate it. So now we still have at least one component still left of the financial concern, and that's grants. There's that tab for grants.
Correct. So in the 22-23 school year, the school received a note in their annual report about the fact that they had not been spending grants. In some cases, the grants completely reverted because they had not been spending. We have seen evidence, and in the materials provided by the school under organizational, there's another folder called audit findings, and the second document is the grants that the school has and the remaining balances of each of those grants. And so you'll see that overall, the percent remaining when this report was run on April 3rd is that there's 25% of the grants remaining. So we feel like the school has made significant progress in keeping up with the grants that they have.
So I am trying to find this email, but I received a copy of an email that was a letter regarding grants and the inability of this school to apply for a future grant because there was a lack of attendance. And I was copied it, and I can't remember who copied me.
Okay, so we just talked about the expenditure,
Right.
and I feel like that's good. I think the other item is management and utilization of the grants. And so I think you might be talking about perhaps it was
I
this
think-
CTE grant,
Yep,
and
that's-
there's a
that's where-
local.
It came from.
Right, and there is someone on the CTE team from the Las Cruces area who has been working closely with the school to help clarify allowable expenditures. And I feel like that'll play itself out.
That's not what the letter that I received said. The letter that I received from them, that I was just, someone from CSD copied me, and I'm trying to find it. And it said that the school is not eligible. There were 7 schools in the state that became ineligible to apply. Do you know what I'm talking about now?
We found.
Thank you.
I found it, Chair Gibson. It was from, it was regarding the Innovation Zone and CTE Perkins and Next Gen funding. The Bureau, College and Career Readiness Bureau notified 7 LEAs, including Alma, that due to low to zero engagement in biennial Perkins Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment and annual performance report processes, they will not be eligible to apply for FY25 Perkins or Next Gen funding. And Alma has not completed any elements of the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment or the annual performance report.
And my understanding is it also continued and said that Dr. Amador didn't attend any of the trainings nor any of the business hours that were offered there was a window of opportunity.
Yes,
No.
the next paragraph, that is what that says.
Okay.
And I know that earlier, Dr. Amador did have some issues with certain bureaus within PED communicating with the prior head administrator and not receiving
Right.
emails and not having access to portals. I'm not sure whether this grant was one of those cases, but
Yes, ma'am. So I did meet, I meet often with Rebecca Galvez and talk. So our concern at Alma was this, creating the college and career pathways for the arts. That's not necessarily like CTE or color, you know what I'm saying? Because Alma's in a unique space with the funding. So the gallery was one of them. So I have met with Rebecca Belletto, and so we're trying, I said, what's the best way for me to describe this? I said, when we look at our charter and we look at what the state considers CTE courses, we don't necessarily meet that requirement in that coursework. So I said, so how do we all work together to make sure that I can spend next gen funding or Perkins on stuff for the art students, on stuff for this? Those are my concerns with that. So they did respond. And so I have until today to get that paperwork to them. And so that was Breezy Gutierrez's response back to me. So I have been talking with them. I do have all the notes. We did try our best to log in on Zoom or whatever, but I do have all the notes from those meetings. I was up here in Albuquerque for the initial Innovation Zone meeting. But my concern with is Alma's an art integration school. Culinary, gets difficult to spend just for culinary because we can't keep buying the same things for the school. So how do we then use that funding to transfer over to the arts? So one of the suggestions was go to your charter and try to change some of that language to film, since the film industry in Las Cruces is growing. Maybe not so much theater, but to film, right? Move it to film, move it to something other than that. And so we talked with Ross Marks, and so he's a Las Cruces International Film Festival director, and he's a professor at NMSU. He's the one that's actually kind of guiding us down that direction. So that's kind of where we're at with the local needs assessment and everything.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Yep, we are on number 6.
So item number 6, we discussed briefly as it overlapped with some of the other items. There is a grievance procedure that the school uploaded, and we had it flashed up a minute ago. I feel like the governing board needs to review a policy and that the procedures need to align with that. And for it to reflect some of the comments that commissioners have so articulately stated about when something gets to the board and that there is a response. I don't know that that is reflected I don't think it's reflected in the procedures that we saw. So it would take a little bit more time for the school to develop and to make sure that all systems were aligned between the board and the school. And the other part to this particular one is that, so that was for parents and students. The other part to this one in 6 is staff grievances. And the school is currently under a collective bargaining agreement with its staff, which is not all that common in all the charter schools that we have, but it does exist. And so we feel like the school needs to also provide a governing council approved staff grievance policy and procedure that aligns with that bargaining agreement to protect staff rights and ensure there's a way for them also to be heard.
So, and as I said before, I think that policy that exists looks exactly like the grievance policy that I operated with in the public school system. That is a staff, that is the That is the standard that both, to my knowledge, both collective bargaining groups across the country use that standard grievance policy. That's a staff grievance policy, plain and simple. They don't have to me, he satisfied that piece. That the staff grievance procedure, that's documented there. That's what that is. The concern still is where's the parent / student piece of it. And I hesitate to be comfortable with the fact that it's a work in progress. Because once again, to me, it should have been there when Dr. Amador came in. It's not his job to be working on this. It was the job of the board to already have that. Already have it. Maybe you have to update it occasionally. And that should have been part of the onboarding process that the board undertook with Dr. Amador to go through and say, here's the policy that we currently have for when a parent contacts you or contacts us with a concern, that it's established. This isn't an implementation year for a school. It's not. And with a lot of these, I feel like we're making allowances for a school that should be operating no matter who's sitting there. Plain and simple. That's not on him it's the board's job to make sure that the person that they're hiring is fully onboarded with what the current policy is, what our current concerns are, and that's, they have their expectations, and I understand that was set in terms of student growth, but this is how we operate. This is Alma. These are the policies that we already have. This is our expectation for, what Alma is. And I feel like we're almost reinventing what Alma is with this. And I'm reluctant to give any grace on this because this is students and parents' rights that aren't being protected. Forget that, first and foremost, this is people's voices that aren't being heard, that are being dismissed. I don't care if it's one parent or it's 100 parents, but everyone has a right to be acknowledged and to be responded to. They may not like the response. There's a lot of people that don't like the response, but at least you were heard. And that's all we're asking. We're not asking anyone to give in to everyone's, I want this, I want that. We're not, but to acknowledge the individual, that's respect. And I'm not willing to give that time. Commissioner Beck and then.
Yeah, real quick. We worked a lot on these values that we've forth. And one of the ones that we chose out of a multitude was respect. And we expect that our schools give their constituencies the same respect that we would give you.
Yeah, sorry.
So, I'm not sure to the extent that you know this, Dr. Amador, but we went through kind of a grueling process a year ago and a little more than that with another school that had, lots of challenges, right? And board changes. And so what we're thinking about, or I'm thinking about, One is, what a challenging position you're in, as the, chief academic officer. Because when you think about it, the way we have to look at it, let's just say, at the end of this year, you decided to move on to greener pastures, for whatever reason. And then another person comes in and we're meeting with them, the end of summer in July, and they're saying, give us a chance. How many times we hear that? And it's just, and every time we do that, sometimes I think we do it less and less because often the writing is already on the wall. And, and I completely agree with Chair Gibson about kind of letting down parents when they're not feeling heard. But every year, whether it's in a district school or charter, that they're not doing what they can, and the boards, it comes down to the boards, doing what they can to have kids succeed, that's another year gone by. That's another kid that's going to go on and need remedial classes at a community college or in college. And we know what happens to kids that have to do remedial in college. They drop out after 2 years, generally, because of the expense and because it's just, now we've basically, and I'll use the word condemned them to a 6-year college plan, at least, if we've let them down when they're juniors and seniors in high school. And so, and then the cycle just continues. And then the cycle continues with somebody else who's maybe moving on to greener pastures, and they come back and say, give us another chance, I have some great ideas. And I'm not saying that I've made my mind up on anything, or it's just, but that's what we're confronted with all of the time. It'd be great if we had, we have 58 schools, and there are some of them that knock it out of the park all the time. They're never on our agenda, at least not for academics anyway, right? And there are those that come before us all of the time, because for whatever reason, and often things start at the board level, they're not able to get past themselves. And so here, that's the thing I'm thinking about relative to policies, and procedures and grievances. To what extent, I'm curious, to what extent is the union even involved? Because if there's a union, the union's representing teachers and staff, so long as they're not in managerial jobs. And if teachers have concerns, they can bring concerns to, is it NEA or AFT?
NEA.
They can bring concerns to NEA. I haven't even seen anything from NEA. How involved are they in solutions? Because, one of the things that, and I used to be a labor organizer. I used to negotiate first contracts, not in education or in the private sector. And, having been it was after 2 years on the board in Santa Fe that I decided that the biggest obstacle to progress in public education is NEA and AFT. And what I was saying is their their responsibility is also to be part of the solution. To what extent are they being involved in being part of the solution?
NEA, when I got hired, I immediately reached out to the state president and got no response. One, the CBA at Alma is outdated. And however, anytime an employee is brought in, the liaison is involved. So if they're written up or whatever, the liaison also, they do have the opportunity to say, time out, I think we need to look at this. But the representative does sign off on any write-ups or anything. They do sign in, they are present, the conversation is recorded. So we do follow the CBA. And obviously, anytime there's a concern, we want to do this, we want to always handle things at the lowest level possible, right? So when I asked about from last year, well, what employee rights were being violated, none of that information has been shared with me. So I don't know what that exactly means, but we do have a CBA on one end, and then we have the board policy on the other. So there are two mechanisms that they're made aware of, that they can go through NEA or they can go through the governing board. Both the mechanisms exist to protect the employees' rights.
Well, generally with people in the bargaining unit, they're going to go through the CBA.
Yeah, sure.
And they should, that's part of their agreement. But also what my concern is to what, let's see, by law, they represent teachers. That's what they do. That's their constituent, that's who their charge is. By what we're told is that they represent the best interests of students as well. And that's why I'm asking the question, to what extent are they involved in solutions?
To your
They don't have to be.
to your point again, let's say that
You know what? I know it's not their role, and no, you're not going to stop me on this. I know it's not their role,
This has
but the
nothing
thing
to
is,
do with what the
it's about-
actions that this school is taking. It's
Because you-
not we're not looking at it, it's not going to be any part of any action that we're taking, that what the role that the union has in this.
it's looking at opportunities for solutions and tapping into
That comes
stakeholders.
later if we're making a recommendation to the school
Okay.
for actions they need to take, not
So-
during this discussion.
Madam Chair, if I may respond, so
Or not, because it really doesn't at this moment in time. It's not applicable to the discussion right now. It could be later on, but it's not applicable to this discussion right now.
It is because the item 6 says specifically staff grievances, doesn't it? Does it not?
And they have a grievance policy. That's all we were asking for. Whether, if there was a grievance policy, that's what they were asked to provide. That's what that item was. That was what we clearly stated to the school when we had the meeting with them, that we needed a grievance policy.
I hear what you're saying. I respectfully, totally disagree with you. And
We're at the meeting.
I know, and we can move on.
Madam Chair. I've already shared most of my cards with you in terms of where I'm at on this one. I think this is an area that I'm going to focus more on the parent and student complaints and how that is integrated in your process. Commissioner Beck, you did mention the value of respect. I think that this oftentimes is paired with another value that's not related to us, but the idea of respect plus humility. This is this is the area where humility matters most in working with the people that you're serving. And I know we've had a sampling of people's voices today and the last month. I will never say that I know everything about your school because I don't, even though I worked with them several years ago as well. But it does give me a lot of tumult to hear families like journey up here to share in person their experiences. And so I don't know how this is a thing that's so hard to do. I think about we can look at the actual document. And I think to your point, Chair, there's some things that we can do to integrate some more specifics around how does this work with non-staff related grievances. I don't know how to support the respect and humility that it takes to implement this. And that's the part that I just really struggle with, because that's the part that I see when I hear people and see the tears. I'm a pretty empathetic person, so that bothers me greatly. And I put myself in your shoes, both as a governing chair and as the head administrator, that I've been close to both of those roles, and how I want to support and understand and gain clarity about what the problem is, and we could say they're not coming to school and that's the reason, but then I think, well, am I really listening to that person if I'm jumping in on them like that? And am I really trying to understand what the problem is? And it's not about being right, it's about problem solving. It's about hearing somebody and addressing the need before it gets on fire. And I'm not convinced yet that this policy in place right now is going to do that. I think there are some good steps there. But my suggestion to you all is to like think about earnestly what happens when a family member comes in and they have an issue or a student has an issue. I mean, now was it called save, what was it? Save Arte today? Save Alma. Like there's like even that somebody's organized a group. To me, if I was in your seat, I'd be like, holy smokes, I gotta meet that group and figure out what's going on to solve some problems before it gets kind of way out of control. And I'm not convinced that that's happening or that's even on your thoughts, because we're kind of going into like, I want to like, change this and that and be right about it. But I feel like I just need to see some evidence that we are going to change our approach, our processes beyond the paper, so that we are like listening to the graduates, the alumni, the current students, the parents. And so this is the part that's like so acute. This is the acute thing for me, that if we can get this right. Some of the other things I think we're making some good progress on, but I'm not convinced yet that we're really clear on these things. So.
And I know you did make a response about teacher mentoring, which is also part of this piece. You want to just talk a little bit about what your mentoring looks like at this point in time?
So just by state statute, level 3 teachers should be mentoring other teachers. That's not happening at the school. I don't think it's happened at all. So when, just kind of going in at the onset, we have to assess what's happening, right? So mind you, I've been there in the months. I haven't even been there a complete year to really assess all this. But my idea was that the level 3 teachers would mentor the incoming teachers. That didn't happen. It hasn't happened. So where I'm moving to is Ms. Romero and I setting up with our partners at Texas Tech. Fernando Valle comes in and mentors. We're mentoring. And I'll give you an example. Our music teacher, we're bringing in Dr. Romero, Professor Emeritus from NMSU, to help him on the music side. And then we're helping him on the academic classroom management side. So that's it. Miss Biotis is our science teacher. So she's coming in and she's getting mentored from a 30-year veteran from another high school there in Las Cruces. So they meet like on the weekends, and sometimes they meet at the school and they go through stuff, and that's just helping her grow. So she's coming from the university setting into the public high school setting. My thing is I just don't, having taught and been an administrator all over New Mexico, I've yet to see the perfect mentoring system. So I'm pulling from AASA mentoring. I'm pulling from the ALAS, Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents. So I'm pulling from those mentoring mechanisms to create what does mentoring teachers look like at Alma. So for me, like I have executive coaches that are working with me. Then I meet with our teachers and I say, hey, this is kind of what they're suggesting to me. What do you guys think? So it's not just one-on-one mentoring, and then we're doing group mentoring as well. But I think people forget that in state statute, level 3 teachers should be mentoring at alternative license or level 1 teachers. And that usually never happens because they see it as another responsibility, but that's what the state statute says. So if that's going to be too much, then I said, well, let's look at doing this. What do we need? Mentoring on classroom management, and it's a whole gambit of things. So we'll probably have by August 1 a how-to at Alma, a mentoring process, a check-in, and moving forward. So those mechanisms aren't in place, and to, like you said, continue to have to develop them, because I feel like we're starting a new school. That's how I personally feel. We're starting a new school. So none of these things have been done over time. So now we're going to go back and bring them on. So I don't have a problem doing it. It's just we have to set those mechanisms up and really be able to have interpersonal relationships with the teachers at that point.
Mr. Beck?
Yeah, as I said, I was a teacher for 13 years and I was a level 3 for 7. And at the school I was at, we had a really good mentoring program. It really, I enjoyed it. It was really a joy for me to work with the new teachers and, you know, beyond my age, just to be able to work with them. So I'm just give me a, and I know we've been here a long time and I know a lot's going on, but just like a 1 minute or 30-second, you kind of glossed over that, oh, they're just not doing it. Why are they not doing it? Is it, I'm just curious why they're not doing it, because it's, why do they not want to do it? I guess that's the question.
I have no answer for that. It just, like I said, I'm not gonna point fingers and whatever. It just, the mechanism wasn't there. So I'm putting these mechanisms in, right? We could probably revisit that with the teachers and just say, what's going on? But the mechanism just wasn't in place. So I just said, you know what, I know how to get it done with who we're bringing in already. These things can be done.
Okay.
And then if we have a mechanism where the level 3 teachers have the opportunity, for sure, I want them mentoring, because their expertise is invaluable to those in onboarding those new teachers.
It concerns me a little bit, going back to Commissioner Brower, about interpersonal relationships, building interpersonal relationships with your experienced teachers, building trust, building that rapport with your, and kind of, you know, subjectively motivating them to do their job.
I think one of the, if I may, one of the things that I kind of told them was, I just want you guys to teach right now. I want you to do one thing. And, you know, in charter schools, teachers wear a lot of hats. And I said, right now, we need to focus on instruction, right? Right. And you've seen the attendance, you've seen the academics. So I need them to be fully aware of what's going on in the classroom. What I didn't want to do was, let's do mentoring. I don't know what it looks like at Alma, but you figure it out, right? We didn't want to do that. Through the strategic planning that we did last week, and a lot of the things we're doing through PLCs, we'll be able to strategically address those questions. So in the event I was here next year, I would say, this is what our mentoring looks like, not only outside of the school, but inside of the school, right? And so that's my goal, is to have those things in place. But like I said, to do that in a year is very difficult, but it's my goal to have those mechanisms in place, in policy, and documented.
So we're on the last item, which is, right,
So,
it's the governing board minutes.
yes, so Chair Gibson, I just wanted to make note that the grievance procedures that we see, although they look like their staff grievance policy that you've seen in the past, it currently says student and parent, so that needs to be corrected. And the other thing that I just want to say, there was a level of transparency I'm seeing with some uploaded survey results that the school shared. And they aren't horrible. However, the number of people that participated in those surveys is really low. So I do think, thank you for sharing that. And also, I think we need a larger number of parents to participate in the surveys moving forward. Those are good things to be tracking, and hopefully with larger numbers, some of that is even improved. So we're going on to the final, which is make available governing board minutes. And so I know that last time I checked, the school did not have 2024 minutes, and Dr. Amador said that he would make sure that that was done by the end of the day. So I'm going to, it's up now? Okay, great. So I would just, I don't know if you want to keep this on there, commissioners, but effective, so it's up to date now. I would say like the school should continue to have it, and then we have the new law that goes into effect July 1. That also requires there be webcasting of the board meetings.
The minutes are there, but I would suggest, like I did on the other, and also it says that there's public comment there too. that it was at the end of the meetings. Yeah. Oh, okay. The minutes are there. I would just suggest that you try to do summary minutes because it was all the votes that were taking different things, but there was really nothing about who spoke about what in favor of, and, it's always good to have a little, more is better.
Yeah, and I'm going to agree with that because I think part of the challenge is when folks, our documents, we try to make as available as possible. But when folks are sitting at meetings and the board is talking about documents that were in the packet and there's not a robust discussion about it, and then I can't go back to minutes and find maybe a link to that, or the minutes aren't, there's not enough detail in the minutes. So I truly have no idea what that document really was, because from the discussion minutes, it's like, it's just, gee, you had a meeting and there was discussion about stuff, but I don't know, the public doesn't have access to what folks are looking at. So there has to be, I think there has to be access to it at the very least after the fact, so I can see, because to me, part of the purpose also of public comment for us, public comment, and we have work sessions. So during our work sessions, we allow really almost 100% participation. Folks are logged into the meeting and they want to have input on that policy that we're talking about. We generally allow anyone in to have that discussion during that. But for public comment, you hope that folks, if you're talking about updating your grievance policy, so that folks would be able to offer public comment on that, so that you have for us, we have a better informed policy because we've heard from as many people as we possibly can. Because I think very often we're also guilty of saying, it's been on our agenda for 2 months and, why haven't you said something? So it's, there's that balance there, but it's, if you're going to have a public, if it's going to be on your meetings that we're updating this policy, if you're not going to allow for public comment, then I would at least suggest that you offer some mechanism where the public would be able to provide comment. Here's a link. You can provide your comment. And that could be posted. Dr. Abendor, and then.
Go ahead.
I just want to say again, really quickly, that goes back to respect. Respect for other people's opinions, other people's voices, other people's ideas. And you never know when a good one comes up.
I totally agree. What the suggestion made from one of the board members was to create decorum. I'm not sure if you're aware of some of the behavior that's gone on at the board meetings, but I'm going to share with you now. Do you guys allow cussing in this room? Okay, you don't. Okay, so do you allow people to harass students who attend the board meeting? Okay, well, that's what's going on at Alma. So we had to shut down public comment until a time where the board could establish the quorum for the meeting, where it could be run in a professional manner, respectful of everybody. That has not been happening. So my question to this body is, at our last board meeting, people went and attended and wanted to listen, while other people were banging on the floor and you couldn't hear anything. These people here have the right to listen to what's going on at the meeting. Do they not? They do. These people do not have the right to continue to disrupt those meetings. So my last kind of thing is I always invite people to the school so they can get the whole picture, because the kids that were standing up at the board meetings were bullied out of going to the board meetings. So it's easy to get one side of the story We cannot share about personnel and we cannot share about, I will not do it. But what I will do is put things in place to protect students. Police reports have been filed on this. So I asked this board, I love open comment. When I get told F you, is that appropriate? And when the board gets told F you, when students get followed in a car for attending the meeting and get told off by a parent and get flipped off, is that appropriate? No, because then they don't want to attend board meetings anymore. And some of this nonsense is coming from the community. So that's why no open comment until the board establishes decorum. Because that behavior would not be allowed in here. It wouldn't be, it's not allowed at the Roundhouse. But why is it allowed at Alma? Right? So it's all recorded. Go to the Save Alma page, you can watch it. And you can judge for yourself. But those behaviors would not be allowed in this boardroom by anybody. People do have the right to participate in the democratic process. I totally agree. You're right, Commissioner Beck. There's a good chance we may get a better idea out of something somebody has to say. But when people are talking and you can't hear them, when people are attending the meeting to be informed and they can't get that information because people are being disruptive, that has no place. That it doesn't have a place. So I'm not willing to subject my staff to that type of behavior because it negatively reflects on the school. So we have had to bring in security. Okay, and just like we're looking at decorum, it's right here. You know, I'm getting comments behind my back. That's not okay. It's not okay. That is not proper etiquette for a board meeting. So when our board does come up with decorum, which we're looking at to address it the best way, we will have open comment. But for my students to be harassed, for my staff to be harassed, for the board to be harassed is not acceptable. And I will not. And I've asked the board, do not put open comment until a time that the public can behave in a manner becoming of an educational setting. And I think we all deserve that right and respect. Thank you.
I'd like to,
Madam Chair, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I haven't really started yet. I'm still.
That would be why.
There's a number of us that have been engaged for over a year with an outside organization, and we were accepted into a cohort of authorizers across the country to work on indicators of distress. And above all else, across the country, authorizers that and I'm talking statewide authorizers, district authorizers. There are even school leaders that are participating in this because we're desperately trying to find, I think it's that magic bullet to say, we can create those benchmarks so that hopefully we can step in before we get into a crisis, because we don't want to be in the position of a crisis.
An early warning system.
Well, that's kind of what, so there isn't an authorizer that I have been engaged with that hasn't said, what's your first indicator? And that indicator is there's a failure of the governance council, no matter what. And that includes poor policies, lack of policies, movement on and off too much movement on and off the board. And that's, that's what's, it's really what's driving this conversation. It really is. So I'd like to move on at this point in time to an item that we have not discussed, but is in part of the concerns, and that's and Dr. Amador did provide the lottery policy. So I'd like to just talk a little bit about in the enrollment and lottery. Because it is our policy, and we provided guidance that the enrollment forms should be up on the website, because our legal counsel engaged quite a bit with, I believe, other legal counsels for Title IX when we engaged in a number of months of discussion about what enrollment should look like. Because there's, with Title IX, there's a phrase of a chilling effect. And that there's something that could prevent a family from enrolling in the school because of something that they might be asked on an enrollment form. So that it's supposed to be as anonymous and neutral as it possibly can. And that enrollment policy be up on the website so that parents know, how do I get into Alma? Because I don't know. I've looked at that, it used to be up there, and then I know the website went down. So a school that's struggling with enrollment and then doesn't have an easy way of finding out. If I'm a parent, how do I find out about getting in? Because the last thing we really want is for a family to have to actually, if a family wishes to walk in and say, hey, I'd like to enroll my student, fine, have no problem with that. But the idea that a family has to do that in order to enroll could prevent a family from enrolling. How do I know that I'm not going to be, that enrollment form isn't going to just be put aside because of what I was wearing, the color of my skin, the color of my hair? It doesn't really matter. And I don't see that enrollment process. I see the lottery process, which we'll talk about, but because the lottery process is there, and I see in that lottery policy, if we've got too many students, we're going to run the lottery. But there is not that enrollment form. And I'm concerned.
So a specific, so Karina informed me, so this policy's been there at the school. I hadn't seen it up on the old websites. So just so you know, but she informed me that the charter school division has, or public education, you guys have an enrollment process. So obviously that needs to be updated. What I put up on the website was the policy that we have now. I will tell you that the application process, so mind you, all of these processes have been in play for, I don't know how long. I know they're not right. But here's another thing, like we're cooking up another process, right? So I do want you to know, I do want the commission to know that I do get with my colleagues in Las Cruces to say, hey, where are you at on this? What does yours look like and how can you help me? One of the, I took the summer to read back all the original governing board policies for Alma. One of the original pieces was you had to provide artwork. You had to provide an art form as part of the process.
So let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
We clearly took that,
Yes.
we clearly took that out.
Yes, so what I'm saying is, from that, it seemed to, so people want to put that back, and I'm saying, no, we're not gonna put that back. My suggestion and in working with the other schools was to actually just do an online form. So it eliminates that inherent bias or any type of bias. Get registered here online, let's call them and bring them in, right? Let's get them enrolled. So right now, and my question to the commission right now is this, we are under enrollment. So when does that lottery process kick in? Do I have to notify, do I have to set dates and times, or do I enroll students? Okay, so that was one thing I wanted clarity on, is when do I establish So I do need to establish in lottery times, if you will, in the year for that process, even though we're under enrollment.
Correct, because it's the enrollment for the upcoming year. So you create a window and you take the enrollment forms for the coming up year, and they get, a number and then you have it in your process what the lottery window is, and when you would open it up, if you had to. If you don't have to, then the notifications go out to all of those families that the student has been enrolled. It is clearly on the PEC website what our enrollment guidance is. But when I was looking at the lottery policy, so I was confused. So let me just ask, because maybe I was reading it, and maybe if I hear it, it sounds better. When the number of interested students exceeds the total number of seats available, we will hold an annual student lottery for enrollment in April or late July, early August. I don't know what that means. I mean, it's like, are you having it in early April, or are you having it in July, or are you having it in August? School year has started July, so I was profoundly confused by that. So if I was a parent and I'm trying to figure out how I get my child in that school, and once again, it made like no sense to me.
I totally agree with that. And if you see it, it was adopted in 2010
I know.
and has not been updated. So here again, we're 14 years going on 15 now, outside of it. So those.
And I get that, but by and large, the lottery hasn't changed a lot.
Right.
It really hasn't. The lottery has been the lottery. There are any number of schools that not only use an online form, but there's ways you can actually perform the lottery online so that there's absolutely, no one's even wondering about, oh, you picked the bingo balls.
Yeah.
So it can be done. I'm not saying you have to, but there is also.
It should be a number of days before the first day of school, because they keep changing when the first day of school is.
Well, no, it has to be my recommendation, and we've got it. Head admin here, he can weigh in. We've got two here. My recommendation would be, you've got to do that lottery before your budget's created, because you have to know how many kids are coming into the school. Am I not right? So it has to be way before the start of the school year. It should be like yesterday. February, I think most of our schools hold them February, March, through that time, because March is your budget process. I actually have a group of head admins back there. So, so that the head admin in his business office can make an accurate budget and submit it, you've got to know how many students you have, so that's when you open the window, because even though we all know, even though families have submitted the enrollment form, they may have found a better fit in the meantime, so that you have to have the responses from the family that, yes, my child is going to attend, so that you can have an accurate account, because we all know what happens if there's an overprojection of students in that budget. That's devastating. So that's, we don't have the time frame in our guidance. That's up to the individual school, but I think that's best practice.
And on the lottery, honestly, I would just get with CSD. They've done a million of these. They do it really well. They'll make it streamlined, super duper simple, upload it, call it a day. I mean, that easy. They've got it down. Yeah.
Commissioners, first, any additional concerns that have been included in the letter and the CSD recommendations that you feel haven't been addressed? If not, Commissioner Taylor? if
Yeah.
you wanna-
Thank you. I would just, I would just like to say and echo some of the concerns that Commissioner Brower had earlier. As as I've been listening today, some of the things that concern me are the fact that taking away public comment. All right. Now, I know you've addressed that. I know that there were issues. But what message does that send hiring security rather than, okay, how can we deal with this on a more one-to-one basis? All right. So that's one thing. The disenrolling of lots of students. It's been alleged or that may have not have taken place, may not have taken place, or under all of the appropriate guidelines. All right, it's been alleged that that's the case. That message to me sends to the community. If it's not right, if you're not doing right, we're gonna kick you out, basically. All right, that's the message I get from that. There's been lots of talk. Almost every comment that we heard from the community this morning said that there was a lack of accessibility to administration and governing council. All right. I don't know how true, I don't know how much of that, I wasn't there. So I don't know what efforts were made and what efforts were, anyway, in any case, the message that sends to the public is that you all are untouchable and inaccessible. So there's been lots of GC turnover. All right. Again, what message does that send to the public? All right. To me, it sends a message of chaos and disorder. And anyway, I feel like and abysmal attendance. The attendance has been abysmal. Again, what message does that send to the community? Sends the message that kids don't want to go to school there. So my point is, these were some of the issues that have been brought up. I'm not saying these are right and y'all are wrong, but the fact is that how are you handling the messaging and communication to those you serve and the people of the community? That's where I think you need to do better, honestly. I feel like you're putting things in place as far as making changes at the school. You inherited a lot of issues, obviously, and being really consumed with putting programs in place and putting policies in place, and I get that. But in the end, if you don't have that communication and earnest desire and respect for the people that you serve, and in making a huge effort to try to engage them and make it better, you're not going to have a school for policies to exist in, So that's just my summary. So thank you for listening.
We need to take a 10-minute break. Yeah. Sorry. So before a motion is made, are there any additional comments. So we will be able to make comments on them.
Difficulty hearing, sorry.
Sorry. I was just asking if anyone had any of the commissioners had any comments prior to the motion being made. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm sorry. So I move that the chair of the PEC issue a notice of breach of contract to Alma de Arte Charter High School to reestablish a respectful, safe, and effective learning environment at the school and remedy the following concerns and charter contract provisions. Academic progress. Concern 1, show academic proficiency and growth of the students, improve inadequacies related to testing of students, and improve results and complete documentation for the mission-specific indicators and the condition of renewal. The contract provisions are Contract Section 4, 1, Contract Section 4, 1.1, 2, and 4I, sorry. Contract Section 5, Academic Performance Framework and Condition Renewal. Academic Progress Concern 2, correct and confirm compliance with special education requirements, including correcting concerns identified in the special education annual determination letter from the Public Education Department. Include a report without student identifying information of pending complaints at the school level related to special education and how they are being addressed here. Contract Section 4, 8.2. Organizational Performance, Framework 1F and 3A, and Condition of Renewal. Academic Progress Concern 3, confirm and ensure compliance with Attendance for Success Act, including the disenrollment processes, including a review of disenrollments without student identifying information utilized by the school for the past 2 school years. Contract Section 4, 8.4 as amended. Organizational Performance Framework 1C and 3B. Organizational and financial concerns. Concern A, correct adequate financial oversight and ensure that the school has compliant finance and audit committees at all times. Contract Section 4.1 and Section 5, 4, and Financial Framework 5E. B, remedy audit findings through a corrective action plan derived from the audit response provided by the school with suggested improvement by CSD. Contract Section 4.1 and Section 5, 4, and Financial Framework 5B and 5C. C, provide and implement a compliant policy approved by the Governing Council at the school and a plan for addressing parent and student complaints. Include a report showing the status of pending parent and student complaints without identifying information reported to the school. Organizational Performance Framework 1C, 1D, 3A, and 3D. D, confirm that the school has adequate admission and enrollment policy and procedures that allow student choice. Organizational Performance Framework 3A. E, provide and implement an adequate plan for teacher mentoring, ensure the rights of teachers are being enforced, and utilize a staff grievance policy that is consistent with the collective bargaining agreement. Organizational Performance Framework 3D. Letter F, provide timely and complete reporting and notifications to CSD and PED. Yeah,
Budget.
okay. Contract Sections 5.3II and Organizational Performance Framework 2A. I further move that the Charter School Division review the school's compliance with special education and attendance for success requirements during the present school year and the adequacy of the processes and protocols at the school to ensure ongoing compliance and work with other agencies as appropriate or hire consultants to assist in the review. Finally, the school shall report its condition update and short cycle assessment data at the June meeting of the PEC related to proficiency and growth.
Commissioner Beck seconds.
The motion by Commissioner Gibson and a second by Commissioner Beck. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have.
Commissioner Beck?
I just want to say it's the hardest part of the job.
Commissioner Carrillo?
That's a very tall lift. But ultimately, it's about kids. And what are we doing? Oftentimes we ask ourselves at the end of a meeting, what have we done for kids today? Because there are so many issues that come before us that are adult issues, right? Compliance issues, policies, all sorts of things. What are we doing for kids today? And today I can say we're ensuring that any child and family that attends Alma has a certain culture at the school that they need. It's safe, and then they can learn. Everything is set up for them to learn on every level. That's what we're doing for kids today, what we're doing here. And it's a huge lift, and I understand that.
You know, with all the calls that I've received about this school, almost everyone starts the conversation with, do you know how important this school is to this community? And I do. I mean, I've been part of this community, and I've had friends serve on the Alma board. So it's been a long process with the school. It tugs at my heartstrings that we're here. It really does.
Madam Chair.
Thought we were on a good path when we worked with PCS&M to get mentoring and governance board training. And right after the governance board training, half those people left. So and this is a board that mostly gets their training completed. And I hear at the meetings, how everyone's getting their training completed. I don't see the results of the training because we're sitting here now. And that's what's so frustrating at this point in time. And it is profoundly sad. It truly is. I'm heartsick over this. Commissioners, any other comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, real quick, I feel that same way. I think this is heavy. This is a heavy decision. Commissioner Beck, thank you for bringing that into the space. I do believe this is the best decision that we can make right now, given what we've heard today and leading up to this. And I do believe that there is specific clarity about what the next steps are here. There's clarity. Commissioner Creo, there's a lot, but it's clear. And it's doable. And it's part of the business as usual at schools with a little bit, with quite a bit more need to ensure that there is good bookkeeping on following through on these things. But that's the cost of ensuring that we're doing right by our students and by this institution. The institution of Alma and us and the PEC. So I feel like this is the best laid path that we have to work with. And I'm just really impressed with how we were able to take all of the information that we received from the school and from the charter school division to hopefully come to a good plan to ensure that there's going to be adequate progress for our kids.
I'd also want to acknowledge it's not tough sitting where you're sitting. I absolutely acknowledge that. It is tough, but what charter schools or what any school is being tasked to do is to serve kids. And there are serious concerns about that at this moment in time. So, Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasisilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion is passed.
Thank you. And truly, thank you for coming up. I truly do appreciate it. Thank you. We are on to item number 14, which is presentation and discussion of school responses to correct audit findings for FY '23 as reported, excuse me, to the CSD. And once again, I'm not 100% sure what we were looking for got communicated as well as, because I think what we were looking for was simply what actions have you taken, which to me is kind of simple. You know, just give us a report out on, you know, these were the audit findings. So we're not waiting a whole year. And I know some business managers made contact and said, oh, we've already answered that. No, you answered what you were going to do. We just want a little quick update as to what have you actually started, you know, so that it's not next audit and it's maybe a repeat finding. So, you know, foolish me, I thought it was going to be simple. And I don't think it turned into something as simple as it was. So I think we have to look at that for next year so that we're really clear with, and it's not, there may be, I know there are recommendations for some of the audits for caps, but I think a lot of schools thought that this was going to be, everyone's going to be on a cap, and we're going to be on the intervention ladder. And I don't think that's the path we were trying to go down. So, I'm just saying that as next year, I think we have to look at this process a little bit more. So with that said, Deputy Director Russell, are you doing this?
Yes, Chair Gibson, and I have notes for next year, and I agree with you. We will do better. So I will share screen with the document that that shows which schools CSD is recommending a cap for. The first two documents in your Google Drive under 14 you saw last month. Those are just the numbers of audit findings and the PowerPoint. So let me share this one. So we are recommending a cap for 7 of the 11 schools. I'll look up if a school provided detailed implementation progress updates to the management plan, we are not recommending a cap. That's Albuquerque Sign Language. Alma, we've already discussed. Estancia Valley did provide detailed updates and implementation progress, but they had a disclaimed audit. So for that school, we really had no choice. Explore Albuquerque and Explore Las Cruces submitted simply their management plan that was submitted to the auditors with no update as to what they had done since then. So really all we need is implementation information for those two schools. J. Paul Taylor provided an update, no cap. Las Montañas, the same. We did not receive information from Monte del Sol. Raíces, similarly, we need implementation information. Taos International provided an update, but did not update whether progress was made toward those findings. And because they received a qualified audit, we've recommended a cap. Master's program, no cap required. All information was submitted.
So I'm guessing that there's a number of charter leaders here that want to say something about the audit, that they didn't come just because this is a fun place to be. So, so I'm going to ask if any of the charter leaders wish to speak to their audits. Please come forward and offer whatever comments you want to make. So Eric, if you want to come up. And the rest of you just come on down and just take your turn.
Are you ready? All right, my name is Eric Honor. I'm the Executive Director of J. Paul Taylor Academy. Last name is Ahner. I was uncertain where the PEC stands with recommendations from the Charter School Division, so I felt it was important to be here. It is also my worst audit in 13 years of being an Executive Director of charter schools, which means I feel it's important enough to come and speak to you about our progress or lack thereof. So that we can continue to maintain a favorable status with our relationship with the Public Education Commission and the PED. I'm going to try to be concise. I think you guys have had a very long day, and this seat is still a little warm. So, indeed, but it's been educational. So, firstly, know that the result of the audit is our responsibility. And there are components that I'm not happy about or I don't necessarily agree with, but at the end of the day, it is my responsibility to supersede the result of that and persevere and come out with a better audit going down the road, which is again a frustration because it is literally the worst audit that I've had. So first, to address what happened, I think it's important to hear from me what I believe has happened that led to a poorer audit than the past. I think we've had inconsistent business management practices over the last 5 years and some changes. And I think that inconsistency can be really devastating for consistency on an audit, particularly when you have various people who may not have a lot of experience as a business manager. The good news is that our current business manager should be in his 3rd year next year, and I think that that will help us move through some of the challenges that we had. Last year, to save money, I did payroll. That was a penny wise, pound foolish decision. That did not help my business manager. Matter of fact, I would say the opposite. Yes, it saved some money initially. And I'm not doing payroll this year, even though it's kind of fun and it's fun to work the numbers and make it all work out in balance. That's the appeasing part coming from my background in science and math. We have been plagued with our use of Apt2Fund, our software, in specifically rolling over funds and how you close out the software and open up the new year. I can't say it's the fault of the software. Excuse me. I think it's our understanding of how to use it correctly and getting better training on the closing in the opening of the new year. And once you open up a new year, when you make a change, you have to make those changes in both years if it pertains to the previous year. And if you do one and not the other, then you've messed up your books significantly. And we, in more than just this instance, we have had, I'll call them goblins in our software, issues that we created ourselves as errors that have actually carried all the way through years. And then resurface when you try to close the books, which is something that your expert, Betty Seeley, had talked about, the importance of closing out the books. And a lot of the challenges come there, and we didn't get things cleaned up when we closed our books. And then when we did get some of the information back, it threw a lot of other things out of balance, which created a chain reaction of findings. So instead of having one finding about closing out poorly or not correctly, it actually created some other findings with balances being out of compliance. Some challenges and frustrations that we experienced, me specifically, it was the longest, most rigorous audit that I've ever had. It was unexpected. I don't know why. I feel like over the last 3 years, it's been increasingly rigorous on schools of what they're asking for documentation in time. I also learned this year that I have to defend some of the paperwork that I submit. In the past, I have felt like I give the information, they make their decision, that's the end of the discussion. I actually disagree with some of the findings, and I didn't defend them the way I think I should have. In one instance, I cited statute and was told that a finding would be removed and it wasn't removed. And that's frustrating to me. That to me is challenging who I thought was the expert in what would be the final decision. And I now know that I have to defend our work a little bit more rigorously. Most importantly, in certainly what I think you guys should know is, what are we doing going forward? As I'd mentioned, we have the same business manager. I think that's extremely important because the work of the business manager is essential when we're expending public funds. I take that very seriously. We are asking CLA, the current company who has done the past audit, if they would be willing to do a pre-audit and come in and look at our books when we close out in June. It's going to be an additional expense, so that they can look at our work before we begin the formal audit. They think it's a conflict of interest if they get the new bid. They don't want to do a pre-audit and then audit their own work later. So if they are to get the next bid is the auditor for the PED and for charter schools, then we'll seek another auditor to do a pre-audit to help us close out the books. So audits have gotten very expensive over the last 10 years, and we accept that we're going to have to spend more money to try to make sure that we close things out correctly to prevent that chain reaction. And lastly, I plan on hiring someone who has experience as a business manager to be the liaison to submit all of the documents. The zinger to us was, after spending 3 months of uploading documents and going back and forth, the final audit finding was failure to respond in a timely fashion, which was a hit. I was very unhappy with that. I didn't have any knowledge that that was a frustration on the auditor's part. So I will hire someone independently to keep up with that and reach out to me if she feels like there's an issue with the audit that it needs more direct attention. So that's our plan. That's our audit, and I'm certainly open to any questions.
So I just want to say, thanks for pouring salt in the wound about talking about the cost of the audits. Only because we've been trying to get them paid for, and there's roadblocks here at PED for us to be able to do that, because we thought that was a fair and equitable give back of your hard-earned 2%. So, Commissioner Ingham, did you want to, okay. Commissioner Beck?
Just want to say thank you for taking the time to come up here. It's pretty obvious that it's pretty important to you, so thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, one other point of concern just to express with regard to the annual evaluation that goes out. There are multiple components that if you have a bad audit, it really becomes 3, if not 4 concerns with the ratings that we have every year. So I feel like it becomes a double whammy. If you have an audit finding, it will trigger 2A, 2B, 2C, and arguably 2F. in that annual review. So again, if I look at my performance as a school, which I feel is pretty good overall, an audit finding really can trigger all four of those areas. It creates a lot of red on that spreadsheet. So I did want to express that. Since I said extra long, I came up with some extra things to talk about. That I share that.
So, I'm hoping the new financial framework fixes it. I'm gonna ask you in your spare time, if you can just double check that. I mean, we've adopted it, but, obviously the school is still on the old. So that might be, hopefully we've fixed it. If we haven't, that's something that we'll need to maybe tweak, but I think we fixed it.
Great, thank you. Madam
Doesn't
Chair.
help you right now or
Understood.
next year.
Right.
Okay, all right. Truly, thank you for driving I know how long it took
You
you
do
to drive
indeed.
here.
Madam Chair, members of the commission and PED, thank you. Pardon? Soon, I might wait for the vote if I waited this long. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Next. Wasn't it last month we saw you as the new head administrator? Was it
That's-
last month?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Yeah.
And Commission, thank you for the opportunity. So I'm Jake Colander. Last name is Kolander. I was going to say that contrary to Mr. Honor, I do not have the length of experience, but whether this was the happening place to be or not, I did catch up on my reading of Government Finance Review June 2019 issue to be found here in the facility. So I appreciate your time today. You know, we read through the audit findings, obviously, and there we have people here on our behalf to speak in regards to those. But I do want to say that in the short amount of time that I've been head administrator at Explorer Academy and working with our finance office, I have found them to be extraordinarily competent and thorough and have total confidence that this will be addressed today. But I will introduce our board president, Patrick Molina.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having us today. I am Patrick Molina, Molina, the Governing Council Chair. Katie Rarick, our business manager, will come on here in just a moment to explain to you the details of our audit findings and our solutions to that. But I'm here to look you in the eye and tell you that every single one of those audit findings were embraced by our board and solutions were put in place immediately to address all of those so that they are not repeated. Quite frankly, the board and I were very embarrassed with those audit findings because we hold our finance committee meetings in public during our normal monthly board meetings. So because this is public money, we feel that the public should see it every single month, as do we. The fact that there were some missteps along the line on how we were reported the information to stay current and properly educated is regrettable, but we are absolutely confident that that will not happen again. And we've put more measures in place to make sure that what the board is getting on a regular basis is accurate, timely, and mission specific to what we're trying to do as a charter school and spending our fellow citizens' money investing into our students. So with that, I would like to introduce Katie Rarick from Axiom Analytics.
Like, on a radio show.
I don't see Katie on, oh, there you are, Katie, sorry.
Can you hear me? Sorry, y'all. It's budget season, so I am stuck behind a computer. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I did speak during public comment, but I just wanted to reiterate that as of April 12th, all of our action steps and what we had taken were on the Google Doc. And again, I did let CSD know they were going to be a little late because I was out of the country. They're in there, they're highlighted in red. And in addition to that, if you look at the monitoring tool from the site visit, it is also addressed in there how we have implemented some of the changes.
Thank you. And on another note, from yesterday, we were talking about having governance council members from governance councils that are doing it right, be at the CSD conference to have a discussion. And here's a name that I'm going to suggest you reach out to have it to say, hey, because this is, I know you heard what went on this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate the comments that you made. So I think this, you're the example we're looking for to try to uplift those other schools. We
Thank you.
truly are.
Chair Gibson?
And I appreciate this.
Mr. Molina has already submitted a proposal to present at the conference.
Seriously.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Per
you.
Ms. Brown's suggestion.
And if there are other
Hermit Brown's
topics,
begging.
if there are any other topics you wish, I will happily present those too. The two that I suggested were some statistics 101 for board members. We're given quite a bit of information and a lot of folks will sit there and nod their heads. And that is not governance. That is looking like you know what you're doing. The second one is, quite frankly, Robert's Rules of Order. I think the right vocabulary is used in a lot of meetings, but the format oftentimes isn't done correctly. And folks that didn't do debate in high school don't truly understand how that works. But if there are other topics with regards to governing council mechanics or whatnot, I would be honored to present at the conference. So I am at your disposal.
And if you could make a recording of it so that I can listen to it as I'm driving back, because I do a lot of that. I listen, so I would appreciate it. If you could, and I don't know whether it's within your wheelhouse, because I absolutely agree that order at a meeting is Robert's rules, but it also has to be meshed with OMA compliance as well.
Agreed. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I also made a note in the back that I would also create a little 101 for secretaries on how to properly document minutes. Either what I find is they're extremely paltry and don't tell you anything, or they are almost a word for word,
Right.
which is also not consumable. There's a happy medium in there that a lot of secretaries I think could benefit from a former secretary on this board. So again, Director Chavez, I am at your disposal.
Probably shouldn't have said that publicly.
I'm all in.
Absolutely the right thing to say. Yeah.
I don't know that I see the document that their business manager is referencing, that has red highlights and shows what they're doing and provides the information that she's.
I'm looking at it right now. It's the Google Doc that was sent out from Lucy. And it says Explore Academy Final Audit Findings FY23. And it was a Google Doc, and we were supposed to put our next steps or action steps in it. And that is what I did.
You may be looking at it, but I don't know whether it's on the commission's drive.
Oh,
Right.
I don't know.
That's what we're saying.
Katie, I would ask you to email it to me and I will upload it. I thought that the documents had been uploaded, but you submitted twice. If I am correct, you sent something. You did let me know you were going out of the country. You sent something, and then I think more recently, past the deadline, you had submitted something. So I don't think that it got into the folder. So can you send that to me, Katie?
Sure. I'll download it from Google and send it to you.
Certainly.
I do know that it was considered, I just checked with Ms. Seeley, that whether she and Ms. Gonzalez were able to review what was submitted.
And the response was?
This is a school that our recommendation, I believe, was, let me get to that. This is one of the schools that we were recommending to go on the corrective action plan. And what I wanted to explain, and I did to Mr. Molina and the head administrator at the school, but Katie, you weren't here to hear this, is that I heard your comment this morning, Katie, and the CSD has, you guys are in the last year of your current performance framework, and the language in there relative to the financial audits is that you would get a corrective action plan from somebody at the PED. Well, that happened a number of years ago. That's not happening. At one point, we transitioned and we said, okay, every school that had audit findings, send us your management, send us a corrective action plan. And what we found out was that schools were cutting and pasting their management responses and sending those to us as our cap, as their cap. Then the next year that I was here, when I learned that that's what the schools were doing, we were like, why make them cut and paste? Let's just tell them your management response is your cap. This year, we looked at all the audits and we prioritized those that had many audit findings and a material weakness findings. And those are the ones that we said, you've provided a management response. We understand that you believe this is how you're making corrections. Just give us an update. So that doesn't place the school on a corrective action. This is the body that decides whether or not the school is on a corrective action. And so Katie, I don't know if that seemed unclear to you. I know you were getting ready to leave the country. If I had to read an email, just as I was getting ready to leave the country, I might not have fully comprehended that as well. It's not meant to be punitive. It's meant to do a check-in. And I just checked my email and I'm still waiting for you to forward what you most recently sent, because I believe that that was not uploaded to the PEC folder.
Yep. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Google shut down on me, so.
Madam Chair, if it's, I apologize. That's okay. I'm sorry. There was something I did want to go back and mention, which is that the audit findings that we did get were the result of, and I know we don't like to go backwards, but just to give some context, we had a business office and the audit findings that were identified were some of the problems that we were having with said business office, which was the purpose for the switch to Axiom. And so that's one of the reasons why I said I have total confidence in what Axiom does, because part of what they did was take a look at the audit findings that were discovered, but realizing that this was coming from our prior business offices, which is the intent behind the initial shift that we made.
Thank you. Missy, we don't have any other schools that are online that wish to speak, do we? You know, if before we move on?
Can I'm not, oh, sorry, Monte del Sol couldn't
Zoe
be,
Nelson, Monte del Sol.
but I represent them too. Can I mean, same thing with Explore. The notes are there and I'll send those. So.
So Zoe Nelson has raised her hand from Monte del Sol, as well as Karen Warner.
Monte del Sol?
Karen Warner from Explore.
So let's get the Monte del Sol.
Karen Cassidy from Explore Los Cruces.
Okay. So let's take Monte del Sol and then we can take.
Hi.
What did Zoe?
Hi, this is Zoe Nelson, Nelsen. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I want to just represent Monte as I've been here listening today. And
I'm sorry.
okay.
Excuse me.
Can you hear? Yes.
We're having a little difficulty in really hearing you. So.
Okay. Well, is this any better?
Yeah.
If I could pass it to Katie Rarick also, who is our business manager that we made a shift to increase our proficiency in our process and business management. She can comment on our process. Thank you.
Thanks. So did I understand that Katie also wants to speak about Monte?
Yes.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, to speak quick, it's the same exact thing as with Explore. The the information is on the Google Drive, and I will send that to Director Chavez also. So you will have that in your.
Thanks.
Commissioners, Explore Albuquerque and Explore Las Cruces documents are in the folder that Katie just now sent me.
Our meeting folder? Okay. In the responses to the audit findings, there's a tab for the school's responses, which is in item number 13.
So there's a whole folder that is not part of the meeting materials because we didn't post these to the website. They're in your Google Doc folder that is the working folder. And then there's a separate folder within that called Audit Correction Reports from Schools.
Explore Academy Las Cruces says number 19. I can move the audit correction folder to the other one. It doesn't need to be, posted. Is that easier? Commissioners?
As long as it doesn't have to be posted.
Doesn't have to be
That's fine. So,
Okay, I'm gonna move that folder right now.
okay.
I'm gonna move it though, Tim, so now you see it, now you don't.
All right. So now we have Explore.
So we see Explore Las Cruces with the red text. Now it's in the same folder you've been in all day. There's audit correction reports. Number 19, I don't know why it starts with a 19, but it does. And then that's Explore Las Cruces. And her information is in, her action steps are in red. Let me see if I can find the other two, or Karina or Bridget faster than me.
Well, what you can do is see the time that it was uploaded. Oh, if you're looking at a list, if you're looking at the.
Yeah, Monte del Sol. The other one is it's Explore Academy Las Cruces, so it starts with an E, and then Monte probably starts with an M.
It's just Explore Academy.
Or Missy, did you want to share screen or?
I can share screen if you would like.
Yeah, I don't see Monte yet, but. I see. There it is.
Which item number is it, or do I go to a different folder? Oh,
Is this the document you wanted shared?
The three that Karina just uploaded are the ones we want to share.
Yeah, 19 is Las Cruces.
This one?
Yeah, so this is,
Make it bigger.
these are the responses for Las Cruces in red. And the decision point for commissioners is whether you're going to do a notice of concern or you're going to have the CSD monitor it. So there's 4 schools that they've already suggested be monitored, and the issue would be whether Explore Academy, Explore Las Cruces, and Monte would be moved to that item 14 and not issue a notice of concern.
So commissioners, I just checked in because the submission was late. The team that reviewed the audits did not review this. So I apologize to the commissioners. I apologize to the school that they were not looking at what was submitted. It was submitted past the date that we had asked. And I wish I had a better reason, but I think we can take a look at this. And if you wish to ask Ms. Seeley, or if you want to talk about it with the school, I do feel like this is a more detailed. Ms. Rarick actually did 2 submissions. I don't know if it's true for each school, but she submitted something. And then we did a couple of email exchanges back, and I think when she got back from vacation, she submitted more things. So, this is the final analysis or report sent by the school.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading.
I looked at it. I'm good with them joining those 4 other schools, for sure. I'm good with that.
We're actually looking at item number 14 in terms of the actions that are going to be taken. So at this point in time, so that the motion is correct.
Right. So commissioners, just real quickly, so you're on Explore Las Cruces. Explore Las Cruces had a total of 6 findings. 3 of them were repeat findings, and there was a material weakness. And Explore Las Cruces, I believe that there was no information about Explore Las Cruces Foundation because they don't really have a foundation. So there's no additional findings related to the foundation, obviously.
You ready to rock?
Sure, because I think I wanted to ask Betty some questions just for, is that what you?
I just had a quick question for CSD. So Raíces is entering into a new contract July 1. So this would be a corrective action plan from today through June 30?
I think that the time frame for the financial corrective action plans are between now and the time when the next financial corrective action, the next audit is released.
I hadn't thought about whether you can roll over the contracts. Go ahead. I just need to.
However, yeah.
I hear, okay, okay. Okay. While Julia's thinking about this, can we hear from the folks that want to speak?
Zoe, you have your hand raised.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I no longer.
Okay, Karen Warner, you have your hand raised.
Know that we do have, as you know now, Miss Cassidy is here as the head administrator in Las Cruces, Explore Academy Las Cruces. And we also have the board chair, Clara Rayleigh, who may still be online. I'm not sure. She's been waiting all day as well. And I just wanted to acknowledge them for the commission. And then Miss Cassidy joined. So I'm going to step out. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Ms. Cassidy?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for just letting me say a few words. I won't be too long, as I think I just want to reiterate a lot of what you heard from Mr. Colander with Explore Academy Albuquerque. We also were going through a change in our business manager and the system that we use, and we are now with Axiom Analytics, and Katie Rarick, as you know, is our business manager. And I'm very confident in what she is doing in Axiom Analytics, and I am confident that the findings will be resolved through this new school business official. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I guess I don't quite know how legally you would roll over corrective action plan into a new contract. I think you could sunset it at the end of June, and then if needed, CSD could come forward again for RIESIS, this is what I'm talking about. And they could renew it again in July if they felt like the corrective action plan needed. But I just don't see quite how we would have that corrective action plan that wasn't discussed as part of the negotiations. You're going to approve that contract right now. I guess you could add it and send it back to RIESIS, but I don't know, or you could just have CSD monitor it. Okay, I'm going to add it up above. You guys can delete it.
You're gonna put them, okay, gotcha. Okay,
CSD can always come back in July if they need to.
Right.
so I'm trying to, there was a comment that was made about, I'm gonna say, is it explore Las Cruces, that they had a material term, and that was your concern, that they had a material term, material finding?
Explore Las Cruces had a total of 6 findings. 2 were significant deficiencies, and 3 were repeat audit findings. 1 was a material weakness.
So I think I'd appreciate Betty's input at this point in time, to just get a little clarity on this, to see whether it should be, yeah, the Las Cruces School, yeah. So Betty. Whatever. Yep.
Having trouble hearing again. Sorry to interrupt.
They're inviting Betty Seeley up to the dais.
Thank you.
So some of the concerns that I personally have with these audits, is that the material weaknesses and the significant deficiencies, those should not be taken lightly. And for me, if a school gets even one of those, along with repeat findings, even if they're just other matters, the school should be monitored to make sure that these weaknesses and these deficiencies are taken care of. Sometimes a repeat finding is, the problem with that is by the time you get the finding, if you're doing something wrong, you're continuing to do it in the new year. If you can clear it by the end of the second year, then that's not an issue. But when you're doing something extremely incorrectly, that it becomes a significant deficiency or a material weakness, that is something to be taken just very seriously.
And I truly appreciate that. I struggle a little bit with the level of reporting that then ends up having to take place when you do a corrective action plan a lot. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can do this. Because a corrective action plan is a significant step up. I mean, none of this should be taken lightly. But I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way that we can get information without, I agree, there are some schools that need to be on a corrective action plan. They do. But I'm just trying to, and I fully understand that material terms are, and significant findings need to be addressed. I'm wondering if well, site visits have mostly been done.
So
It's tough to do it through a report from the site visits because the site visits are by and large done for this year.
Chair Gibson, if we look at the analysis and why the school was recommended for a cap, we could go through school by school,
No, I
right?
don't need to do that.
Well, I think that there's the, part of the reasons why some of the schools were recommended for a cap was that we didn't have all of the information. And there's some schools that, for example, if you had a disqualified audit or if you had a disclaimed audit.
I got that. And I have no problem with some schools being on the cap. I have no problem.
But yeah,
But I think I'm more comfortable with the bigger list up above. Okay, I really appreciate your help, Betty. Okay. Are we ready? Okay. So I move that the following schools continue to work to improve their financial performance and to correct audit findings identified in the FY 2023 charter school audits without the PEC taking action under the intervention ladder. A, Albuquerque Sign Language Academy. B, Explore Academy. C, Explore Academy Las Cruces. D, J. Paul Taylor Academy. E, Las Montañas Charter High School. F, Monte del Sol Charter School. G, the Master's Program. H, Raíces del Saber Xanachli Community School.
I second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Beck. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner Beck.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasasilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
and Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So I move that the chair issue a notice of concern to Estancia Valley Classical Academy regarding the audit findings in the FY 2023 charter school audit, and that the school provide a corrective action plan to correct the audit findings by May 10th for consideration and approval by the PEC at its May meeting. The corrective action plan must identify who is going to take what action by specific dates to improve the financial performance.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson and a second by Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Beck.
Commissioner Klasasilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify that you've already taken care of Alma up above and the intervention ladder up above, so.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you, gentlemen.
And we'll see you in June.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay, I move that the chair issue a notice of concern to Taos International School regarding the audit findings in the FY 2023 charter school audit, and that the school provide a corrective action to correct the audit findings by May 10th for consideration and approval by the PEC at its May meeting. The corrective action plan must identify who is going to take what action by specific dates to improve the financial performance.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Beck?
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa-Silic, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
and Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 16, the schools did not get their documents all in on time, so we are moving them to the May meeting.
Yay. Oops, sorry.
My only question would be, why not? Lord knows. And then what's to say they're gonna, what are they doing differently to make sure they have everything ready for May? Because we're just kicking the can.
I believe I'm addressing this. So why not? Because I did not support them in the way that they needed to be supported. I have a
Hold on a second.
table.
I just heard him say, I don't believe that. I don't either. You're supportive as, gotta say those things out loud.
I dropped the ball on the Board of Finance stuff. I thought that I had it, because I had it for all of the state authorized schools. And then I neglected to follow up with the district authorized schools. I created this table. We're almost there. We're achingly close with Dream Dene. There's just 2 documents we need from 1 member. And we're moderately close with San Diego Riverside. They have not been able to get any of their affidavits notarized. Most of them have signed their assurances, and a few of them have signed their statements to consult. So I have expressed to them the urgency and will do whatever it takes to get them across the line for your next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
On item 17, I just want to start the conversation because Vice Chair Carrillo is going to take it from here. But I wanted to mention one thing about Explore Academy, or I can do it, but Explore Academy. Let me start. Yesterday, we had a long conversation about that mission-specific template that we're going to add a page that puts more of the RBA information in it. And Explore Academy has voted on a slightly revised version of the mission-specific template. They're still wanting to provide the same information, but they want to provide the optional information, which is how each of their grades are doing on the mission-specific goal. They want to put that on a separate page, just have the scoring there. My initial concern, which was kind of put to bed yesterday, I think you're going to get that whole document. So you're going to get the RBA, you're going to get the first page, you're going to get, and particularly when we have charter authorizing software, I think that document will just be uploaded. So that alleviated a concern that I had that, one school was asking to be different from all other schools. So we put them first to talk about that. But I feel like you talked about it yesterday. So I think any concern that I had about consistency or difficulty for CSD is kind of alleviated because you're going to look at the whole template. But I wanted to raise that. And then Vice Chair Carrillo, I can either do it, the Vice Chair typically walks through each school after that, but I can do it if you want me to.
Gonna have to do like 23 of these next year, right? Okay.
Love the struggle.
So, I'm reading the motion for Explore. But I'm not, everything after the or is not germane, correct? Okay, thank you. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for Explore Academy, identified in Agenda Item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term, and that the proposed changes to the mission template form proposed by Explore Academy be accepted. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second, there's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Gibson. The only thing I want to say, so I don't say it for every school, I just want to thank all the schools that, came, did the contract negotiations with us, got all these documents ready, because this was the first year that we're doing the performance framework. So it was always, it was wheels in motion all the time. And thanks for the grace in terms of dealing with changes in the templates that took place during that time. It was a big learning curve for all of us to do these. And, thank you to Commissioner Carrillo for all of these, for stepping in and leading this, that this was, it was a lot of work. So.
Without you guys, you kidding me? Julie even had to highlight that thing in yellow, so I knew what to read. All right, thank you. And I have a question about that, actually. Change documents, does that apply? Am I doing that for Explore? Okay, didn't think so. Okay. Oh, that's right. Secretary.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
and Secretary Beck. Yes, there are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Terrific. So we're on next to Aviation Academy. No yellow this time, green? Okay. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for Aviation Academy, identified in Agenda Item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second, there's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo, a second by Commissioner Gibson. Any discussion?
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage, Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck. Yes, there are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Next, we are on to middle college.
Yeah, I just had one thing to highlight for you all. Middle college has long reported out as a mission goal how students did in their school after they left them. We had a long conversation with them that is an important part of their educational plan. So it got moved to their educational plan, but it didn't feel appropriate to score them on students that were no longer in their school. So they are still required to do it. They are still fully committed to doing it. It's just not one of their goals.
Right. And on that note, I want to commend them for even doing that. Takes a lot of effort, but it just, it really shows them where their successes are in their community. So on to middle college. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including performance framework for middle college, identified in Agenda Item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
Commissioner,
Motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Taylor.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloschusilic,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Well, next we have New Mexico School for the Arts. And it's funny, in going through this, just all of the labor that went into all of this from January till today, you know? It's remarkable. Okay, New Mexico School for the Arts. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for New Mexico School for the Arts, identified in Agenda Item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Ingham.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloschusilic,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Next up, we have Oasis del Saber Chinachli Community School. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for Oasis del Saber Chinachli Community School, identified in Agenda Item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
Commissioner Kloschusilic,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Gibson, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
I'm sorry?
I wanted to flag on Solari Collegiate that they were invited and took up the PEC to both expand their cap. Well, I thought there were 2 things, the cap and grade levels. And so that is in the new charter. It would be effective as of July 1, but I did just want to flag that for you all.
Terrific. Thank you. For Solari Collegiate Charter School, I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including performance framework for Solari Collegiate Charter School, identified in Agenda Item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the reference attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
So there was a motion by Commissioner Carrillo. Was that Commissioner Brower that?
Commissioner Ingham, he beat me into it.
Okay.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Gibson, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloschusilic, Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against.
San Diego Riverside?
No, we're skipping San Diego River. Oh, wait, I think we're skipping San Diego Riverside because they can't be they have to be a Board of Finance first.
Why do we have soda on
School of Dreams.
the agenda?
I'm sorry, I skipped them. Let me not skip them.
I'll go on and you can put.
Yeah, but let me make one comment on
need to do.
Southwest Preparatory Learning Center. They have a new name. Thank you for finding soda, so we didn't skip them. They have a new name that would start July 1. As you know, the next school did an amendment today because they needed it today. We are understanding that Southwest Preparatory does not need their new name to start until July 1, so they don't need to come, and a change in their mission, they don't need to come forward again, if that's true.
Well, okay, for Southwest Preparatory Learning Center, also it'll be the Renaissance Academy Charter School. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for Southwest Preparatory Learning Center identified in agenda item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the reference attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Creo and a second by Commissioner Taylor.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage, Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, there are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Terrific. Next, we're on to School of Dreams Academy, affectionately known as SODA. Okay. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for the School of Dreams Academy, identified in agenda item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the reference attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Ingham.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, there are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
All righty, next up, we have the Southwest Secondary Learning Center, now known as North Point Charter School. Those paying attention, no, that's not a housing complex. It's a charter school. If you're listening, I'm going to be in so much trouble. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for Southwest Secondary Learning Center, now known as North Point Charter School, identified in agenda item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Taylor.
Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage, Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, there are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
And next and finally, Taos Academy. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for the Taos Academy identified in agenda item 17 for the 2024-2029 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Ingham.
Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage, Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson, Secretary Beck, yes, and last but not least, for all the work that he did, Vice Chair Carrillo.
Yes.
There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
And before we move on to what's next, for all the work that everybody did and for all of these schools, congratulations. And we just look forward to the next 5 years for all of your schools.
So I just want, for the record, I apparently received a number of emails during the meeting that were evidently sent to me asking for them to be put on the record in support of Dr. Amador. We do not accept, I want it on the record, that we do not accept written comment to be included in our record. So I will simply respond to those emails with that comment that, we do not accept for public record. You have to provide that comment
Well in advance.
at the meeting.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks for letting us know that.
We are on to item number 18, discussion and possible action to authorize the PEC negotiation team for Cesar Chavez Community School to negotiate any item in the academic performance framework as part of an option 3 performance framework. And when we were talking about the performance framework yesterday, we talked about this, and there are now 6 templates, correct? That hopefully will be, or anticipate, we asked for them to be done as of May 1st so that we can finalize the negotiations with the school. Those templates were challenging for a variety of reasons. This is the first school that, first time we're using option 3, and the school took a somewhat different take on it. We've made those changes in the performance framework, and we need the templates so that we can successfully complete the negotiations. Sure.
So the reason I also wanted you to take a vote on this is because while you discussed yesterday expanding what can be discussed under option 3, that isn't finalized yet. So I wanted the negotiating team to know that they had the authority to work within the academic framework and maybe make some changes that are proposed by that school, in addition to getting those templates completed. I wanted the negotiating team to know they had the authority from the commission.
So then on that note, we will do all this probably at a Zoom call coming up. And then this should be ready again for contract approval for May, correct? Notwithstanding any challenges or delays. Okay, well, in that case, regarding Cesar Chavez Community School, excuse me, I move that the negotiating team negotiating the Cesar Chavez Community School contract be authorized to negotiate and propose alternative provisions to the academic framework as a whole, since the school is proposing to use option 3 of the academic framework with templates completed by May 1st, 2024.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Brower. Sorry.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson, Secretary Beck, yes, there are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Item number 19, discussion of possible action on the newly adopted PEC rule on accreditation and school calendar. We had the discussion yesterday. There's really nothing that the PEC can do. And we had folks from policy come and explain the exemption and the very limited waiver. It's really for an emergency. And within our authorizing authority, we play no role in those two, so there's no action to be taken at this time. Item number 20, discussion of possible action to adopt PEC mission and vision statement.
We're good.
So the only thing I would suggest we do is that we read all that stuff into the record that we've been working on, even though we did read the mission statement, 8 hours ago?
Yeah.
No, a while ago.
So you would like the motion to include the wording of both?
No, before the motion is made, just so it's clear what we're voting on, that we're voting on adopting the mission and vision. And for anybody watching, well, what is the mission and vision?
Why wouldn't it be in the motion?
The mission and vision is not,
In the motion, you would say, I move that the Public Education Commission adopt.
And then
the
read
mission
it
and
then?
Vision
We can do it
statement.
then. Okay, so then, that means I have to find it. Did you?
Did you
Oh,
find?
look at you copying and pasting dynamo. Okay. And we'll also do the value statements that things are based on. Is that okay with you, Chair Gibson? I'll take that as a yes.
Just
Usually you tell me no if it's no.
because I think it's going to disappear off my screen any moment. Oh, yes, that's fine.
Okay, great. We're really proud of this work that we worked so many months on and with Naomi back in Washington, and all of us just kind of working together, hashing out ideas, fine-tuning language. It was a super fun process, and we learned a lot about each other. And I'm very proud of this commission and the way we work together, because I see other bodies and school boards and districts around the state, and they don't hold a candle to us.
And,
So yay us.
and I would add, I think we used a lot of that today. We used a lot of it today in our issues brought forth before us.
Alrighty then. The action, there's more words appearing on my screen. Okay. I move that the PEC adopt the following mission, vision, and value statements. Our vision, all students and families residing in New Mexico, regardless of background or circumstance, will experience equitable access to a diverse array of innovative, high-quality public schools where students will learn, thrive, and realize their full potential. Our mission, authorize and support public charter schools for innovative, equitable, choice-driven education where all New Mexico students learn and thrive. And the statements that guide our work, our value statements. Our value statements set the tone for how we operate and how we expect New Mexico State authorized charter schools to operate and communicate with us and their communities. Transparency, maintaining open communication with stakeholders and promoting a culture of openness by displaying a clear understanding of how and why decisions, expectations, processes, protocols, and actions are made. Consistency, cultivating uniformity in processes and decisions with a commitment to fostering an environment defined by trust, predictability, and best practices. Respect, upholding a culture of dignity and consideration for every individual, school, community, and all applicable laws with diligence toward honoring and understanding the schools in our portfolio. Student-centered excellence, prioritizing and supporting the success, growth, and well-being of every New Mexico State authorized charter school student through a culture of continuous improvement and high standards and expectations. And finally, equity and inclusion, ensuring every student has access and opportunity to a quality education by advocating for state-authorized charter schools to have all the resources, funds, and supports to enroll, educate, and support every student irrespective of their race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, gender, or ability.
I second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Brower.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cluster-Sillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
I'm going to say absolutely.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, and acknowledging the ex-chair and Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
and the current chair leading us, Chair Gibson.
Yes.
There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of work. Item number 21, discussion of possible action to provide guidance related to payment of instructional materials, including Chromebooks. We had a discussion about this yesterday. The only thing that I'm going to add is based on comment that was provided today in the fact that these are not school supplies. They're not pencils and tissues and crayons. And I fully understand, and I think it's appalling that across the country, parents are being asked to provide more and more of the school supplies for their kids to go to school, it's posted in newspapers. Here's Las Cruces Public Schools, here's the supply list if your student's in 9th grade, 10th grade. And I acknowledge that budgets are stressed or stretched. This says like Chromebooks. It is anything that this is an instructional material. It is not a school supply. If it's a school supply, it's an option, but this is required. This is a key component to a school's instruction to have this device. So I strongly support the guidance going out that families should not be asked to or required to provide a device for instructional materials. That's the school's obligation to provide anything related to instruction.
You're like ready to, no?
I know.
Okay, well, when that thought's complete, you let us know and we're there. It's not part of a motion or anything, but I would just ask that schools, I don't know, teach their kids and families how to take care of their Chromebooks. Because they really should last for while they're at the school, for all intents and purposes.
I agree. And I think, because we did touch on that yesterday, and, we talked about what you do with the textbook, because you do make a condition assessment. And I think the same thing would hold true with this, that you note the condition when the device was given out, and there's a guidance on what is expected normal use and what is unusual and unexpected use. And I think just as any other instructional material, the property of the school, there is appropriate action you can take if there's been abuse of that material.
Can I ask, this was also PED requirement, isn't it? Or the providing of Chromebooks? There wasn't PED legislation to do that? No?
As far as I know, there is no rule that speaks to that. I can say on my part, I've asked, I can't count how many times I've asked for guidance in regards to that. And I've gotten little to no response. So I'm going to say there is no PED guidance on this. Otherwise, they would have said, well, here, this is our guidance on it. So there isn't, to my knowledge. I think there should be. So once again, I think we're standing in the forefront and not catching up.
Madam Chair, I just want to acknowledge that I agree with your nuance that you just mentioned between pencils, papers, chalk. It's different. I'm throwing that back. I'm an old enough person that I used that when I was a teacher and student, but those are different. Those are different than requiring a computer. I do think it's at the same time when, those really fancy Texas Instrument calculators came out.
Right.
There is a degree of inequity if you're expecting a student to purchase that or a parent, and then somebody gets the Cadillac version that can do all the parabolas and quadratic formulas, and then little old me, I have to get the one that just has the numbers on it, And so I think there's equity involved in that too, and that make sure that every student receives the tools that are required within the context of that class, and that Chromebooks and computers now are the textbooks, everything asynchronous learning is all done on that. A lot of research is done on that. So I just wanted to commend you for making that nuance.
Thanks. And, I also, I heard the response we would provide if a family can't afford it. But yesterday we talked about that being one of those chilling factors. Is there going to be a control number on it? So I know that this one has one provided by the school, and yeah. And I think there's levels of everything. So I got the newer one, I got the fancier one. Everyone should have the same. So that someone's not sitting there in a classroom feeling like, they're different than
It was
others.
like kids being given a cheese sandwich at lunch.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So did we have something that we were gonna either have schools put on their websites or something where they couldn't have language that said, you will be issued a Chromebook, but you may, have was there some
That's what this guidance would
eliminate?
tell them,
Okay.
that they can no longer have a requirement on their website, or a requirement, whether it's on their website or not. They can't have a requirement that families must purchase a digital
Got it.
device.
Perfect. Okay. You want to make this motion since it's your baby?
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
Really?
Yeah. Myself to drive home. I move that the chair provide guidance to state charter schools indicating that technology, including Chromebooks, are instructional materials and must be a school expense, not an expense passed on to students or families.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Beck.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Matter.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
We probably not even have to do roll.
and then,
Yes.
Commissioner Hingham, Commissioner Clutch-Pasilic,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, there are 7 votes for, 0 votes against, motion passes.
Thanks. We are on to item number and
Yeah.
discussion.
It's going to be in record time.
I hope so.
So there's 2 documents that are in your folder. Dr. Russell's going to share the organizational chart with you. We got another position, which we need because there are staff that are doing a ton of travel. When somebody's out sick, it really hits us hard. And yes, our staff are under a union as well. So, yes, they are. And so we need additional staff as our portfolio continues to grow, as we continue to try to meet the needs of the commission. We had a new Ed Admin A position within the Charter Schools Division. Then we interviewed and made an offer and she accepted. So Deanna Sirna is not here because she's a teacher still finishing out her school year. But she will begin June 10th, so you all will meet her definitely after that when she starts. We have a vacant position, as you all know. Jessica resigned to take on a position with State Land Office. It's a promotion for her, and that agency gets to have a hybrid schedule, so she gets to work from home 3 days a week. So we congratulate Jessica for the promotion, and we are sorry to see her leave, but we are so happy that we have Consuelo as your new liaison, and she is on top of it. She's already processing some travel. So thank you all for welcoming her, and thank you, Consuelo, for already getting on it and working really hard. We have a couple of open positions because Ms. Brown was hired for the position that oversees the options for parents and families work and the technical assistance and training. I don't know if you all are aware, Missy Brown is the Ed Admin Supervisor. So we congratulate her, and this leaves open her position. That position is posted. We're collecting resumes and applications right now. We also have a TA and training practices position at Admin O that is vacant that we're also collecting. And you all know that Dr. Kimberly Faulkner is also a new hire for our division. So that's the update on staff. And did I mention that, Lucy Valenzuela also, the reason why we have that vacant position, is because in technical assistance and training is because Lucy was promoted to an Ed Admin A, authorizing practices administrator in the authorizing team. So congratulations to the promotions, the new hires, a couple more people coming on. And, you know, at the PED, when I first started, the cabinet team was completely different. So there is a high turnover at the PED. It's not an easy place to work. We are struggling through some issues. I've seen some improvements. I continue to have hope that we will all see improvements moving forward. But I'm extremely proud of the team we have at CSD and continue to work on building our capacity to support you all and to have high quality work. That's the update on CSD staff positions. Yeah.
How come we don't have hybrid schedules at PED? Because wouldn't that be something that would be really attractive to new employees?
Correct, but we are an office of the governor and the governor has called us all back to work full-time in person. So we have opened up an Albuquerque office. I don't know that I'd mentioned this before. It's been tremendously helpful for our Albuquerque staff to be able to work closer to home and not have to do the commute.
The land office is an elected position. So her interpretation is because she's not a governor's appointee, she does not have to comply with the fully 100% in person.
Got it. Thank you.
And she's, yeah.
All right, so I want to move over to the La Tierra Montessori school closure plan. I've updated the document in your folder. It's 100% complete, and at the bottom of the document is a wrap-up of the costs associated with closing the school. We paid for a contracted school liaison position who helped us dispose of assets and manage some of the student records, et cetera. And we also paid to digitize the student records because we have to keep that in-house for in case anybody calls to verify employment or enrollment. So the total amount we've spent closing La Tierra was $113,560.10. And so I'm sitting here thinking how many other schools need to digitize their records. And I'm going to ask Marcy to do a session at the conference or somebody to do that on like record keeping, digitizing your records and having and disposing of your assets in accordance to a schedule. So you don't have a garage or a separate little building full of all kinds of things that need to be disposed of. It was a mess. And I don't know how else to do it other than to tell the story and say, don't put yourself in this position.
Or all those molds in your basement.
I'm going to ask Missy to talk about the Mabry Hall updates.
Okay, so the Mabry Hall update, we have been asking for it to be done before this meeting. That did not happen. The IT Connect people are having issues, internal issues with their programmer. They are pushing to get it complete. So they're going to get back to us on Monday, hopefully by May.
There's always Monday.
All right, I can't miss an opportunity.
Just tell us.
So I'm sorry that IT Connect is having issues, and maybe they need to have a little retreat to take care of those issues so that we can get the work done that we've been promised to get done more than a year and a half ago. If they need us to bring them some sweet rolls and coffee in the morning, we're happy to do so. But I just hear stuff like that, and it just makes me go crazy. You know, Missy, it makes me go crazy. I know it's not on you by any stretch. And if all this could be done, completed like by the end of the May, boy, that would be like really something. Because Tim, he expressed something very sensitive and personal to him, and he expressed this to me. He is really not liking that the only thing that people get to see is the back of his head where he's losing some hair. And he takes that very personally. He
Vice
wants
Chair
to get
Carrillo,
this
I have to
remedy.
stop you there. I have to stop you right there. I was targeted for an entire year. He's only been 4 months.
And I don't have white hair, but it looks like it's on fire because that's the only thing people see. So anyway, if they need a massage or something at ITT Connect, we'll help them.
For the record, can I ask what color your hair is?
It's platinum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Gibson, this was not on the agenda, but we have a newsletter that we're getting ready to publish. I'd love to be able to do a story on your adoption of your mission, vision, and value statements, if you give me permission.
I think that'd be great.
Interview Commissioner Carrillo.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for Charter Schools Division.
Okay, so are we done with that? Okay, report from the chair. I'm going to make this hopefully as quick as I can. Update on the meeting with the secretary on the PEC budget. The executive committee had a call 2 weeks ago with the secretary. It was a positive call. On the less than positive side, he said he'd get back to us in a couple days, and he has not. In an email that I had to forward him something else, I reminded him that we're still awaiting his feedback. So I will nudge again during this week. I am participating with the director and Matt Paul, Naomi, Tim Gunner, and a number on a webinar for the CSP grant. It's a federal webinar. I have 30 seconds on the script to speak, so thank you very much. And I think you all know, I'll morph into school concerns. Explore Academy unfortunately had their roof collapse on the gymnasium that they were in construction with. We were talking to Commissioner Ingham before, and I said, I know this probably doesn't sound right, but he was so excited when I called him that a roof collapsed. So, it was, and I appreciated the fact that he literally, I think, turned, I don't know if he was on I-25 or not, but he turned around and headed right to that school. So.
on I-25.
So I appreciate every effort he's making in trying to, it's a tough process. And we are very grateful that no one was hurt in that. It was a Sunday. Everything was in line. So really, really appreciate that. Has PCS&M hung in with us? I shut my computer off, so I don't have the Zoom on. Yeah.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
We can.
And I said, my clock right here says 4:59.
Yep.
We're almost into the
Not
evening.
till 4:59 and a half.
I see that Commissioner Brower put on his hat. So that means it's almost time to go. I'm going to go fast. And I am back in Las Cruces, so I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I did want to just give you all a few updates since last month's meeting and a couple of CSP updates. We had a field trip on Thursday, the 11th of April. It was a roundtable as part of the CSP grant, and we conducted a field trip to Siembra Leadership Academy in Amy Beale. And we walked from one to the other with about 20 school personnel from schools from across Albuquerque and Las Cruces. And we had a lot of positive feedback after visiting these pretty dynamic schools. So that was great. We'll switch between virtual roundtables and in-person field trip roundtables as well. And another CSP update, we have 19 applications for our 2 expansion subgrants to award, which is a lot of applications. for only 2 awards. And after yesterday's conversation, it looks like we might potentially have 6 applicants for the 2 new charter awards, if they can make it through the application process. So those are a couple of CSP updates. A few other updates. Yesterday, there was a conversation about the waivers, but there is the non-discretionary waiver that some schools are exercising to use with the new rule that came out. And we have seen some inconsistent recognition of that length of day school waiver per the policy department. And the policy has preserved the length of day non-discretionary waiver of the charter schools, but different schools are hearing different things as they move through the budget process. So it's just an FYI for the commission, because it does, using those non-discretionary waivers allows the schools to be innovative and leverage their autonomy. Another update, Commissioner Gibson and I will actually be going to Deming to work with the authorizer, the local authorizer, to hopefully make sure that those authorizing practices are equitable. And finally, the budget, we would like for the PEC to be aware that the funding levels set by the legislature were substantially lower than recognized costs. And it currently, while the schools are working through their budgets, it's impacting them in a number of ways, and should definitely be recognized by the commission next year if possible. And
Thanks,
that
Alex. I was on a Zoom call. I didn't know I was going to Deming. So thanks for that.
I think the charter leader in Deming said you were going, so I was assumed that you were going.
Well, I acknowledged that I would be there, but I guess it wasn't specified that it wasn't in person, that it was in person. So, okay. Okay, thanks for that. Okay. 45 minutes to an hour. It's not bad. It's just I-10 and trucks. So it's not a pretty ride. Okay. Discussion of possible action to provide input to the chair or liaison to speak on behalf of the PC. I don't think we've got anything at this point in time. Okay. Discussion of legislative initiatives for the 2025 session. I think that really requires when we're fresher. The only thing I'm going to ask is, based on very particularly today, I think we have to work on something to give someone the capacity to take over a board. Right now, the cabinet secretary took that out of the rule. We provided comment asking for that not to be taken out of the rule. Traditional school districts, their boards can be taken over by the cabinet secretary. There's nothing that can happen to a charter school board besides closing the school. There's a gap, there is a deep gap there. So I think that's something that we need to look at to see what could be done and what it looks like.
On that, because in the near term, should we be confronted with a situation? I mean, I would ask our council to look at things that we can do. And I would use that old axiom. It's sometimes it's better to say I'm sorry than to get permission if we need to do the right thing. I mean, I know that we'd ruffle feathers and things, but it's just what can we do besides wait for the next legislative session on that? Okay, that's sort of there. And okay, so transportation, we've brought this up a number of times. To see that that charter schools within a given district are supported in their transportation needs. What needs to happen next and soonest to draft legislation, get a senator and a rep or a couple on board? I've never tried to introduce legislation, so I don't know. How does that happen?
Okay, we have a subcommittee on transportation. So I would recommend that subcommittee come with some recommendation for what they feel needs to be put into that legislation.
Who's the chair of our subcommittee on transportation?
I know there's a list. I don't have it
Okay.
open. Okay.
We need to jump on that. I don't want it to end up being November when we don't have that. Same thing with food service and same thing with, the PEC's relationship with PED. Is a polite way to.
Say that again?
The PEC's relationship with
I
PED,
thought there was something that came before that.
food service.
Oh, no. I thought there was something that better explained the PEC, PED relationship part, but there wasn't. I thought I missed something and I didn't.
No.
Okay.
Some things are, and some things may morph into something else. But anyway, I don't want it to wait till November.
Okay.
And I mentioned, as far as legislative asks, I really am going to investigate and see what it's going to take to get legislative action to have the charter schools have the same access to capital by using the what is it? Yeah, bonding by being backed by the
Right.
permanent fund.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Before everyone gets out the door. I feel like I'm gonna be the only person here left. Reminder, you don't have to say anything. Any comments? Okay, let's move on. New business topics for the next agenda. Okay. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
You are adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Safe